Woops comfy. Up here.
Hello. Chat room. Greetings. Welcome in. Thanks so much for joining the stream. Happy Sunday. Happy Savage Review Sunday. Had a good day off yesterday. Got to spend the day with V for her birthday. Went out and ran all kinds of fun errands and had some dinner. It's a good day. I hope you're all having a fantastic weekend. And we are going to go over the Savage tier today for stream. So, if this is your first Savage Review stream, welcome. This is meant to be a somewhat informative stream. This kind of stream functions as both a way for me to review how I did this tier and what I was thinking about and what I can think about next year, and also explain to you guys, if you're not entirely sure, how all the mechanics work. Not necessarily what strats to do or where to stand or exactly what to do, but more so what the bosses are doing so that when you do attempt these fights, you can have a better idea of why you're doing the strats you're doing, etc. Stuff like that. And then obviously, if you guys have any questions at all regarding any kind of job or role in these fights, or melee positioning, or rotation questions, or whatever like that, feel free to ask. This is the stream to do it. We're going to make a highlight out of this stream so that whenever anybody has questions while this tier is active, we can just throw this big old video at them. And they'll have all the answers to all the questions they could ever have, probably. All right. So welcome in, everybody. Norse, thanks for the resub. Salamander's Way, welcome back. And Parker, welcome back. Thanks for the resub. How's everybody doing? Weird Potato, welcome back. Cheeseburgers. Ask away. Ask away, ask away. We are going to start just at 9, and then go to 10, and then 11, and then 12. Last time we did one of these, I don't think I finished all 4 of the fights. I think I went over the first 2, but I kind of over-explained everything, so we didn't have that much time. This time I'm going to try to go a little bit quicker through the mechanics so that we could cover all of them in this stream. If not, maybe we'll just do it in another stream. We'll see. See where we go. I at least want to cover the first 2 fights. Combo Winter, welcome back. Thanks for the resub. All right. Chat room, are we ready to start the Savage review? Nia's ready. She's on the cat tree meowing at me. She's like, Dad, why you start talking? Yes, ready. Awesome. Good. I spent my morning/afternoon kind of just getting Guncat ready. I finished leveling Picto and made a set of gear. And now I think I should probably catch up in story so I can do like expert roulettes and stuff because I'm going to need tomes. But taking a little break from that to come do the Savage review stream like we said we were going to do. So let's do it. Meow, what? Whiny kitty. Only whiny when I start stream. All day, just ignoring me. Just wants nothing to do with me. As soon as I hit go live, Dad, please pet me, touch me. Shut up. So annoying. Yeah, I get it. All right. Let's start. So, the way that we're going to do this is I'm just going to pull a video on screen. If you didn't see it, I did upload, well, Jill uploaded all of the clears to YouTube. So if you want to just see the clear VODs at any point for yourself, they're all sectioned out and uploaded to the main YouTube channel. So you can watch them there. Right over here, we just uploaded them. 9, 10, 11, 12, and 12 part 2. So go check them out if you haven't yet. It's that good old time of year where I get to upload Savage Final Fantasy XIV clear footage, and then like 90% of my YouTube audience goes, what the fuck is this gay shit? Where's the jokes and the guns? I don't get it. It's pretty funny. All right. So like I said, I'm going to try to... Nia! Oh my... She's like knocking over my fucking monitor right now. I'm going to try my best to quickly explain these mechanics, not strategies. And then I'm going to answer any questions you guys got. If you ever have a question this stream, just at Woops, let me know. I'll answer good ones, and I'll probably ignore stupid ones. So don't be afraid to ask. Just don't be confused if I don't answer your question. But most of them I'll answer, okay? All right, here we go. Starting with M9, the first fight. A fun one, a very fun one. And I think some of you might agree, also kind of just a simple one. There's really not going to be a whole lot that I can tell you guys that you wouldn't just pick up right away. And on that note, we were in this fight for not very long, so I honestly don't remember all of it. We're just going to see as we go, and I'll explain what I was thinking.
It's genuinely auto DDoS.
Auto DDoS. Auto DDoS, baby. Yeah, very fun fight.
DDoS is just a
Final boss, welcome back. Alright, so opens up with just killer voice. Just a raid wide. Nothing crazy happening yet. Standard stuff. Hardcore, a lot of the busters this Savage tier were larger than max melee, so something for my melee friends and my tank friends to keep in mind is that pretty much if you get a buster this tier, take it super far away. Those are big. Those are quite big. Like bigger than max melee. Like you would hit somebody if they're in max melee range. Mr. Dorito. Pretty obvious, but yeah. Vamp Stomp. This is greater than max melee. This is also the mechanic where she puts these bat debuffs on everybody. If you haven't seen them yet, everybody gets one of these. The curse of something pyre. And then what's going to happen is that there's going to be these bats all rotating around the arena in different directions and stuff. And then every player also has this purple debuff, and the thing to look out for is this ring rotating, or not rotating, but expanding from the center of the boss. So what's going to happen is that every time this ring extends outwards over the entire mechanic, if it touches a bat, where these white lights on the floor are, that shows exactly where they're at. Or if it touches a player that has this purple buff on them, it's going to make a large AoE explosion around them. And the idea is that you are able to take one explosion. That one explosion is going to be the one that originates from yourself. And it can't be one of these and yourself, because then you would die. What we were doing was we were just having our tank pop really close in here to give the other three melees around the Cardinals room to pop their own without hitting anybody else, and while also dodging the bats around the arena. And then obviously we just have our range go super fucking far away and not bother anyone. What I was thinking here as a melee, since we were just doing Cardinals, was that, hey, this is the first turn. There's no reason for me to be greeting here at all. So I'm just going to run back behind Bravo, which was my assigned Cardinal, and I'm going to spam Piercing Talon. And as you can see, these explosions are really big. You can see me, Nausea, and Jitter basically pop them all at the same time. And they're huge. They're really big. So just keep that in mind. The scary part here is that also, right after I pop this on the Bravo marker, one pop there, one pop there, there can be a bat right here around the inner card that reaches like all the way to here. So I would take the safe route and I would pop, and then I would move like this. And not like this, because sometimes that would get me killed. Pretty simple. Everybody just needs to pop their own and avoid the bats. And then a stack. Yep, it's always worth it to play it safe, because losing a GCD or two is always better than getting either a damage down or dying. In every scenario. Especially when it's the first fight, because like your damage is not a super big deal. Sadistic Streak, this is where, or Screech, this is where she cuts off half the arena and leaves you the middle lane with the bulldozer.
Cosmos, but it does damage.
Hate that.
It always starts north, and then the idea is that you just need to kill this bulldozer before it reaches to the very end and pushes you off. What's up, Zephyr? Okay, So what's going to happen here is that it's going to start on the north side of the room, and it's going to go one square at a time moving south. And your party needs to kill it before it eats up all of the platforms. The first thing you'll notice is that after it gets here, this zone that it's on becomes, I don't think instant death, but a heavy bleed or burn or whatever. Don't go there. Don't find out. I never found out, and I would highly recommend that you also don't. There's no reason to go in there. Next thing that's going to happen is it's going to start casting coffin filler, it being the coffin maker, the thing that you're killing. 2 blades randomly of these 4 blade sections are going to start turning blue. You can see they're blue here. Those are going to go off first. The ones that are not glowing will go off second. Pretty soon you'll see that they'll start glowing blue as well, and then all 4 will be blue, and then you go, wait, where do I go? You go in the safe ones first, the ones that weren't glowing first. And at the same time, the boss is on the other side of the arena, either on the left or right. She can be over here or over here, kind of behind you, so you got to watch out. I had an ultra wide, which is why I wasn't really turning my camera over there very often, because I could see her. But just know that you'll need to look at the side where she's at to make sure that you're dodging. And the idea is that she's either going to kick forwards or backwards. And then she'll do the other one. So it's just a dance of getting in the safe spot for the coffin filler and the boss at the same time. And there's 2 hits, we'll call them.
Back to 4.
And that's what Happy was calling there. He was saying back is safe, and then 2 and 4 are safe. This would be 1 and 3. Like the lanes. That's why he was saying that. So it's just as simple as going to the safe spot, the first safe spot, and then if you forget what the second safe spot is somehow or whatever, just look for a section that is covered by both, if that makes sense. This is only covered by one thing, this is only covered by one thing. Here and here are covered by 2 things. That means it's going to be safe next, so you can step into that.
4. Forward 1, 3.
So, dodge the coffin filler and dodge the boss. If you do that successfully the first time, all you need to do is dodge into somewhere that got hit twice. Or if you can brain power it, think about where the second safe spot is going to be. Both not that difficult. The next cast is going to be Dead Wake. That's coming from the coffin filler, and it's going to remove another chunk of the arena. It's telegraphing that it's going to remove this chunk of the arena here. So, to play safe, just as soon as your GCD ends and it's about to hit, step back. It'll move towards you, and you'll also notice that the boss will switch sides. So now you're going to have to watch the other side of the arena. You can kind of see it here. Again, I have an ultra wide, so I wasn't really looking over there, but she's kicking this direction towards the south, which means that she's going to kick south and then north. So the front is going to be safe, and then the back is going to be safe. We're also looking up at the same time and seeing that the coffin filler is hitting lanes 2 and 4. So the first safe spot is either going to be on this red X or this red X. And then the opposite. I noticed you and Happy do a lot of callouts. Is there a way to be less shit at those? I feel like I always mess up, and hearing how you think about them would be helpful. I don't know. I just know I learn how the mechanic works, and then I call it out. It's not really any more difficult than that. I guess practice, but like maybe think about what you as a player need to do, and then just speak that out loud as you're doing it, I guess is the best way I could say it. There's not a whole lot of other advice I could tell you besides that. Brugo, welcome back.
Forward 1, 3. Back to 4.
Moving to the next safe spot. As you can see, I got a little greedy there.
We're going back to 4.
I'm a goofy Goomba! Don't do that. Don't be greedy. Just the correct choice here is to go to the safe spot, and then instead of trying to go back in here, because you can see my GCD right here, I'm going to exaggerate the GCD line. It's like in the second half. So I was like, oh, I could probably go forward. No. Stand right here and send a piercing talon. That's the correct option.
Why are we going back to 4?
In the like 30 minutes that we were in this fight, I had never gotten hit by that until just now. And then in my mind there, I was like, oh, okay, I got hit there. I'm never going to greet that again. But again, not a really big deal because it's the first fight and we're on 4 weeks of tomes and, you know, my damage down is raspberry flavored. It's true. All right, now, when we're in the last section before we get knocked off, one thing is going to change. The coffin filler is going to be the same. It's still going to pick 2 of the 4 lanes to hit, and then it'll hit the other ones. But instead of being on the left or right, the boss is now behind you, and she's going to be kicking the left or the right instead of the front or the back because we don't have space to go front or back. We just have one more platform left. So you just need to look at where she's kicking left or right while also dodging the coffin filler. This can create some weird scenarios here because, as you can see, the first safe spot is right here because this is not being hit, but this is. And then she's also kicking this side. So we need to sometimes, with this last platform, move really quick all the way across the arena. So that's just something to keep in mind. It's not like a front and back movement. It's like a full left and right movement here. That's all.
In right, then out left.
As you can see, this was getting hit by 2 things. This was getting hit by 1. This was getting hit by 1. So we want to go all the way to where it got hit by 2. We're dodging the kicks, and we're also dodging the coffin fillers. There's going to be one more here. This can be skipped, and it probably will be pretty soon by PF. So just keep that in mind, but know how to do this regardless.
All the way to the other side. More like art.
This was one of those situations where we need to run a really far ways. So let me just illustrate this. This is the pattern where she's kicking this direction, and she's hitting 1 and 3. So the only safe spot was 4, and then we need to run all the way over. Just know that this can happen.
Far, all the way to the other side. More like
it could be a small movement or it could be a really big movement.
Got him.
As soon as you finish those, at least with this kill time, it was 2 minutes. Oh, and something I hadn't pointed out yet, but you may have noticed this buff on Vamp Fatale's bar. I don't know what it's called, but basically, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe her attacks get bigger once you get to 8 and once you get to 16, I think. I think 8 is where all of her attacks that originate from her become larger, and then 16 is where they become so large that you just, like, giga die. This is largely ignorable, and just know that the more you fuck up, the more stacks she gets, kind of like Honeybee Lovely. She gets stacks every time one of her attacks hits you that isn't supposed to hit you, is the easiest way to put it. The most brief way to put it. Don't get hit. Just don't get hit by shit that you're not supposed to, and then you won't have to worry about this. If you get hit by too much shit, this is going to get really big, and it's going to make everything really fucky. So just don't get hit by stuff. Forehead. That's all. Just know that at 8 and 16, that's when her attacks largely change. And it's still clearable, just it's going to be a little more difficult. Next here, she's going to recenter. She's going to cast Crowd Kill, which is a really big raid wide. She's also going to give herself a couple of stacks. 4 to be precise. She's at 6 now.
Stop being a traitor.
He's fighting with the enemy, bro. Stop it, man. I can't help it.
If you fucked up enough to this point and you got over 8 stacks, then all of her attacks would become larger. Like I said earlier, don't fuck up. And then you won't have to worry about it. It's quite simple. Finale Fatale. I deadass don't remember what this does. Another raid wide. Ah, and then this thing. Okay, so this is just dodge the floor first.
Dodge these and then look for your roll spots.
Dodging the floor, and then she's gonna cast Aether Letting. So here's the way that this works. She's going to shoot pie slices over the entire arena 2 slices at a time. They're always opposite. So she's going to hit here and here. She could start this somewhere else too. Just call this 1 and 2. I'm not going to explain our strat here again, because that's just going to take too much time explaining. The idea is that everybody in the party at some point in sets of 2s is going to get a head marker. When they get that head marker, they're going to get hit by a massive AoE explosion, and they're also going to drop a fire puddle on the ground. So you're going to take turns with your teammates doing that, and you're going to try to drop them in a fashion that would allow you to dodge them later, because they're going to become giant X's and giant pluses that you need to dodge. So the idea is that everybody needs to dodge the floor AoEs while also dropping their own personal spread AoEs in a fashion that will allow you to dodge the follow-up AoEs later. What we did, just real briefly so you can follow along with what's happening, is we realized that the self AoEs are applied to 1 support and 1 DPS at a time. So we split them up on opposite halves of the arena, and then we just dropped them where the explosions happened first. So like this would be 1, the next spot would be like 2 or 2, so on, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to get too deep into it. Just know that you need to drop these away from each other. You can't drop them on top of each other, and you can't hit anybody else with them. So we went all the way out to the wall.
Get 1 ahead.
I'm sure there's plenty of strategies for this that work. That's the AoE marker on Mr. Happy, and one of the supports over there also just got it.
2, 3.
Mr. Happy's calling out the head markers as they go, and as you can see, those big fire puddles on the ground there are going to turn into AoEs on the floor that you need to dodge now. And the way that we did this makes it easy so that we can just follow the AoEs with our eyeballs going around in the same direction from opposite halves of the room. As you can see, I lined my camera up so that I can see both AoEs that are happening at once on the left and right sides of my screen. We're just going away from wherever the lines are pointing. Nice and easy.
Holy clean!
And as you can see, that's the first time we did it right. And then there's a tank buster here. A note. If she's at 8 stacks here and doing this buster, these normally large busters are going to be even fucking bigger. Just keep that in mind. If you're in PF and you're, not in voice with people and you see an 8 here while busters are happening, you need to get the fuck away. Or the tank needs to get the fuck away. Preferably both.
These are small.
That's why Happy says these are small, because they're not at 8 yet.
Mr. Happy strat. Just follow Mr. Happy. I came up with that!
Yeah. Sorry.
Next thing that's going to happen is simply just dodge the floor AoEs, those red AoEs, and then she's going to repeat that first mechanic from the beginning of the fight. Bam Stomp. As you can see, all 8 players got a purple debuff with a bat on it. That means when the line gets to you, when the jump rope gets to you, you're going to make a big AoE explosion, and we're going to solve it the exact same way we did the first one. We're going to have the ranged go out all the way to the corners, at least for our strategy. I'm not sure what PF's doing. I don't really care. And then we're going to have all of the melees go on the cardinal markers, and we're going to have our tank go first really quick. So you can see Rab runs back in. Pop.
Respect the bats.
Respect the bats. Be very careful you're watching where the bats spawn. They're not always going to be the same. As you can see, as I'm popping here, I'm looking left and right. And I'm like, okay, where's the next bat that I got to worry about? Oh, there's one right here. I'm going to watch him rotating this way and make sure that I don't get hit by him. I might have gotten hit by this one. But as you can see, for a melee here, this angle is dangerous. Normally, you'd be like, oh, I'm going to go hit the boss. So I'm going to go run to the boss right here. If you do that, you're going to get clipped by this bat. So just go around. Just be safe.
These bats. Fuck these bats. Kill them.
Half Moon. So this is just like she was doing in the earlier phase. She's going to always kick half of her hitbox, not the room. And then she's going to kick the other half. If this were at 8 stacks, it would go to about here and this way. And then you'd have to go all the way to the other side, just so you know.
Small half moon.
But since this is a small half moon, like Mr. Happy just said, she's only kicking half of her hitbox and not most of it. Just cross over. 2 minutes here. This is just a big stack.
It's okay, Rab. I think it's big.
It's good here. What were we on about, man?
Neo, fuck off. Go away.
Neo was bothering me. Classic.
Real.
Insatiable
My guy was
thirst.
like, hello. I'm also here.
I seriously don't remember what else happens in this fight.
Don't get hit by saw blades.
Oh, this is the ads phase. We're calling it the ads phase because there's not like actual like moving ads, but there's items, weapons that you need to target and kill in this phase. Otherwise, they'll, you know, deal damage to you. So the way that we handled this, just so you can follow along, I'm not going to explain the exact strategy because there wasn't really one too much, but we just sent group 2 south and group 1 north because that's kind of how everywhere splits in this.
Ain't the first killer voice.
Sadistic Screech is the way that she starts this. It's just a raid wide.
I figured.
And what's going to happen here is that there's going to be small horizontal blades that rotate around the arena. I'm going to be real with you guys. I didn't really pay attention to their like movement patterns. I just was constantly looking and making sure I wasn't in the way of any of them. That's all. You don't really need to think too hard about exactly where they're going or where they're going to be in 10 seconds from now. Just fucking don't be in front of them. And if you need to, press Piercing Talon and go to a safe spot. That's all you needed to do.
They're more useful.
There's also these big ones on the outside that are going this way and then this way, and they're everywhere. There's a bunch of them, so just keep an eye out. As you can see here, she also gets the no positionals required thing, so that's an extra tell to you to just play safe. Just fuck off if you need to. Doesn't matter what you're hitting her with. And what's going to happen next is that she's going to summon some expanding red AoEs on the floor, and then some tank buster towers on the floor. These can be close to the boss, they can be far away from the boss, they can be in all kinds of different patterns, but they're always going to just be on a platform, and there can only be one on a platform at a time, as far as I'm aware. I turned my camera to see where my groups is. Since my group was south, we were group 2. I saw this was here, and I know that a big flail is going to spawn there soon, and I need to go hit that. I need to be helpful in killing that. And then there's also going to be one of these expanding AoEs somewhere that I need to be looking out for to hit. So as you can see, our tank runs to the back there. Takes a little bit of a sketchy path, but he gets there. And as soon as this drops, right, I'm making my happy ass over there, and I am ignoring the boss. Forget the boss. This flail needs to die. Because if this flail doesn't die in time, it's going to explode and kill my party. What would you rather have? Your party explode and die? Or you miss a couple of GCDs on the boss?
Tower.
There's only one correct answer. So I'm going to start hitting this. As you can see, it's slowly casting Barbed Burst. That's the AoE that's going to go off. That's the air quotes enrage of this ad that we're talking about here.
Blades are on the out.
I was also trying my best. This is just a Dragoon thing. This is probably a thing with a lot of other jobs too. But I would position myself in ways to where I could try to hit multiple things with my long line AoE abilities. So just a little tip here for Dragoons. As you can see here, I just get my Wormwind Thrust, and rather than sending it immediately before I run out, I try to time my GCD to get away from her quickly, get inside the hitbox for the flail, and then send it while the boss is targeted. That way, I guarantee that it hits the flail because I'm standing inside of the hitbox, and it also hits the boss because I'm targeting the boss.
Tower.
So once I recognize that I'm inside the hitbox for the flail, then I send the Wormwind Thrust because then I know it'll hit both.
Saw blades are on
Just
the
a very
outside.
small thing. You don't have to do that. It's definitely not required at all.
Saw blades
Sending
are
my
on
1 minute
the
burst
middle.
here. Tried to position myself in a way to where I lined up the Barbed Burst and the boss at the same time so that my Gear Skoggle and stuff hit both, you know.
Very center.
As you can see, the expanding red circle AoE is expanding, and I know that while I can't get close to it because this AoE is expanding, the purple one, because I don't want to take damage, I can just send some Piercing Talons at it if I have the time, so just something to keep in mind.
Saw blades.
I was a big dingus and was just trying to get my 1 minute off on the boss, and I caught this flesh wound. I'm gonna be real with you. This is gonna sound out of character for me. If you're a melee and you have 4 weeks of tome gear, this dot doesn't fucking hurt that bad. So if you get hit by one, just know it's not the end of the world. You could probably just press Bloodbath and you'll be fine. I know people are gonna re-out at that and freak out, but like it really doesn't hurt that bad. 15k dot, by the way. I just hit Bloodbath and I'm fine. So if you get hit by one, you know, it's not a big deal, but obviously do try to dodge them. Okay, the next one spawns. It's right here. I'm gonna try to hit it. I'm lining up my line AoEs in a way to where I can hopefully hit all three. 1, 2, 3. I can hit the boss, I can hit the flail, and I can hit the tower as well. It looks like I did. Boom! Look at that fat Nastrand. Nice. Alright. Trying to do my best to send as much bursts as I can towards the ads. I don't really care about dealing too much damage to the boss. I noticed that this thing's still alive, and it's covering up the boss, which is inhibiting my ability to hit the boss, so I am just going to send a piercing talon at it. Does the large blade give a different dot? I don't think so. Not that I know of.
They're going through the outside.
That being said, like, if one of the large purple ones is still alive and you're a melee, don't be that guy that's just like, well, how am I supposed to hit it? I'm gonna hit the boss because I only have melee stuff. Just fucking press a piercing talon. It doesn't even have to be enhanced. Just help. Just help everyone. I notice here I have the decision to hit either this ad or this ad. I know that I'm going to be able to hit this ad for much longer, so I take the opportunity to send a GCD or two at this one first.
This is really
Are
bad.
going through the very middle of the room. The very middle of the room.
As a tank, you
Build
almost
this
have to
tower.
get it.
To make sure this tower dies.
I look backwards. I send a piercing talon to help my team. I send my high jump. Send a bunch of stuff. Even if you are a melee, do what you can to help.
Dead center.
After that, ideally, you're through it. Nice and easy.
Yeah, it's always that last tower.
Honestly, a melee getting it and then just pressing Bloodbath is not that bad either.
Yep.
Yep. I was just telling them there, like, getting a dot there is really not that big of a deal. We were all kind of just agreeing on that. Sending potions, because this is our 2-minute pot window. Doing big damage here. It's a raid wide.
And then it's going to be towers, melee, range.
I'm fainting this raid wide here.
Okay.
I have rep for this.
And I'll just get whatever's next. Finale Fatale.
Remember, it's
Deadass don't remember what happens here. Tank plants in the open spot.
I'll help with the calls about where people are going. DPS are standing together. This is rolls. Melee.
All right. Oh, I remember now. Oh, I remember. So what's going to happen is that 4 towers are going to spawn. And you need to have 1 player in each. Doesn't matter necessarily who, but the way that we did it was we had group 1 handle the first towers and we had group 2 handle the second towers. Because in the middle of all that, she's going to be doing either a roll, spread like AoE attack, or she's going to be doing a 4-player stack AoE attack. So the idea was that we were going to send the tank here to the big open spot. As you can see, there's kind of like a small spot here. There's a small spot here. Then there's a big spot down here. That's going to be true, at least for all the patterns that we saw. And the reason why we did this, we sent the tank here, we sent the DPS here, and we sent the healer over here, was because I think this is true. We kind of just like saw this once and assumed that was the case. The tank, like, AoE is much bigger than the other ones. So we wanted to give them as much room as possible. And then the idea was that if it's ever stack, we just bring the DPS and the healer into the spot where the tank was. That way the tank doesn't have to worry about positioning their big ass spread, you know? Scoobs, thanks for the sub. It's a first sub. I need to drink some water. Hold on. That's the general idea. And then while these 4 players on the outside of the towers are handling this shit, the people on the inside of the towers are having their own, like, little mini boss fight with an ad when they get hit.
Melee range towers. Make sure to kill.
So we had group 1 go in first.
Tank is
You can see our healer's already standing here. I'm standing here. And just so you know, both DPS stand here. Since it's a roll spread, one of us is going to get selected, but it doesn't matter. Since we're both on top of each other, it'll hit both of us, and it won't kill the other one. This is the idea. Oops, screenshot. Okay, amp, I'm pretty sure is the party stack. So we're all going to collapse right here.
It is stacked.
Going to stack up right here. And as you can see, the people that took those towers and soaked them all have this little purple ball that they need to kill. It's really not that tough. Just anybody can handle it, so don't worry too bad about saving burst or anything. We handle the stack. As you can see, it's very big, so you want it to be in the biggest open spot possible. It's very big. This would for sure hit these two if we tried to take it north. So just keep that in mind.
Spread.
Rolls.
Ultrasonic spread is when we do the roll spread. As you can see, me and my DPS buddy take the thin spot. The healer takes the thin spot, and then we give the big ol' spot to the tank for the tank buster.
Together.
Yeah, as you can see, the tank one's really big. The other one's not so much.
Second tower.
Then what's going to happen is the next towers are going to spawn. We just had a simple prio to figure out who was going to take which one,
Bard problem.
and then the groups just swap roles. That's all.
Tank is
Find the big spot.
Spread. This is
C in 3 is where the big spot is. I was doing this just based on intuition, but I'm not sure if it's true. I don't know if you can damage the boss while you're on the inside of these cells.
spread. This is DPS.
You can. Okay, yeah. So when you're a Dragoon or another job that has large line AoE cleaves, like a Nastrand or stuff like that, you can position yourself to be on the outside of the arena so that all of your line AoEs go through the middle and hit the boss as well. Keep that in mind. So I would position myself back here behind my ad, facing the boss, so that I could use my Nastrand and my Gear Skogul and my Whirlwind Thrust, so I can do extra damage to the boss as well.
Yes, together.
If your job has something like that, keep it in mind.
Everyone to the tank.
If it's too much for you to think about, I highly recommend you just completely ignore what I just said, because it doesn't matter that much. Alright, once my ad is dead, I'm going to remain in my position, and I'm not going to go to the stack yet. You might be able to, but I was just playing it safe. Since it's a 4-player stack, you know, I assumed they could probably be fine.
This is gonna be
This is just dodge the floor.
bats. This is light parties. Light party 1 northwest. Light party 2 east south. All right.
And then this is just, you need to split into 2 groups of 4.
East west for the start. Do your
Make
best.
sure you
Don't
take
die.
these
Get back.
stacks, and then what's going to happen is whatever tower you just went to, you're going to get chained to a bat. This bat is going to chain to all the players in the tower, and he's going to start rotating randomly in one direction, clockwise or counterclockwise. You need to follow it. The other bat's going to do the exact same thing.
The damage now is not the end of the world.
The idea here is she's just going to do a lot of telegraphed floor AoEs, and she's going to rotate it around and around and around and around and around. It doesn't matter which way the boss is spinning, you just need to follow the direction your bat is going. I'm not even looking at exactly where the boss is like rotating these, because it's, you know, not important at all. I'm just looking at where my bat's going. I'm watching my bat behind me right now. I know that in between each one of these boss hits, though, I'm going to have to step into the middle of one of these AoEs that just got hit, because that's going to be guaranteed safe for the hit after that.
Watch the rotation of the bat.
So I'm stepping into an AoE. And the idea here is that the bat kind of goes faster than the boss rotates if you're going from AoE to AoE to AoE to AoE. You're going to fall behind, and then you're going to start taking some damage from your bat if you do that. So what I would recommend you do, for everybody, not just melees, is I called it a 1-2-1-2-1-2. So on this first rotation, I don't know this yet, but in hindsight, you know, the bat's rotating this way. I'm going to step into 1, and then I'm going to go 2, so 1, 2, and then I'm going to go 1, and then I'm going to go 2, 1, 2. So I'm hopping from here to here to here to here, like, you know what I mean? Don't go one at a time every time. Just stagger it out. Yeah, I'd move 1 safe spot, and then I'd move 2 safe spots, and then I'd move 1 safe spot, and then I'd move 2 safe spots. And I found that kind of lined up perfectly in a way to not get hit and also stay on pace with my bat.
Watch the rotation of the bat.
So I move 1 safe spot, and then I move 2 safe spots, and then I move 1 safe spot, and then I move 2 safe
Your bat's
spots.
mechanic.
I only moved 1 there, but like If you move 2 like every other time or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, you can't move 1 at a time is the big
Do
thing.
your bats mechanic.
Move 1, move 2, move 1, move 2. If you need to move 1 again, that's fine.
It's your bats rotation.
I think Nyaro just went a little too far. Can tanks invul in the towers so only they would need to do the chains mechanic? My team was going to test that next week. Oh, I actually don't know. That's a good question. I don't know, but also you should just learn how to do it regardless. It just chains 4 people. It randomly targets people. Your chain will pull you into it. You get auto-chained. Yeah, there you go. There's your answer. So just do it.
Oh, yeah, it's super
Just split into groups and do it.
strict. It's way harder doing that.
1 safe spot. 2 safe spots. 1 safe spot.
Bat mechanic
2
is
safe
being
spots.
decided now.
See how that works? And then the other part that I wasn't talking about yet, you did see it though, is that when you're rotating, after the rotations, just keep an eye on your bat behind you.
Bat mechanic is being decided now.
And as you can see, he's got a big old purple circle over him. He's either going to get a big old purple circle or he's going to get a donut that looks like this instead. It's exactly what you think it is. It's either going to be a large AoE from the center of the bat or it's going to be a large donut from the center of the bat. So you either need to go to step back onto your bat or step away from your bat towards the middle, while also not getting hit by the other side's mechanic. So I know that mine is doing an AoE, so I want to get away from my bat, but I also want to keep in mind that I don't need to get, or I want to not get hit by the other sides. So I'm in the perfect little in-between spot.
It'll be
Right on the boss hit ring is fine for that.
Yep. Always.
Some stacks happening here. Moving 1 safe spot and then 2 safe spot, 1 safe spot, 2 safe spot. It's like so easy.
This
Do
is
1, 2,
bats.
1, 2.
Please respect the bats.
And then this is just bats again, just like the first and the second one. Not really sure exactly what PF's doing here.
This will be a... forget if it's a half room or...
Just know that when you get hit by the line, if you have the bat debuff, you're gonna explode. If the line hits one of the bats on the arena, it's gonna explode.
There's definitely a tank.
It's half room. It's half room.
No,
Half room.
She's doing a half room here, but the big thing to keep in mind is now she has 13 stacks, so it's gonna be one of the big half rooms. So instead of hitting from here this way, she's gonna hit from like fucking here this way. It's gonna be much bigger, so make sure you're on the correct side.
Big. Respect the
Half
huge
room den,
ball.
same plus 2.
Yeah, and then it will be 2 large hardcore.
Everyone else fuck off.
Boss is kind of
Huge tank busters.
safe there.
I think so. Yeah.
Jitter sent the melee LB with the huge busters going off. It's very risky,
Yes.
but it works.
I think so.
Bro said, I think so.
Goated LB3 is a way to put it. It's kind of stupid. I won't lie.
And then it's
We'll call it goated though, sure.
dodge this, and then we're good. That's weird.
Sanguine Scratch is just, she's just doing those floor AoEs from the previous mechanic.
We got to this mechanic last time.
Happy
I'll
bats.
die, you
Giga dead.
I really like happy bats. Get that
Alright,
damage down as a tank.
DDoS.
And then from here, I think she just goes into an enraged raid-wide sequence.
Don't do that. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
DDoS
up.
right now.
They like that range.
Shut your shut
And
up.
disconnect. Enhance piercing
And-
talon. Yeah. And that's the first fight. Pretty straightforward. Nothing crazy. It's gonna be a lot of PF not getting greedy on killing the ads. It's gonna be having a decent strategy for Aether letting. And it's going to be recognizing which group you're in and going to the safe spots for the towers and stuff. And then not greeting your bats either. Probably for ranged and caster players, they're going to greet that a lot. So just make sure you're moving. Understand that this fight is going to fall over as long as you don't die or get too many damage downs. So you can play it completely safe. You can drop your rotation if you need to do a mechanic. You can throw piercing talons. You can press Scathe. You can press Ruin 2, whatever job you are. If you're a tank, you can just go away and press Tomahawk. You know what I mean? This is the first floor. You have 4 weeks of Tome Gear, and as you can see, we had a pretty clean run, and she died way ahead of time. So definitely just play it safe. Any questions on M9S? Does anybody have any questions here regarding like melee stuff or the fight or the mechanics? If not, we'll just go right on to M10. Monk kind of doesn't have anything is the sucky thing. So what monks can do is they can press six-sided star, go away, and press meditate and look cute. That's kind of just their thing. I wish they had a little ranged attack. All right, no questions. Then let's move on to 10. Monk has lots of other things that make it significantly more useful than a lot of melees in other situations. That's the trade-off. So it's not like Monk's bad or anything. It's very, very good. It just doesn't have a ranged GCD. That's all. Okay. Now we're going to move on to M10S. This is a fun one. This one I think is also harder than 11. Just a personal opinion, but this is a pretty tough one. I think PF is going to come up with some funny ways to do a lot of these mechanics, so I wouldn't pay too much attention to the strategies that we're doing in this fight, and more rather pay attention to what the mechanics do so that you can adapt to any strategy that you're going to do, okay? So here's how the fight goes. Before we get too into this, actually, I just want to point out that while there are 2 targets in this fight at multiple phases, obviously you should be trying to cleave and do your stuff. They equalize HP a lot, and some jobs do have 2 target rotations. Specifically, Dragoon can do their Chaotic Spring combo over and over and over again, just swapping between the 2 adds. That's fine. If it's too much for you to think about, and causing too many problems and making you be in positions where you shouldn't be, really just do your single target combo on one of them and it's not going to cause any problems whatsoever. While you could be doing a little bit more damage by doing your 2 target rotations, this is probably true for other jobs as well. This is general advice, yeah. Like like Art of War is a gain on 2, you know, shit like that. I think technically Gunbreaker AoE is better on 2 in some points, or, you know, like other jobs all have this kind of stuff, right? So like, don't worry about doing perfect 2 target damage here, and instead focus on doing the mechanics right while at least hitting one of them with a single target rotation. Yeah, there's like dots and stuff like that too. Try to aim your cleaves in directions that'll hit both, but all I'm saying here is that specifically for Dragoon or other jobs that have dots, if it's going to put you in a weird position to do perfect 2 target damage, it's not going to be worth it because you're going to wipe your party. As you get more comfortable with it, obviously you'll find exact timings for stuff and like that, but like, just know that even if you just do single target damage in this fight, it'll still fall the fuck over, no problem. It'll die, like, so don't worry about it too bad. Little tank buster, 2 target. The busters are a little big, like I was mentioning earlier. All the busters this patch are. He's gonna jump to a random cardinal on the wall. That's the first thing he's gonna do after the buster. Then he's going to select 4 players in the party, and he's going to give them a 1. Oops. He's going to give them a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4 marker on the debuff bar down here. So watch out for that. First in line, you can see it went on Jitter. Second in line, it went on Nausea. Third in line, went on Shima. And fourth in line, went on Rab. It's not one specific role. It's not one specific job type. It's not proximity or anything like that. As far as I'm aware, it's just, it picks 4 people. I think PF is doing some fuck-ass thing where they're going like this, and then like this, and then like this, or something like that. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Just know that don't be in the way when the boss is dashing through. Stretch the tether until it becomes a single line instead of this spiky line. And don't greed. So I would hit him with my little dot here. I would utilize the fact that I can do enhanced piercing talon. I would try to keep on par with him. Hit him when he got close to me, and then whenever it was unsafe or I wasn't sure, just send a piercing talon and be away. That's the correct choice. We are Gucci. The boss will then position middle if your tank is nice. And then what's going to happen is that all 8 players are going to get targeted with Alley-oop Inferno. Everybody's going to get this fire marker over their head. It's going to do a spread mechanic, and then it's also going to leave a fire puddle on the ground. The idea of this first mechanic, including the jumps and the spread AoEs and the thing he's about to do, is that the boss is trying to take away as much floor space from you as possible. And you want to position all of these AoEs in a way that gives you floor space. So I'm sure that PF strategies are different from what we're doing here. As long as you understand that almost every attack he does here is going to leave fire on the floor, which you cannot stand in. Otherwise, you'll take a dot, which you can heal through, but you didn't hear me say that. You want to leave yourself as much space as possible between all these mechanics so that when you have to do these moving stacks later, you're standing on clean floor and not fire. We split our groups into the southwest and northeast corners. And then you guys can probably tell me this. I don't think we ever caught on to this, but I'm pretty sure this cutback thing he does is closest or furthest proximity. Do you guys know? Is it furthest? I had a feeling it was, but the idea is that, so if it is furthest, I'm going to trust that it is. He's going to look for the furthest player from him, and then he's going to make a safe cleave. He's going to do a huge cleave that's like this big over the entire arena. Boom. And he's going to leave a little slit behind him. What we did, just because we were progging through this and didn't really know, we just sent everybody in front of him in the direction that we didn't want to be safe. If we wanted his back to be safe, we would send everybody in front of him. I imagine they're going to send the Fizz range to go do this. And just like be in the corner that would leave you the most space or whatever. The diamond. Cutback Blaze.
Diamond in the run. Crystal clear.
What happens is after Cutback Blaze, whatever the fuck it's called, goes off, the opposite side from the furthest player away from him is going to become a safe spot. And he's going to light everything else on fire. And then what's going to happen is he's going to do Pyro Rotation, which is multiple stacks. 1, 2, 3. And then you have all this safe spot, and then it transitions to the next part. So, one thing to mention here is that if you're ranged, make sure you're in the stack, obviously, and then as soon as you hear it go off, move to the next spot, right out of the AoE. Another thing to mention is that if you're a melee, or you're the healer that's targeted with this stack, you can kind of cheese this out a little bit depending on your ping. I'm not saying you should, but as you get comfortable with this, you'll notice that after the first AoE goes off, you kind of have some time to chill in that fire puddle for a bit and make the second fire puddle, because of that, closer to it to give yourself some more room. What I'm saying is don't haul ass while you're getting hit by these, otherwise you're going to take up all the space. You can kind of just like, okay, so the fire's down, I'm going to do like one more GCD while I'm in this fire puddle before it gives me the fire bleed, and then I'm going to move to the next one. And you see how close Biff made these by doing that? So here's the first one. And then the second one's like right there. He made them really close. So just know that you can probably squeeze out one more GCD here. While you're learning this, definitely just move straight out of it, you know? No need to risk it. Melees can make sure that they hit their last GCD and then move to the next safe spot, etc., etc. Just know you don't have to get immediately out of it. Divers Dare is a raid wide. Boss leaves, and then new boss comes to play. So we're hitting him. And these first two phases with each of the bosses, they're kind of just teaching you all the different mechanics they can do. And then the second half of the fight is a combination of all of those at once, is the idea. So 6 swell, I'm not looking at it, but you can see he's shooting out all these little like squirts. He's squirting at a wall. One of the walls, the entire cardinal wall, is going to get a big tsunami wave on it. And that's going to be a wave that pushes you back about one of these markers in distance later. So he's stocking that up for now. Looks like our west wall is going to be a knockback later. And then the boss is going to get some orbs over his head. As you can see, there's 8 of them. That means it's going to be spread. He can do 2 of these. And then for a later mechanic, he can do 1. If it's 1, it's a party stack. If it's 2, it's light party stacks. And if it's 8, it's spread. Simple enough. Sickest takeoff, that's him leaving. And then you're going to have to look up at the wall, because he's going to pick 1 of 3 lanes. You can basically split this wave up into 3 different spots. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. He's going to land on the wave somewhere, and then that whole lane is going to be hit by him and will give you a damage down and send you into the wall. Don't be in that lane. Don't ever be in that lane. It could be left, it could be middle, it could be right. DPS question: with how quickly Deep Blue jumps away, do you think it's best to just skip the dot until he reappears? Technically, yes. The realistic answer is it doesn't matter. If you're pressing comboed actions on this boss while it's here, whether it's a dot or not, you're doing enough damage by a lot. So don't worry about it. Nerds are going to tell you, why are you doing your dot on the boss? You're missing damage. It doesn't fucking matter. It really doesn't fucking matter. Just hit the boss. Whatever's more comfortable. As you can see, he lands in the 3rd lane, so 1 and 2 are going to be safe. That's where we're going to split our groups into. I'm not sure exactly like where PF's going to want to throw everybody, but I know that it's spread, and so I'm just going to want to be away from everybody. This is also knockback preventable, just so you know. And if you knockback prevent every single swell in the game, every single one of these tsunami waves, you can. There's no downtime. Like, even in the middle of it, right before it goes off, you can knockback prevent all of them. Also, as Dragoon, doing the dot rotation helps making sure the buff doesn't drop in downtime. I mean, like, sure, but like it still just doesn't matter at the end of the day, is what I'm saying. You can drop your dot rotation, and it takes 2 GCDs to get it back up whenever the bosses come back. What I'm trying to preach to you guys when I say stuff like this is that as long as you're doing comboed actions throughout the fight, it's probably just going to die. Like, you don't need to exactly time out having your buff up at every single moment in between downtimes, and making sure that your dot is only on when the boss is there for 24 seconds or whatever it is. Just press your comboed actions at the end of the day. That doesn't mean you have an excuse to be like super bad about it, but like, it's not the end of the world, and you shouldn't be overclocking your head to make sure that you're doing optimal DPS in week 4 of M10S. You know what I mean? So just do what you got to do. All right, so here's what happens next. After the spread goes off, or the stacks, we're going to collapse back onto the boss. And this is when he's going to teach you his alley-oop, is what he's going to do. And he has 2 of them. He has one, which is reverse alley-oop, to where he is going to shoot a cleave at everybody, just like the other pattern that he does. He doesn't show it here, but reverse is he's going to shoot each player like so with a cone AoE. There's not lines, they're cones. And then after that, he's going to shoot the in-between spots. That's reverse. So the call for reverse is actually don't move. Get into your spread clock positions and then don't move, because he's going to hit the spots where he didn't hit initially. And I'm pretty sure the way that this works, technically, because he can't really tell exactly where he didn't hit, is he's going to take where he did hit and then rotate it just slightly clockwise, is the idea. So he shoots us with all these cones, and then you'll notice you can kind of see the mechanics of this here. Just pay attention to this. You notice how these are... This one's a little smaller. This one's a little bigger. Just watch this as it rotates, you know? You can kind of tell. It's kind of hard to tell, but the reverse is he hits you, and then he hits the spots he didn't hit by rotating everything clockwise. If it were the other pattern's even more simple. He would hit you, and then instead of staying still because he's rotating everything, he's gonna hit the same exact spots twice. That's the other one. So the call for the other one would be to move. Doesn't matter which way. Just move out of the way of the AoEs that just got hit. Hell, you could do some fuck shit like this if you wanted. You know what I mean? But this is reversed, so we don't move. Don't move, bro. Deep Impact. Crazy name for a buster. He is going to jump to the furthest player from him, and he's going to do a large AoE tank buster. If you are in this AoE and you are not the tank, you are going fucking flying. As you can see, our tank here also is pressing arm's length, so he doesn't get knocked back. Something to keep in mind. He's standing all the way out here. Everyone else is under his hitbox. Boom! See how big that circle is? It's like this big. Don't be in that circle, or you're going to go flying and die.
Just don't.
Diver's Dare. Another raid wide.
Adam.
Let's do this together, bro. What a drag.
Now Red Hot joins, and it's going to be a 2-target fight now. This is where 2-target rotations can be useful. But again, like I said at the beginning of this, don't sweat it too bad. They equalize HP all the time, and as long as you're doing comboed actions on at least one of them, the fight's going to fall over. That being said, if you get the mental capacity to, after you're done progging through the mechanics and understanding how everything works, if you would like to start, you know, optimizing 2-target rotations, optimizing 2-target cleaving, stuff like that, that's when I would recommend you start doing it. But again, for like the 20th time, as long as you're doing comboed actions on at least one of them, they're gonna die. Don't worry about it. How did you best solve the weird downtime on Insane Air? Feels like no matter what, melee hits just wouldn't register whenever they were moving. Insane Air? Which one's that? Oh, that's the one coming up. I'll explain. Yeah, that's the one with the surfboards. I'll show you. Extreme Spectacular. Do whatever last damage you could get in there. I noticed for me, there's a little bit of a weird... Notice how they're about to leave and I have this high jump coming up? More high jumps equals more damage. So you want to get as many high jumps in as you can during the fight, as well as other similar types of buttons. If you move your high jump up just like one GCD in your opener, you could make sure you guarantee getting this every time. I'd kind of barely get it, depending on how the pull went. Just something to keep in mind. Then this is just proximity. Only the first hit.
Why is Reign of Death 8 and everything else fine? Blowing my mind.
You can technically, after the first hit, go to the middle.
I don't know, let's ask the bar class designer.
Wouldn't you technically lose a Mirage Dive that way, though? Nope. I did in this pull, but like it also just doesn't matter.
Why our bot just doesn't use caustic bite on the thing.
I know, right? Why
That's so
doesn't he put all these dots on the water?
So here's what's gonna happen next.
That's
They're gonna jump to opposite corners, and then they're gonna start the Insane Air mechanic. And here's the way that it works. We split light parties, 4 players onto each boss, and then they're gonna be doing these big like looping things. They're basically showing you the path that they're gonna take. And then they're going to stop at this point here, and then they're going to do a mechanic. And there's 3 different mechanics that they can do. They can do a stack. It's a conal stack that's going to be baited on the closest person to each one. And then there's going to be a spread, which is going to be, it's going to just do a spread AoE towards the closest 4 players. And then there's going to be a tank buster, which is just going to do a big tank buster circle AoE on the closest player. They're all closest baits. So by having 4 people on each side, you'll be able to satisfy all of the different attacks that they do. Uptime here is do what you can, and if the boss jumps away from you, press your range GCD. It's really not a big deal. I'm going to have the same answer to things like that every single time, 365. Do what you can. Don't greed. Press your range GCD if you need to. If you don't have one, just fucking do nothing. Do the best you can.
Nick?
What's going to happen here is that we're going to be looking at the surfboard, and you're going to be looking for its orientation. It can either be exactly left and right, and the easiest way is to look at this light on the end of it. It can either be left and right, it can be pointing up, or it can be pointing down. If it's pointing sideways, just like this, it's a stack. So it'll pick the closest player, and then it'll shoot a big cone at them, and it'll deal enough damage to be split between 4 people. It can be soloed if you have enough health. It can be 3-manned, it can be 2-manned, but there's a certain way that I think everybody should do this that'll make sure that you never get hit by it, and that's by going out towards the wall and being max melee from the boss whenever he lands. If you're too close to the boss, there's times where... Here, let me just show you when he jumps.
Tank buster.
Stack. As you can see, this is the uptime that a chatter was asking about.
Tank buster.
I have a big GCD coming up here that I also could have life surged my Drakesbane. This is a big damage button. What am I doing instead of following the boss like a monkey and potentially hitting the other party with my stack because I'm in the wrong position or missing the stack or whatever? I just go to the fucking spot. And I miss, like, I don't know, half a second of GCD uptime. Who cares? The boss is gonna die. Here's the way that I think everybody should solve the stack. Go to the position, wait for him to land, and then everybody should be right outside the hitbox towards the wall. I was calling max melee to be safe, but the idea is that if you have somebody really close in underneath the boss, since it's a cone, if they're like here and they stand right there from the center of the boss, the stack is going to go that way. And it might miss me if I'm standing right here. You know what I mean? There was a couple of points in Prague. Shima was doing great, but like there was a couple of points in Prague where Shima would get really close to the boss. I assume because she also wanted to be able to heal the other party. To where sometimes she would stand just slightly off-centered, really close to the boss, and she would take the stack solo, or somebody would miss the stack, or something like that. So I started making the call to just be max melee towards the wall. That guarantees that all of us are going to be in the cone, and it won't be like off-skewed. You know what I mean? And once we did that, you can see the stack comfortably hits all of us. Next thing, it's not a static order every time for what the boss is going to do, but you can see he's making a path here, and then he's going to an up surfboard. This is a tank buster. It's a large circle AoE. My tank is going to go stand over here in the corner. He's going to be the closest one, which means I need to not be the closest one. That's an important note because I'm a melee DPS and I want to be close to the boss to hit it, to do damage. That's my job. However, I don't want to get hit by a tank buster, so I'm going to make sure that I'm far away when he lands so that I don't get hit in the fucking face.
Red tank buster.
Obviously, with lots of pulls here, I'm going to get, you know, a comfortable idea of how long it's going to take for the tank buster to go off. I can probably get this Heaven's Thrust here. And then as soon as I get that, instead of going back towards the boss, I'm going the fuck away because I don't want to get hit by a tank buster. Max meleeing it. And then this is the downboard. This is spread. And the way that we were doing it, just so you know, is I think we were doing tank, healer, DPS, like that. And then you can kind of just like be a little bit inside the hitbox. You can be a little bit out. I'd recommend that everybody just tries to aim for the boss ring personally, but obviously it's not going to be perfect every time. Be away from each other. And remember that if you're on Red Hot, the fire boss, all of these attacks are going to leave behind fire on the floor. So don't point it in a fuck-ass direction that's going to screw up the other group later, because we're all rotating clockwise, right? So by the time that water started over here, actually, water started here where we just ended up. So if water's going all the way around, they end up in the other corner, and we left them a mess of all this fire and shit, they're not going to be able to do their mechanic correctly because we didn't leave them enough room. So that's just something to keep in mind.
And it's red.
Red stack. Looking at the surfboards, this is a horizontal one, so it's stack. And then after it's all done, just meet up back in the middle. Water doesn't leave behind any AoEs on the floor. But fire does. Diver's Dare. This is two raid wides going off at the same time. Reprisal is giga value here. Unfortunately, Feint and Addle are only single target mitts for the time being. So you just kind of gotta pick one. All right, here's another thing. Just a little Dragoon note, tiny little Dragoon note. Like I was talking about in M9S, you can see I'm about to get a Wormwind Thrust here. There it is. Rather than standing underneath a boss and trying to keep my boss targeted while also hitting the other one, I find the easiest way to guarantee that you don't skew off your Wormwind Thrust in a weird direction and miss the second boss. The easiest way to do it is to keep your boss targeted, whatever one you're hitting mainly, and step into the other boss's hitbox. You might not be able to see it exactly because you don't have them targeted, but the idea is that I could step here, and then if I send a Wormwind Thrust from here, I guarantee that I'm hitting Deep Blue, and I'm also hitting Red Hot because I have him targeted. You know what I mean? This is something I think a lot of Dragoon players or people that have line AoEs get in the habit of doing when they can. And you can just see it's just that little movement in between GCDs. You can see me step into Deep Blue's hitbox, send the cleave, and then step back towards my position. Just that tiny little movement. Just make sure that you hit both of them every time. Because if I stand here and then I'm like off-centered a little bit and then I shoot out my Wormwind Thrust and it hits nothing, it's gonna feel bad, you know. This makes sure it's a guaranteed 2-target hit. Is all I'm saying. All right, first big mechanic: fire snaking, water snaking, snaking 1, whatever PF's gonna call it. I don't know what the strategy PF is doing is. It's probably fine. Emphasis on probably. The idea is that each boss is going to give 4 players a debuff, and I believe he picks the 4 closest. That's kind of what we were assuming. Somebody might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, because sometimes they'd get fucky, but regardless, no matter what you do, the tank debuffs are important here. You want the tanks to have 1 of each. I think that's the most important part. It's based on Blue's HP. Is it really? Is that why it would sometimes get super weird? That's funny if true. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. It's closest or furthest, I was thinking. Anyways, how it's applied is not super important for the majority of this. The main thing that's important is that if you're a tank, there's a whole lot else that you need to understand for this phase because of the busters and stuff that happen at the end. Just keep that in mind. You're doing this mech based on what debuff you get. If you get fire, you're going to be doing a bunch of fire stuff. If you get water, you're going to be doing the water stuff. What's going to happen here is that the bosses are going to jump to their spots. Deep Blue is always, for us, going to jump to the west wall. And then he's going to start doing an alley-oop. And then Red Hot's going to start doing his alley-oop and dropping the Infernos. I'm not sure what the strats are for this, so don't keep our strat, you know, super in mind. But the idea is that all the red debuffed players are going to drop these circles, and all of the blue debuff players are going to bait the alley-oop from Deep Blue.
This is reversed. Make sure you run extra far as a water.
This is either going to be reverse or the normal one, so they're either going to have to move or not move. We made it a way to where they always move to this spot afterwards, and then we lined up all the fire AoEs on the same wall.
Close to the fire.
He's going to be starting to cast 6 Swell, so he's going to squirt out at a wall and make it a big tsunami wave. Just make sure you're remembering that for later.
Tank Buster's at A, Swell will be at A.
There's a 2-target Tank Buster happening right after that. And then there's going to be a Deep Varial. And so if you remember from normal mode, Deep Blue is going to pick a wall. That's what he's annotating with these arrows here. He's going to jump to it, and then he's going to do a big cleave backwards from where he jumped from. We just had the water players go to one side, the fire players go to one side, and just remember that every time a fire debuff is dropped, like a spread, it's going to leave a puddle behind. So you want to leave as much open space as possible for later. Just keep that in mind. And then on the wall here, actually, I wasn't looking up at it. I was looking at it on my ultra wide, but on the wall here, he's going to be showing either 1 orb or 2 orbs, and that's going to be what the water players need to do as soon as he lands at the wall. It's either a stack or a spread with those 4 players that have these water debuffs. And the fire guys are just dropping fire AoEs, like so. You can kind of hear the water attack happening on the other side right now. Ready? The water stack goes off on them. And it's dependent on what was on the wall. And obviously also remember, at any point during this fight, if any of the fire AoEs left over from Red Hot get hit by water, they'll do this big steam explosion. So it'll show this big bubble on top, and then it'll blow up. It's not going to wipe you, but you just don't want to stand in it, you know? Next part. All of the fire debuffed players are going to be targeted by Red Hot. He's going to jump to each one of them, do a massive spread AoE, and then he's going to leave behind a massive fire puddle as well. Again, I don't know what PF's doing for this, but it is imperative that you leave as much space on the arena as possible, and you don't hit other players with it. He's also going to jump from fire player to fire player to fire player, furthest one each time. So we would just run out to the inner cards. Low-key, I would always try to go out way further than Nausea so I could return to the boss and start hitting him faster, but I wasn't always furthest. Note here from my melees. Don't greed this. If you drop a giant fucking fire puddle in the middle of the room, everyone's going to laugh at you and then you're going to get kicked. Don't greed this. The 2 GCDs that you could get from this are not worth it. They will never be worth it. Ever. Not in any situation ever. Go out and press a ranged GCD or just fucking do nothing. And then go back to the middle. Deep Blue jumps away in the middle of that and starts doing his 6 Swell. We need to look up and see what he's telling the water players to do. He's only hitting the water players here, not the fire players. So it's not like earlier where all 8 players are involved in this. He's going to either do stack or he's either going to do spread. And then he's also going to make a safe lane. Either 1, 2, or 3 relative to whatever wall he's jumping from, right? I just looked up there and saw that he's here. So this lane is getting hit. So we want to make sure that we're either in the middle or over there. I believe this was a water stack, and what we found out is whenever it's water stack, you can just drop it on the fire players too, so everybody can stack up. If it's spread, though, you can't get hit by 2 of those spreads at the same time. This wasn't the pattern that we got, so just keep that in mind. And then the cutback blaze happens, and like we were talking about earlier, we didn't necessarily figure out exactly how the cutback blaze worked. So we did the safe strat, which was just send everybody to the same spot to make the correct bait that we wanted to do. I imagine this is just going to be a fizz range responsibility in PF or other groups or stuff. Just picking the furthest player and then making a safe cleave. Step into the safe area, and then as that's happening, Deep Blue is going to cast Deep Impact, which is furthest player Tank Buster with a knockback. And I think what we did here was, to be safe, we just had a tank invuln, and we had them run way out into the fire somewhere, and then get hit by it, and then come back.
Rip.
So there goes Rab. So strong, so awesome, so cool. Wow. This is probably not what PF's going to do. Just know that you do not want to be close to the tank that is baiting this. Otherwise, you're going to fly out. Yeah, and it's specifically the furthest blue debuff player, too, which is why I mentioned earlier it's important that the tanks have different colors here. Or at least that one of the tanks has blue. Otherwise, you're just fucked. Yeah. Yeah, the reason why we would send deep blue way out into the fire was because we weren't super sure yet on how we wanted to handle the cutback blaze and make this big safe spot. And we felt it was safer to take it away from the party than drag it over the party. Because if our tank was just a second late in noticing, oh, I need to go out, everybody gets smacked. Everybody goes into the wall. So, yeah. It's safer to just send the tank out and, you know, not drag it potentially over the party. You know what I mean? That's why we did that. That being said, you do lose a little bit of cleave here, but if you're a Dragoon, you can do some fancy target swapping for like Nastran and stuff. And then there's enough time afterwards to get this Starcross and Stardiver off if you wanted to. Rip Biff. First big mechanic done. Good job. Next is going to be this bullshit. Tower bullshit. I don't know what PF's doing for this, but again, I'm just going to explain how the mechanic works, and then you can do whatever you need to. I don't know who is going to be assigned as the tower guys for PF. Does anybody know what they're doing? This isn't a tank mechanic, surprisingly. It seems like it is, but it isn't. Healers? Yeah, that makes sense. That way they can stay in the middle and heal everybody. That's what I would do. Okay. So what's going to happen here is most likely healers are going to go into this tower, and then you get to go la 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 and do nothing for 2 minutes. Enjoy. You get to go in and la la la, literally do nothing.
It's on one. It's on blue.
So the idea here is that Red Hot Deep Blue are going to jump 2 corners. They're always going to be adjacent corners. I think it's either northwest northeast or southwest southeast on the wall. Not really sure. We didn't see it that many times. What they're going to do is they're going to randomly target one player, and you need to stretch that tether a certain amount of distance in order for it to not kill you. However, there's also some interactions that those dashes do to the bubble in the middle, the watery grave. You as a party will not be able to kill the watery grave just by yourselves without using the tethers in a clever way. So the fire tether, when it passes through the middle watery grave, it does a large chunk of damage to it. Big chunk. But it also makes everybody else take a little bit of raid-wide damage. That's fine. You can heal through it. You want to avoid hitting the watery grave with the water tether, though, from Deep Blue, because that will give it a vulnerability down, which will make it take less damage. You can hit it with like 1 or 2 maybe, but the idea is you don't want to hit it with the water one. You want to hit it with the fire one. It's easier to explain exactly how this works if we just see what happens, right? So here go the tethers. As you can see, Mr. Happy got the fire tether, I got the water tether. I'm immediately thinking I need to stretch this water tether far enough away so it doesn't kill me, and far enough away so I don't drag it over the middle, the watery grave ad here in the center. So I have 2 options. I have go to the wall out by 2 and B, or I have go to the wall out by C and 4 over here. The way that we were doing it was that we would drag it, we would cross the tethers, if that makes sense. We would drag it across the front of Red Hot to the opposite wall, and then we would just go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And then the red tether has it even easier. You would just drag it straight through the middle, and then straight through the middle again, and then straight through the middle, and then straight through the middle, and then straight through the middle. I'm exaggerating these lines, but it's literally going like this, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth on the same line. And it's up to the first water tether to drag it to the correct spot so that they can also do the same thing, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. When you do it like this, you need to remember you have to take this water tether out to the wall every single time don't ever try to greed back in towards the center, because if one person does that, the next person has to do that, and the next person else has to do that. And then pretty soon you're going to have deep blue ending near the middle of the room, and it's going to be impossible for somebody to stretch their tether, and then they're going to die because they can't stretch it far enough without crossing over the middle. Does that make sense? PF has a cute parallel strat for this. It's clean and easy. Great. That probably makes it really easy. What you guys need to understand is how the mechanic works functionally, so that if something goes wrong, or if somebody fucks up and doesn't know this easy strat that somebody obviously implemented, you need to know how to fix it or work around it, right? So we're going to explain it like this. Don't hit the middle with the water. Drag it all the way the fuck out to the wall. Hit the middle with the fire. And remember that whenever fire and water touch in this fight that our player dropped, it's going to drop a steam bubble, so you need to get away from the steam bubble too.
Back to 1.
And then it's simply a dance of every single time the tethers finish, you're checking your head to see if you get a tether. You can only get a maximum of 2 during this phase. But you should be ready for both tethers every single time they go out. If PF has a super easy strat for this, great. Do it. I want you guys to understand how this mechanic works, though. And exactly what you're looking out for. Stretching the tether. 2 minutes come up here. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that probably next week or the week after that, going forward, these 2s are probably going to get saved and not pressed during this phase. That being said, make sure you're on the same page as your party for what's happening here. I would probably save them here if I had to choose. So just do your rotation here. Build gauge. Don't worry about optimal, 2s usage or whatever. Just do whatever the PF decides to do, when you're in PF, obviously, or whatever your group decides to do, because the bubble will just die. Another thing to note, here's something that might not happen in the PF strats or whatever, but this fire tether you can see is being dragged over me because Shima's heading to the wall over here. If somebody's slow on this, they might still complete the tether properly, technically, but they might also drop it over where the fuck you're standing. So even if you don't get a tether, you need to pay attention and make sure that a tether isn't being dragged over you, because they're kind of big. So you can see here, I was a little nervous, so I took a tiny step back out of max melee range because I wasn't sure if Shima made it in time. This is something that you need to be absolutely sure you're following. Because if I was standing right here where I just was, I would have died because Shima was slow. That's fine. I'm paying attention. I'm making sure a tether isn't being dragged over me so I die. That will one-shot you. You will just die.
Back to 2B. Make it work.
I was being safe, and even when I'm sure somebody was in the right spot, I was backing up every single time no matter what. You can see I'm out of max melee range here. I was just being extra sure I would never get hit.
Back.
Yeah.
And as you can see, like, that's what happens when you hit it with a water tether. You can hit it with one water tether and it's still probably fine. I don't know if it'll still be fine if you hold your 2s. So, don't be that guy that's like, oh, Whoops told me I can hit it once and it'll be fine. Just don't hit it. And then you won't even have to worry about if it's fine or not. Okay?
Fire. Get back.
Is that my fault?
There we go.
We're good. Don't worry.
Dodge orb.
Diver's there. Does anybody have questions on that mechanic? If at any point you have questions about something we're talking about, feel free to stop me. We did a caster LB here. I'm not sure if that's going to be the norm.
Focus
Well,
on living here.
B.
What do you use to draw? It's called Share X.
Group 1 to B.
Next big mechanic. I don't know what PF is going to land on for this. It's probably going to be some fuck shit. This mechanic is weird and it's hard. But I'm going to explain what happens, and I'm not going to explain exactly how to resolve it, because somebody's going to come up with some crackhead ass way to do this, okay?
Focus on living here.
Here's what's going to happen. Deep Blue is going to cast 6 Swell, and he's going to choose one of the walls, east or west, to turn into that knockback wall for way later. Red Hot's going to jump to the Cardinal, and he's going to start targeting the middle, and he's going to split the room in 2. And you're going to split one group onto one side and one group onto the other side, 4 and 4. Or, I don't know, maybe PF might do like 6 and 2 or something like that. You know, like, just keep that in mind, okay? So he's going to split the arena. You're probably going to end up splitting players here. I'm purposely being vague on strategy here because this is probably going to change and somebody's going to come up with something crazy. There's plenty of ways to do this, and all of them are fucking crazy. So, here's what happens next. Red Hot starts casting Alley-Oop Inferno. That's going to target all 8 players in the arena with a personal fire spread. Don't drop them on top of each other. Drop them in the corners. You want to leave yourself as much room as possible for later. So we had everybody go out to the corners and the walls, drop their puddles. And then what's going to happen is that Deep Blue is going to jump to one of the safe sides. He's going to jump either here or here. In this example, he jumped over here on the far side from me. So the only boss I can hit is Red Hot because he's the only one within range, right? Can't cross over this fire line because it gives you the fire debuff, which does big dot ticks. I'm not going to lie. There's strategies here where you mitt certain players and they walk across the line anyways. There's strategies that I've seen where you tank LB and everybody gets to the same side. The reason why this mechanic is so rough is because Deep Blue jumps to one of the sides and then he starts doing an alley-oop. And if you remember right, he can either do reverse or he can do the normal one, the double up. And if he does reverse, you know, these 4 players on this side of the room from my POV have to go here, 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 something like that, right? And then with the cones being as big as they are, by the time they get to this side, it's not easy to find exactly where you need to stand to not get hit. You know what I mean? Somebody's going to come up with exact markers or something for this to make this doable for PF, but just keep in mind that if you're on the far side for this, you're going to have a really fucking hard time dodging this. Straight up. So here's what we would do. There's absolutely ways to dodge the double up pretty easily. You can see how I do it here. What we were doing was we would send one player to the corner, the other player to the other corner over there, like as far as they can go, and then we would do like this. One player here, then one player here using Red Hot's hitbox. And that would generally give you enough room to jump between the 2 AoEs when it was double up. When it's reverse, because the boss rotates everything clockwise, it doesn't work the way you think it's going to. So he's going to cover a lot of the arena just because of the weird spacing here from being so far away from him. My recommendation to you, dear chatter, if you're on the far side and the boss does reverse, is good luck. Don't get hit by 2 things at once. If you see a spot that has one thing hitting it, go there. Take the damage down. Somebody will come up with a strategy for this, and they will most likely, 9 times out of 10, have exact marker positioning for this or something so that you don't get hit. But check this out. This is a double up. This is the not mean pattern. This is one that you can dodge pretty easily, right? So watch this. So we go to our assigned spots. As soon as it goes out, I'm looking, where's my safe spot? Oh, it's right here. And then I'm stepping there. I'm also, as I'm dodging, seeing that there's steam bubbles, so I know I'm going to have to step back soon. I also now see that I have a partner stack. This looks like a normal stack, but there's 4 of them. And since there's 8 players, it's a stack, right? Is what we can infer. We're going to drop this as far out as we can so that we have enough space for the 6 well afterwards. So we tuck them. I'm throwing piercing talons and I'm saying fuck any uptime here. We're taking it back to the middle. Continuing my burst. I hear middle is safe from Mr. Happy, so I don't even bother looking up. But you as the player, if you're playing by yourself, would have to look up at the wave and see where is safe.
Knockback.
And then I'm pretty sure here it's always light party stacks. So these 4 players are going to stack. These 4 players are going to stack. As you can see, middle is safe. We arm's length here because you can arm's length every single one of the waves.
Personals here will have.
Because the wave just hit all this fire on the floor, don't forget there's also going to be steam bubbles you need to dodge. And then there's a raid wipe afterwards. Pray that you get double up here and you don't get reverse. Otherwise, people are going to get damage downs and people are going to die. That pair stack's going to go fucking crazy. And then the light party stacks are going to be under 4 people. And then... You see what I mean? This mechanic's a little fucked up. Especially if you get reverse. If it's double up, it's a little more doable, in my opinion. There's probably a strategy for this in the party finder. It's a 50-50 between normal and hell. Yeah, kinda. Both are not easy. One of them is way harder than the other. Reverse is way harder. And that's basically it. I know I didn't explain the strategy a whole lot there because I don't exactly know what PF's doing there yet or what they're going to do. As long as you guys understand all the different moving parts for that, you should be able to adapt to whatever your group's doing, is the idea.
Good job.
We did that very well. No damage downs, no deaths. Good job, team. All right, next up.
Under your boss.
They're going to do Insane Air again. But it's going to be a little different this time.
Follow your boss.
So what's going to happen here is that on that water snaking and fire snaking, everybody is going to get one of 2 debuffs. You're going to get this blue one or you're going to get this orange one. You can see them on the party list right now. You want to go to the boss that has the same color as your debuff at the start. And the idea here is that you need to cleanse this debuff off of yourself by the end of the mechanic, but you only do that 1 player at a time for each color. And the reason is, if I'm the water debuff and I get hit by a fire mechanic from Red Hot, that's going to cleanse my debuff, but it's also going to make a massive half of the room sized explosion that's going to hit everybody on it and give them a magic vuln. Everybody can take 1 of those at a time. That big explosion that happens when you get cleansed. You can't take 2 at a time. Otherwise, it's going to kill you because it's 2 magic vulns. So the idea is that each group of water and fire players are going to swap 1 player at a time to the other side, just like the earlier Insane Air, but you're going to be swapping a player each time. I'm not exactly sure what order PF is going to do, but what we did is that we went healer, DPS 1, DPS 2 was the order that we would switch in between each one of the boss jumps and mechanics. And then the tanks would just swap whenever it was a tank buster, because that's the only one they can guarantee they get hit on. So I'll just explain this as we go on. I'm water. The bosses jump to opposite corners. You go to whatever boss you have the same color of. We can see that it's stack, and on this one specifically, whenever it's stack on one side, it's stack on the other side too. So we would send the healer across first. So while Shima is technically a water debuff, she went to the water guy first, right? Since it's healer swap, she now goes over to the fire side, and Biff comes over to the water side. You can see Biff has fire, Shima has water. They swap to the opposite color boss, and you'll see what happens here. We're going to do the stack just like normal.
We can potion now.
You can see that Shima and Biff lost their debuffs. They've successfully cleansed. Great, thumbs up. Now they're going to fucking blow up because of that. And give everybody that was in the AoE, this huge AoE, a magic vuln. Here's the AoE, ready? It's massive. And that's why you swap 1 person at a time, because you will guaranteed hit everybody on your side with it whenever you cleanse. But the magic vuln's very short. It's like 3 seconds, so there's enough time between each boss jump to explode 1 person at a time. Because there's 4 boss jumps, you know, everybody just takes a turn cleansing. You swap at predicted intervals, and then everybody's fine. So the next one is a spread. So the other side is also spread. This is when DPS 1 swaps.
DPS 1
That's me.
swap.
So you can see Jitter came over here. It's his turn to swap, and I'm going to go over there to swap. I hit a really weird wing glide in the middle of that, but as you can see, still made it. It's a little scary, but we made it. All right, the explosion goes off. I'm cleansed. There's only 2 more cleanses to go. In total, there's 4 players, but 2 swaps. This is the tank mechanic here, tank buster. So this is when the tanks are going to swap. This is the only one they can guarantee that only they get hit by, so that's why they swap on the tank one.
Watch the head.
Nausea and Rab swap. Be very careful about standing in the middle of the room during this. If the bosses are close to each other, or if they're like here and here, for example, those explosions are probably going to overlap in Venn diagram at some point, meaning you need to be far away from the other boss so you don't get hit by 2 of the cleanse explosions. See how big they are?
DPS 2 swap.
Look at these endpoints. Blue is jumping here, red is jumping here. Those are really close. This is one that's going to trip up a lot of people because the mechanic goes off, the debuff goes away, and then you explode. It's not all instantaneous. So what people are going to do is they're going to be greedy. They're going to take this hit, and then they're going to try to go to the other boss. Or get to a position where they can hit both. And then they're going to get hit by both explosions too. So if you're over here taking your cleanse, or if you're just in the party while the cleanse is happening, you need to make sure that you don't get hit by 2 explosions at the end of this. Because they are very close. See how they overlap there? This is no man's land. This is you die. Don't be there.
Alright, raid wide.
Also make sure if you're ever baiting red hot during insane air, you're leaving enough room behind you for whenever the boss eventually, because water started here, deep blue started here, then he went here, then he went here, then he goes over here where red started. And you don't want to have a bunch of fucking fire on the floor so water can't do their debuffs.
Good job.
Something to keep in mind. One more major mechanic left, and it's actually a pretty easy one. It's just a combination of what you already know. It's home free from here.
Box spots. Box spots. Use
Deep
any
blue
of
is going to do an alley-oop here, and so is red hot at the same time. So he's going to do double dip,
This is flamethrower.
You're moving.
and then alley-oop inferno is going to go off slightly after. They're staggered, so they're not exactly at the same time. Keep that in mind. Everybody's going to drop a fire AoE while they're also doing Deep Blue's clock spots mechanic. This is double up, so we're going to have to move. If it were reverse, we would stay into the same line as we are. That's the tricky part, because you're also dropping a fire AoE.
You are moving.
So we move.
Move.
Drop the fire AoE. Don't gap close in here. You hear me? What happens if you gap close in here?
Move.
It hasn't dropped on me yet. Do not gap close in, because if you do, you're going to drop one of these big-ass fire AoEs under the spot everybody's trying to, you know, get to. So drop it way out first, then go in.
Deep blue is at A. Get far from.
And they get all the steam explosions because they get hit by both. Next thing that's happening is just a group stack, a multi-hit. We would just go from north to south. And in the middle of that, there's a tank buster with proximity. Just keep that in mind. Deep impact and pyro rotation go off at the same time. One of the tanks needs to go furthest away from deep blue. Do not be furthest away from deep blue unless you're a tank taking this buster. 1, 2, 3.
2 raid wide.
Then it's literally home free from here. It's just raid wides and dead.
Giga dead, by the way. We're good.
And we smashed the fuck out of this check while not having, you know, the best rotation possible, the best mathematical rotations possible. You can see how fast we killed this boss when I was just doing the safe rotation the entire time. I had like 10 piercing talons this pool.
I said it earlier. Just don't care
I
if
hate
you
that
win.
that's true, by the way.
Oh, they're super.
We made it.
That's not even the last raid
That's
wide.
fucking true, by the way. Reverse is just stupid.
Yay! Good job.
So wait, what happened?
Play safe and you will win.
Wait, what happened?
All right, and that's M10S. Does chat have any questions about that fight before we move on to maybe hot take, my favorite fight of the tier, which was 11? Piercing Talon Gaming. Which is your favorite brother? Red Hot. Do you think they refer to their jobs as bro jobs? Oh, yeah. Yes, boss.
We didn't get reverse a single time.
I told you.
This is after we woke up and I was like, hey, guys, if we just don't get reversed today, we win, by the way. And then I think it was Biff was like, there's no way that happens. And then it fucking
We'll
happened.
think about it all night. We'll watch through it all day yesterday, and then we just won't get it
enough
today.
rolls to that point, and we'll just like.
I don't
So
need anything.
stupid.
I go.
Need to...
All right. 11 time. If you have any questions about 10, feel free to ask. Yes, I have a question. Can you explain it from the top? I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, sure, man. So anyways, all right. Here's M11S. I really like this fight, and it's okay if you like this fight too. Really annoying people on Twitter will hear one person from a week 1 group say this fight sucks because XYZ, and then everyone will go, that is my opinion from now on. And then they'll just regurgitate that shit because they want to fit in. This is a good fight, in my opinion. It's okay if you don't like it. But you shouldn't feel bad if you like this fight, is all I'm saying. It's good. Yeah, I saw people calling this a chat GPT fight, an AI slop fight, and I just literally have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. That's the kind of thing that one person says, and then everyone's like, yup, I agree. I like could not for the life of you tell me why they think that. It's a really fun fight. Anyways, here comes M11S. It's a fun one. And it's specifically fun for melees. And just like the other fights, we're going to go over what I was thinking as a melee player, what the mechanics do, not necessarily how to do them, and then just general thoughts and stuff. And if you have any questions at any point regarding any of the jobs or roles or melee or ranged or whatever the hell about this fight, feel free to ask. This is the time to do it.
I did hit for like 410k.
What do you think the difficulty rankings for this tier is? I mean, it's a subjective answer. I think the hardest one is 12 phase 2. That's the hardest. And then after that, honestly, 10, and then 11, and then 12 phase 1, and then 9. 12 phase 1 is actually really easy when you have the right strats. It's actually super easy. But it might be different depending on what role you're playing and your experience with the game. So just keep that in mind.
That were me.
I do too, but I know better at this point.
Whoops, I muted.
Grand champion!
Yeah. So basically,
Here we go.
this firewall
Big raid wides.
space. When I'm like second in aggro for most of it, I'm like, oh, I'm
Raw steel trophy.
I forget about it.
There are 2 raw steel trophies in the fight. There's one where he brings out a scythe, and there's one where he brings out an axe. This whole fight, not all of it, but 70% of it or so, is just about identifying which weapon he has summoned, either on the floor or in his hand, and then doing the appropriate positioning in order to not die. That's the idea. So when he does raw steel trophy as the cast bar and he brings out a scythe, that means he's going to do a tank buster cleave at each tank, and he's also going to target one person for a stack. So 2 tanks and then 6 players need to get together.
Increase that.
You'll see that now. That can also be an axe instead of a scythe, and if it were an axe instead of a scythe, it is the tank stack for a buster, and then he'll hit second in aggro, with a big circle AoE, that is a tank buster, and then everyone else spreads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, wherever. They're pretty big, so spread out, give the melees room. But if it's Scythe, it's just this 3-point mechanic, you know? Party stacks wherever, 6 players here, and then tank, and then tank. If this were Axe instead, it would be both of the tanks here, and then everyone else spread. Obviously exaggerated, but it's the general idea for the raw steel trophy crest. Next is going to be his good old bread and butter attack, where he's going to summon trophy weapons. He's going to pull these out on the arena, and he's going to cast Assault Evolved, and he's going to jump from weapon to weapon to weapon, to potentially to weapon to weapon to weapon to weapon. And depending on which one he jumps to, not the cast bar, which actual physical weapon he jumps to is the attack that he'll perform when he gets there.
Protean.
So when he jumps to a Scythe, he's going to do a Protean, is what we called it. He's going to do a big circle attack where he leaves the underside of his hitbox safe, and then he's going to shoot a conal line AoE at each player, all 8 players. So we need to be under the boss and spread out in a clock fashion. You can pre-position early if you're arranged. I would highly recommend you prioritize getting to the correct spot over doing damage. As you can see. Then he's going to jump to the next weapon. An Axe, in particular, is going to be... how do I draw an axe? Is going to be a stack. So he's going to do a large circle AoE around the axe, and then he's going to pick one person to do a big stack circle on. I'm pretty sure PF is just going to have everybody in the middle, just like we were doing. If you're ranged, this is really easy. You just go to the middle of the room. If this is melee, this is a little tougher because you're going to want to hit him here, maybe get another hit in here, and then go to the stack. Protean was the one thing I was trying to grasp, new to Savage stuff. Yeah, that's fine. I understand it's tough to hear people who have been playing this game for years and years and years explain mechanics, because instead of explaining like physically what they are, they'll just relate it to a mechanic that they knew from 6 years ago. And you might not know what that is. The reason it's called Protean is because that was one of the first iterations of that type of attack way back in Heavensward. So it's a little rough, but if you ever have any kind of questions on that, let me know, because yeah, if I just say Dynamo and Chariot to a new player, they're gonna go, what the fuck are you talking about? Defamation, what the fuck are you talking about? Exactly, right? It makes sense to people who've been playing for a really long time, but it doesn't make sense to people who are new to the game. So if there's any key words like that you ever have questions about what they mean, ask. You can ask me or whoever's in your group, and then, you know, we'll explain it a little better. I try to not explain things like that, especially when I'm doing stuff like this, but sometimes it slips. So just ask if you ever have questions. It's okay. So he's going to do a Chariot, and then he's going to do a stack on one of the players. I would highly recommend, while you're getting comfortable with this fight, there are moments you can see where like Rab was getting a GCD here and then moving out as the AoE appears. I would highly recommend that you stay close to your ranged GCD to find it a little more safe. If you ever doubt yourself when trying to get uptime in a situation like this, it is 9 times out of 10 a better option to just press your ranged GCD and be in the correct spot. Once you get really, really, really comfortable though, that's when you can start trying to squeeze out a little bit more DPS by grabbing those GCDs.
Split.
Depending on the exact second I would start attacking the boss during a pull, would determine the rest of the fight on whether or not I needed to attack the boss after the attack or before the attack. And because of that, a lot of the time I just leaned heavy on my piercing talents so that I would never get hit, you know, because dying or getting a damage down is way worse than just throwing a piercing talent. The next attack that he can do is with a sword. I'm not really looking at it, but you can see it's just like a big sword in the ground. Big old sword. Not a scythe, not an axe, it's a sword. And we would use what we would call the flat of the blade to determine the spots that were going to be safe or not. You can kind of see it up there right now, like this. That's the flat of the blade. You know how a blade has a flat side and then it has a sharp side? We would use the flat of the blade. So we would know that the boss is going to jump to the flat of the blade, and then it was going to make a big cross AoE like so. So using the flat of the blade, I could eyeball that my safe spot was probably going to be somewhere around here. Group 1's safe spot was probably going to be somewhere around there. We would simply just send Group 1 to the left looking at the blade, and then Group 2 to the right looking at the blade. So I would recommend that you look for the flat of the blade, remember what side you're on, and then go there. The crazy option for me here would have been to go to the boss, keep hitting him, and then back up into the safe spot as the telegraph appears. But my GCD was timed in a way to where it would have been a little risky, so I'm going to hit him after the hit. So let's watch that all back to back without being interrupted. Mr. Whoops, how do you know which weapon he will jump to next? I'm going to be real with you. I think it's clockwise, but I would just listen to Mr. Happy. You can say it's always clockwise, but then sometimes it isn't later on in the fight. So I wouldn't stick with that rule. A lot of first-time chatters popping out of the woodwork to be like, actually, but it's not always true. You need to watch the spawns, and then it'll kind of just make sense as you see them spawn. Is the best way I can put it. Using the lines from all the weapons.
Split.
Absolute brutality. The champion's power is unmatched.
And then he'll just do a couple of auto attacks here. Trophy weapons again. Saying the first one is always clockwise is nice, but just pointlessly delays having to actually answer the question. Exactly. Next thing here, he's going to do Void Stardust after he summons some weapons. Void Stardust is going to drop circle AoEs underneath everybody's feet 3 times, 4 times? I don't remember. Just keep moving until they disappear. What we did was we just had everybody stack up south and then move clockwise out of them. 1, 2, 3, and then they're done. And then right here, the boss can choose to either do a stack, which is an 8-man stack, ideally, or spread, which is going to be an 8-man spread. If you're ranged, go the fuck away. If you're melee, go to a safe spot and pray that there isn't another melee on top of you.
It's going to Protean. It's on the other side.
Stack goes off, and then we go do the Protean. We're underneath the boss, and we're spread out.
Split.
He's going to the sword next. So we're splitting up. I almost got hit by that shit. Grab did. Stack from the axe.
Good luck melee.
Good luck melee was the call there because we would get these circle AoEs under our feet again, and then we would have to spread afterwards. I would highly recommend that after this third weapon on this one.
I'll be close to you guys.
Split.
Let's just get there again. After this third one, whatever it is, Protean, split, stack, all the melees or people who want to dodge around the boss, maybe for like red mages or whatever, excuse me, would get to the boss's butt. Get to his butt. And if you're not going to dodge close to the boss, go the fuck away. Get out of here.
Good luck melee.
Then we move together clockwise. 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to have an 8-man spread. Everybody has a spread. What we were doing is we would just have one tank here, a melee here, a melee here, and a tank here. True north is what we would do. Question, as the melee here, you have the safe option with lower DPS or the high risk option with better DPS. Did I get that right? Yeah. And you should almost never take the high risk option. You should always be playing safe. Every single fight you ever do in this game, you should always be playing safe until you get to enrage. If the boss is at 10% HP and all of you didn't die and didn't get any damage downs, that's when you start optimizing. The first step is to check, are you doing your rotation correctly? If no, do it correctly. See if you get to enrage again. Still getting to enrage? All right. Do your rotation correctly, but this time, be a little more greedy. Get to enrage again? You probably shouldn't have. That means you're probably doing your rotation wrong, but then maybe another option would be to potentially, maybe, switch to a better DPS roster. This is like such edge niche cases that this should never happen to you. But you know what? I'm not even going to say that. You know what? Like, if you're not dying, if you're not getting DPS downs, and all of you are playing generally pretty safe, the boss should die. If you're not doing that, it's either week 1 and you just aren't a giga pumper, which is fine. You're not a sweaty fucking nerd. Get more tome gear later is what I would realistically tell you. Otherwise, get good. Yeah. That's all I have to say on that. Even this fight right here with 4 weeks of tomes, I think the average group could clear this if they just all played safe, didn't get damage downs, and didn't die. That's really it.
Spread. This is spread.
You're up.
Crown of Arcadia is just a raid wide.
The shit I just shut, dude.
2 minutes. Dance of Domination Trophy. This is a hard-hitting, physical, multi-hit raid wide. Very, very, very good spot for a feint if you are a melee. Also, very, very good spot for things like Shake, Veil, Panheima, 10% mitts, stuff like that. You want a lot of mitigation on this one. It's not just a single-hitting large raid wide. This is something that you want as much mid on as you can get without, you know, obviously sending everything that your group has.
Range.
I throw in my feint there right towards the end, and then he goes bam, 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 and he hits a bazillion times. At the end of this raid wide, he is going to create 4 safe spots on the arena. You're going to split into groups, ideally of melees with tanks and ranged with healers. Dismantle's probably a good one there too, yeah. Obviously, just work with your group to figure out enough mitt, but not too much mitt. Because if you throw too much mitt at that, then you're not going to have mitt for things later. That's the general idea. I'm just going to get to the AoE on the floor so you can see it. As you can see, there's lots of lines on the floor, and I'm going to draw over them with red so you can see exactly where they're at. So here's 1. Here's 2. Here's 3. There's 4 up there. There's 5 coming down here, and there's 6 on the left side there. So what's going to happen is all of these lines in a few seconds are going to expand, and they're going to get big. So you need to send the 4 pairs stacks here separately to the 4 different safe spots that the boss has given you. And you might be able to look now at the red lines exactly where they're at. Where are the biggest safe spots right now? That's right. Just about here. Just about here. And then at the wall over there. Can't really see it because of this thing here, but it's like up there. Pretty self-explanatory. Send the melees close to the boss so they can keep hitting it, and send the ranged far away from the boss so they can handle the mechanic but also be ranged. You know what I mean? Does the animation for the slash domination before the lines appear show pattern, or is it just random? It's just random. So if you're arranged, I would recommend you stand underneath the boss and get ready to look. What I would look for, personally, if I was the ranged, I would stand under the boss, and then you notice how the outside has 3 completed lines of a square? One cardinal direction is not going to have a line there. That's your safe side. See over here where I'm moving my cursor? There is no box line there on the cardinal where these red lines are. That's the safe side every time. And then for the melees, what I would be looking for is, I was group 2 and I knew that my safe spot was always either C or B. I had it even easier. I would stand between the two, and then I would see which one had a line through it. B had a line through it, so I'm going to C. That's it. That's literally it. Ranged go out. Me and my melee buddy meet here. Let's get a good look for how big these get on the floor, so you can get an idea. Oops. That's how big they get. So, still max melee range. I would just get to the cardinal if you're a melee and get to max melee range. And then if you're ranged, I would just, you know, I'm not exactly sure any tricks for that, but I would just get way out. I would probably go as close to the wall as I can, in the middle of the safe spot between all the white lines, and not get hit.
So they spread.
All right, Raw Steel trophy. He's going to bring out the Raw Steel trophy that he did not do earlier, so it's always going to be the opposite. So because he started the fight with Scythe, and now he brings out Axe. You don't have to remember, you just have to be able to look and see what he's got. But if you can remember, you can know that this is always going to be the opposite of the first one. Vivu, welcome back. This is Spread. He hits second in aggro here with a targeted AoE buster. You kind of see how big that is. And then he targets everyone else with his Spread AoE. They're pretty big, so make sure you spread out. If you're ranged, go the hell away. Carib Dystopia. He is going to turn the arena green, and he's going to bring everybody to 1 HP, and there's going to be lots of whimdy stuff happening here. This is when the weapon that's next, air quotes, rule changes from being always clockwise to whichever one spawns next. So just keep that in mind. I have a question about M11S. It's really hard for me to get from sword to scythe on H1 on Astrologer, sometimes even with sprinting. I don't have enough time. Maybe you have some advice. I know what you mean. I definitely know what you mean. It really is just pop sprint and get used to the timings, and you can make it. You really can. It's tough, and if you need to drop a cast there, you drop a cast there, and you just get to your spot. If you're really, really, really struggling, you can ask one of the closer players to swap spots with you, maybe. But I will tell you with full confidence from somebody who just progged through this and was... We were also having that problem with our healers initially, but the more pulls they got to it and the more comfortable they got with that movement, the easier it got. You can make it. You can absolutely make it with sprint. You can make it without sprint. It's very tight. You just got to get used to the timing, and you can make it. And if you're really, really struggling still, that means you're moving too late. You're trying to get a cast that you shouldn't. Or you have like really bad ping or something. There isn't no like secret like magic, I guess. It's just move quicker, get more used to it. And if you really need to, ask somebody to swap with you for a further position. I wouldn't recommend doing that though, because that throws other people off. Okay. How many times do they do it in the fight? What, that movement? Anywhere from like 1 to 3 times, probably. Carib Dystopia. Everyone gets dropped to 1 HP. We just macrocosmoed that. The mechanic. A few times, but what they're specifically talking about is a pattern to where you... So, like, if a sword spawns, like here, for example... and this chatter that just came in says they need to go here for the stack, and then their next spread position is way the fuck up in this corner in the top right of the hitbox, this is a big movement in between those two things. That's what they're talking about. We initially tried to solve that by doing something instead to where we would fit both groups into one side of the sword, which is another strategy you could do if your group's struggling. This lets this group go from here to here at the start, so they have a shorter movement to get into their spread position. We tried doing that. It was a lot more thinking, and I'm gonna be real. At the end of the day, the real solution was just move faster. Just get more used to the timing, get more comfortable with the snapshots, and then move into position, and you'll make it just fine. I wish I had better advice of that. I wish there was a bigger secret, but there kind of just really isn't. Back to Carib Dystopia, though. What he's going to do is he's going to spawn weapons like this, not all at once, and you're going to watch the order that they spawn in and then do them just like earlier. They are going to be in slightly different positions than they were earlier, though, so you got to watch out for that. Assault Apex. This is Protean, and you can see right here the second one is spawning. So we're going to be moving there later.
Split.
We're doing the split now.
Stack. Danger stack.
The reason he's saying danger stack there is because this is kind of close to the middle. It's kind of going to overlap the middle with this. So we need to make sure that we're not just like AFKing in the middle and getting hit by this. You can see it's kind of big. This is actually the exact example that chatter was just talking about. So you can kind of watch the timing on this and see exactly how our healers did it. So the sword's going to hit like this. One group is going to be all the way out here taking their party stack. And then one of them is going to have to run all the way over here as a caster. And I think in this example, it's going to be Biff. So watch our Astrologian. He's right here. He's got a big movement to make after this split. But he makes it.
Protean far run for group 1.
Here he comes. You can see he actually made it there and had a little bit of a time to readjust too.
Protean far run for group 1.
And his expedience actually just ran off too. So he's doing this with his own sprint. It's rough, but there's proof in the pudding right there. You got plenty of time to make it. You just need to have a little bit of foresight. So let's watch it again. Completely uninterrupted.
Protean.
Just watch the Astro. Biff's moving pretty well here. He's just looking ahead, thinking about where he needs to go.
Stack. Danger stack.
Dropping casts when he needs to. Probably utilizing his light speed here.
Protean far run for group 1.
Barely makes it to the group 1. Pops his own personal sprint. Makes it there.
Stack.
And then stacking.
Respect your neighbors.
So realistically, person who came in and asked that, that's what you do right there. Save your personal sprint for when it gets scary. Maybe ask your scholar if you have one to give you an expedience for the first half of it. And then just have a little bit of active foresight and make sure you get to the right position in time. And then what happens here at the end of this, you might have noticed, there's tornadoes now. The final 4 weapons in this phase will leave behind tornadoes. If you step into this tornado while it's here, it'll knock you back a little bit, probably like that far, and give you a damage down. Don't stand in it. That's just the simple way. And then after he does the final one, what's going to happen is each tornado is going to pick the 2 closest players and give them gigantic, big, conal AoEs. So what we did was we just send everybody kind of out towards the back of the arena. As you can see, I just got really comfortable with the timing for mine. They're very big, so you want to point them out and away and not hit people to the left and right of you. Bait them out. 2 players at each tornado.
Just got a haircut.
Blah, blah, blah. One and only is a big raid wide.
Gotta look fresh as fuck for the next fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. PF loves greeting those and killing others. You need to just play safe. Throw piercing talon. Get to your spot early. You are not going to gold parse this fucking fight. You're not going to pink parse this fucking fight. You are going to clear the fight, and that's all you're going to care about. Okay? You are going to win, and you are going to get totem, and you're going to get loot. And you're not going to greed and cause people to wipe. You're going to get to the right spot and do the mechanic right. Every single time. Every time. Great Wall of Fire is a tank buster.
Crab's getting pounded.
He is going to send out a large line AoE, which, as you can see, goes all the way back into his hitbox. So don't be here as a melee. Be on the side or at least at the back, you know. And then he's going to shoot a second one. As you can see, he's also getting a fire vuln. So you can't take 2 of those with Mitt. It will kill you. Bye.
I'll be back.
Have fun.
Love you.
Love you too. V's leaving. How do I kindly tell my other PF healer to heal better as a regen healer? You don't. You leave and you let them rot in fucking no clear city. That's the real answer. I'm not kidding.
Colon 3.
You don't be rude. You don't tell them to play differently. You leave and you find a party that respects your time. That's what you do. Deadass. Will this VOD be uploaded to YouTube? Maybe to the VOD channel, not the main channel. We'll see. If it's somebody that you're in a static with, you try talking to them about it. And then if they don't fix it, you find another static. Because you will not have your time wasted by people that don't want to play the game properly, I guess, is the way you can put it. It's nothing personal. It's just a waste of your time. You're a grown-ass adult setting aside time to play a video game with other people, and if they're not going to play it right so that you can do what you want to do, clear the fight, then you leave. Nothing personal. Just if they don't want to play right, then you don't want to play with them. That's it. And that's not for, like, subjective takes. That's for, like, objective takes. So, like, if somebody's clearly just not healing enough and you're just dying to raid wides and they won't fix it, that's objectively a bad thing. If somebody's playing a job that you don't necessarily like for whatever reason, that's not really a reason to leave or get pissy about it, you know? I could go on and on about this kind of decision to make when staying in a group or a PF or whatever, but generally, the golden rule is respect your time and respect other people's time. And as long as you can do that, and all of your decisions fall under those 2 hoods, then you're good. That's it. Back to this buster, though. We just had Rab invuln. You can swap this with Big Mitt, or you can just invuln both hits.
Awesome.
Alright, Orbital Omen. I'm hearing a surprising amount of people saying that this is hard. Maybe it's because of the strats they're doing or whatever, but I'm going to explain how this mechanic works, and then I'm going to... I'm not really doing this a whole lot for like strategy explanation this tier, but I am going to explain what we did because maybe it'll help. I'm not saying you should make all of your groups do this, but I'm saying it worked very much for us. And it's kind of following along the same ideology we had for the other fights, which is play safe, don't die, don't get damage downs, and you win. So, Orbital Omen, what's going to happen? He's going to spawn portals along the north wall and along the east wall every time. And he's going to summon 1 on each wall at the same time, and he's going to do 4 sets. So the call that I would make here is intersection. Look for the intersection. We were going to look for the first intersection of the portals that spawn.
Section.
Boom. They're out. Portals here. Portals here. A laser is going to come out of each one of these in the order that they spawn in. I know right away, because of how we had our markers set up, because we spent the time to do this, that these lasers are going to go right on the sides of this 3 marker. That's the first step that you need to identify. The next step is the tank needs to turn the boss so that his flank, his left or right flank, is facing towards that first intersection. This is going to get hit. And then pretty soon the boss is going to cast an ability that's going to make him do a gigantic conal cleave on his north and south of his hitbox. So if you point his east or his west, his flanks, towards the place where your whole party is going to dodge, you'll dodge everything. So as we play this out, you'll see I call out 3 is the safe spot. 3 is the safe spot. Rab is going to move from here to here. He's going to point the sides of his hitbox towards where we're all dodging. And we're going to do a 2-to-1, a 4-to-1, a 3-to-1, whatever it is. We're dodging into the first spot hit, the first intersection.
3.
It doesn't matter if it's a 2-to-1. It doesn't matter if this spot is about to get hit. We figured it out, like, on the cast bar for this Fire and Fury he's about to cast. As the moment that cast bar finishes, if you step into the safe spot, you'll be fine. That's the strat that we did.
Slow.
I called out slow because there wasn't a portal spawning here next. It's on the way, but it won't be the second one to hit. His flank is facing the spot where we're dodging, more or less. And here's what we do. I'm watching this Fire and Fury cast bar. The moment it finishes, I'm stepping from right here to right here. That's the only movement I have to make. Oh, but whoops, you're a melee. You're going to miss a GCD. I don't give a fuck. I'm pressing this last one, and I'm going. If it was a fast pattern. For this one, I just did an elusive jump and pressed Enhanced Piercing Talon. Because I had that much time. Boom.
Will be in that.
That's the strat we did, and that's how the mechanic works. I've heard that a lot of people are always trying to dodge from a middle square to a middle square. Or wherever the fuck, and doing some fuck shit, and, like, reading the walls, and... Good luck if your PF is doing that. That's all I'll say. I'm always going to dodge into the first intersection. Every time. Because it's super easy.
Slow.
And if you get hit by the Fire and Fury, by the way, it's not the end of the world. It's a damage down. It sucks, but, like, you'll probably still be fine. That shit is so ping related, so yeah, good luck. We have a caster literally from Europe who did it just fine every single time. Didn't complain a single time.
No rush.
No problem. So if you can't do it, get better.
Be in next.
Meteor Rain is the next mechanic. Here's what's going to happen. This is a big mechanic. This has lots of moving parts. I'm not sure how PF is going to do this, but I'll explain what happens so you know the general idea. So the thing about this is that the boss is going to pick 2 players at a time to get a head marker, and those head markers will drop meteors on them, physical rocks on the ground that can be used for different things. By the end of the mechanic, the boss is going to cast a triple Tyrnilration wave, or whatever it's called. You need to stand behind meteors, but every time a meteor gets hit, it goes away. So the idea is somewhere on the arena, you need to build 3 meteors in a line, one behind another, so that you can survive the attack at the end. But you're going to have a lot more meteors than just those 3. So you're going to use the other meteors to take extra damage in front of stacks that he's going to do throughout the mechanic while he's dropping the other meteors. Now that sounds like a lot, but the idea is that you're dropping meteors in a fashion so that you have a safe spot for later and you have a safe spot for all of the stacks that are going off in the middle of it. And throughout the whole rest of the mechanic, in between just standing behind meteors and dropping meteors, the tanks are taking tethers from portals that spawn on the north, west, east, and south. 2 at a time. And they're making sure that those tethers don't connect with any of the meteors and blow them up because you need them. That being said, ooh, I think I turned on captions. The meteors will always spawn on the players that are closest under the boss, the head markers. So the order that we did it was we just had the healers go in first, we had the ranged go in next, and then we had the melees go in. And that's all 6 of the meteors that he gives you. We built our safe line on the southeast line. We had 1 in melee range, we had 1 on the marker, and then we had 1 all the way out by the wall. There's the head markers for the meteors that will drop after the Fearsome Fireball cast. This stack is the stack that happens multiple times throughout the mechanics. All you need to know about the stack is that whoever is in front is going to take a lot of extra damage. It's not unlivable, but it's tank buster-esque amounts of damage. The idea is that on this first one, the tanks are still here, so they can be in the front to take that extra damage for you. For the remaining stacks, you're going to need to have a meteor in front of the stack to take the brunt of the damage and then get despawned. So we have the tanks here now. What's going to happen is we're going to have one of our healers drop it so that it can be for the safe line later. And we're going to have one of our healers drop it clockwise of us so that we can move there and take the next stack.
Impact.
Stack goes off. One meteor is dropped in our safe line for later. One meteor is dropped for the stack that's coming up right now. As soon as the stack goes off, the next group of meteor baiters go into the middle. For us, it was ranged. They go underneath the boss. Nobody else is underneath the boss. They're going to get the meteors. There's our 2 meteors. The rest of the party is now standing behind this meteor so that the stack does less damage to them. The meteor's taking the brunt of the damage for this next stack. At this point, the tanks need to split out and they need to find these portals that are spawning around the arena and have some kind of priority system to take both, because these portals are going to pick a meteor every single time they spawn, and the tanks need to intercept, grab the tether, and then take that by themselves for tank buster-ish damage. See, they would intercept this tether, they would take it somewhere else, and it doesn't do an AoE, it just does single target damage, this tether. And they just need to take it away. They can drop it right on top of somebody else, technically, and it won't deal damage because it's single target damage, but whatever. So this is the second stack going off. The ranged have now grabbed the next meteors dropping. One of them is going to drop it, again, clockwise of where we're currently at, and the other one's going to go to the line and drop it in the line for later. So let's go back a little bit and just watch this all play out.
Pot will be on meteor impact.
Stack goes off. Tanks take the front. One healer drops it in the line for later. One healer drops it for the stack coming up right now. The ranged grab the next baits. The tanks take the tethers. We take the stack behind the meteor. One ranged drops it for the stack right now coming up. And one range takes it to the line for later. Now the melees go under the boss and we do the exact same thing. I drop mine clockwise just because that was my job of where the current stack is. And then Jitter's going to drop his in the safe line for later. We've now used 3 meteors to mitigate stack damage, and we used 3 meteors to line up for later. All while the tanks are taking the tethers away and making sure the meteors don't blow up early. Getting heals and mit in between each one of these, and as you can notice, whenever one of these meteors gets hit by the stack or whatever, it's going to do this big telegraphed AoE after. Just don't be in it. Tanks take the tethers away. We take the stack. All right, that's all the meteor baits done. So now all we need to do is get behind the safe line that we created in the southeast of the arena. So everybody's going to slowly make our way over there. You can see they're all nicely lined up. 1, 2, and 3. He cast triple tyrannillation. That means he's going to send out 3 big giant waves of damage, which the meteors are going to protect us from. So we're going to go all the way to the back. He's going to destroy this one, then he's going to destroy this one, and then the one on the wall. For my melee friends, I would highly recommend you don't greed this out. And as soon as you get a good GCD, go all the way back. Send a couple piercing talons. And then once you hear this third wave go off, you'll hear the third boom. Right there. That's when you can gap close in. Why do you want to laser stack a meteor? Does it help soak damage? Yes, the first person in line for each one of those stacks is what we called a wild charge. It's an old rating term from an old mechanic. Where it is a stack from the boss or whatever it's coming from, but the first person in line takes extra damage, usually tank buster amounts. Since the tanks are busy during that phase, intercepting tethers, which are also doing tank buster damage, we're using the meteors that spawn to take that wild charge for us. Yeah, it's a person, air quotes. So let's watch it all back. From the very beginning. Healers in first, then ranged, then melees for taking the meteors. One group builds the line, one group makes the stacks. Well, makes the spots for the stacks. Tanks at this point are doing nothing but just grabbing tethers. How close can the meteors be to the boss? Very close. But you don't want to drop them too close to under the boss, because as you notice, especially for my bait here, it's kind of illustrated well.
Melee.
I need to get under the boss here to bait the next meteors coming out, and if the whole underneath of the boss is covered by the AoE from the meteor getting hit, I'm not going to have an easy time getting that. So drop it just outside the hitbox so that me and Jitter have, you know, at least this room to be under the boss to grab the baits. You don't have to be under the boss to get the baits, don't get me wrong. You just have to be closest to the boss. But we're doing it like this so that everybody in the team knows if you're inside the hitbox, you're getting the next meteor bait. If you're outside the hitbox, you will not get the next meteor bait. That's just a really simple visual way of confirming that the right people are in the right spots. In the hitbox, out of the hitbox. And if you cover the whole in of the hitbox, it's not going to be as easy. Starting over. Healers first.
Pop will be on meteor impact.
Ranged go in next. Everyone else goes to the stack. Tanks go to grab the tethers.
Melee.
Me and Jitter going under, grabbing the baits. Jitter's going to drop his in the line. I'm dropping mine in the next stack spot. Stepping out of the AoE, making sure I'm behind the meteor. Nice job done. And now we just get behind the meteors that we made. Yeah, Jitter's LBs are confident because we've done this fight for the last 10 hours or whatever the hell it was. We got lots of time to figure out exactly where we're doing things. It is not just like a spur of the moment decision. It's meticulous planning of being in here for way too long.
Group 1 dog.
All right, next is going to be what I think will be the toughest mechanic in this fight for most people, Flatliner. What the boss is going to do is he's going to split the arena in two, and then he's going to give everybody a bunch of tethers and baits and all that kind of stuff. There's a million different strats going around for this fight right now, this mechanic specifically, and some of them are abusing what I think is an exploit, so I'm not going to cover it too much, but I will mention it when we see it. As long as you understand what all the moving parts are for this fight and exactly my mindset when dodging stuff, you should be able to adjust to any of the mechanics that you see, or any of the strats that you see, rather. So here's what we do first. We split group 1 on the left side, group 2 on the right side. By the way, you can stand in the middle for during the Flatliner cast. I kept seeing people do that. Why? Like in the AoE? Why would you do that?
To buff. Play for safety.
What the hell?
On your safe spots.
Don't do that. Just stand here. Don't listen to my crackhead tank. Alright, so we're splitting group 1 left, group 2 right.
Group up for buffs.
Alright, this is when 2 minutes go out, so stack up for buffs. Make sure you're close to the boss so that your buffs reach the other side and the other side's buff reach you. Next thing that's going to happen is Majestic Meteor. I'm not really looking at it because I've seen it enough times, but what's happening here is that there's more portals spawning on the outside of the arena. I should have an image for this somewhere. I can pull up the Miro board, actually. That'll be an easier way to show it visually.
Thanks for the gifts.
Okay, where is it? Here we go. Maybe I can just like make a new one. Oh yeah, here we go. Just gonna use our Miro board. Okay, so this is what the arena looks like at this point. We have group 1 on this side, or group 1 on this side, group 2 on this side. like so. What's going to happen is the boss is going to spawn some portals, and they can look like this, shooting these sides, or they can be like this, shooting this side, and then this side. And yes, this does follow the lines on the floor in the arena. The important thing to note is that he's, by spawning portals, going to be splitting each one of these long arenas basically into halves like this. One half is going to be safe, the left half or the right half, left half or the right half, whatever you want to call it, east or west, whatever. The left and right is going to be safe. One of them is going to be safe, one of them is going to be get hit. And that's always dictated by the portals that can spawn on the north side. And you'll see the big white line coming down the middle of the one that's getting hit. The same half of the platform on each side. I'm pretty sure, but like there's no reason not to just check when you're on your side, you know, because you're not really looking at the other side. Just look at your side. Don't worry about if it's the same side or the other side. I think it is. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Look what's safe on your side. That's important. So what's going to happen is that he's also going to spawn portals on the east and west walls. And they're always going to be fashioned like this. One side is going to have portals that are on opposite ends, and one side's going to have portals in the middle. For our strategy, I'm not going to go over it too much because it might change or whatever, but we were crossing tethers to the opposite sides, and I think that's going to remain true for whatever mechanics and strats you guys might encounter. Crossing the tethers. There's a certain distance that you can make to make these tethers not one-shot you, and it's going to shoot a line AoE all the way from the portal to wherever you're standing. So the idea is you don't want to hit other players with it. You want to get hit by yours after it's been successfully stretched to a certain distance, which you will see visually, and you want to avoid everybody else's tether. Sounds easy, right? Because you have a whole safe half. We'll call this safe. This is danger. Danger. You have a whole safe half to just stretch 2 tethers, right? The next part of the puzzle is that the boss is going to target the 4 closest players to also get AoEs that originate from the boss that you can't overlap with the tether players. At least with what we're doing. There's an exploit that might, you know, make it so you can, but we'll talk about that in a second. The idea is that you're having every single player on the arena is being targeted either by a line AoE from a portal or a line AoE from the boss. And you need to fashion yourselves in these tight squares, we'll call them, on the arena to not overlap with somebody else or overlap with one of the existing line AoEs coming from a portal on the north. So let's roll the clip forward just a second. 4 people here are going to start by getting tethers. We can see who they are now. There's already 2 on our side, and they're actually originating from the other side, so they're going to stay on this side. Vice versa for the other side. This portal that's spawning behind me is going all the way across the other side of the room. And this portal behind me is going to the other side of the room. And then the ones coming from the other side are coming here, and you can see it's on Yaru and who's that? Shima?
Don't have a tether.
Okay. Again, I'm not going to get too nitty-gritty about the exact strategy for this, but I will say you want to stretch these tethers until they are not spiky, is the way I call it. They'll become thin lines, and that'll make it so it won't kill you. And then also you want to not be stacked on top of another player that has a fire breath, is what they're called. The line AoEs from the boss, which will come into play in just a second. So we're going to utilize these knockback towers here, which require 2 players each, unless, and if there isn't 2 players in it, they'll explode and deal dot damage to everybody on the arena, which you don't want. So you want 2 players in each tower every time. Again, not going to get too into strategy here. You can see one of those tethers stretched there. You can see the white line from the portals coming up north.
Non-tethers
After this first tower and knockback happens, you need to have the 4 closest players that you're having baiting go closest to the boss. The boss is going to select the 4 closest players on either side, 4 total for the entire raid, and they're going to grab line AoEs that will go over their head as a
Everyone
spread
center
marker.
up.
We sent the untethered players to handle those, and then here's how we did it. Now we need to drop some AoEs under our feet and then have all 8 players spread out to a position that A, won't get hit by this line. This is just a north portal that is going to hit this half of the arena. You see this white line here? It's originating from a portal up there. All this is getting hit. All of this is getting hit. No matter what. These tethers are going to be targeted, and those are going to be hit as well. And then the players with the markers over the head are going to be hit as well. So we have all of this front space to spread out 4 tethers and not hit each other. 2 are coming from portals, 2 are coming from the boss, and not hit each other. But the tricky thing is we don't have time to get there yet and fine-tune our position. We need to all drop 3 puddles under our feet first and move into our position. So after we see that the players have these head markers, everybody's going to collapse right here. And then we're going to slowly together drop puddles and move towards our designated spots. 1, 2. At this point, I'm eyeing my safe spot. 3. Here's what's going to happen. I know that this line right here is going to be hit by that portal that's on the north side of the room. You can see it right here, this thing. All of this is going to be safe where I'm moving my markers, or where I'm moving my cursor. But me and my tether buddy need to spread out enough so that we don't hit each other with the portal AoE and the boss AoE. And we ended up having it so the tether players were always the extreme north and south on the platforms. And then the head marker players with the AoE from the boss are always lining up with these markers here, straight in the middle, as far as they can go without crossing over the danger line. And if you keep that logic consistent with all 4 different corners of the arena, you could call it, it should, in theory, very tight positioning, make it so none of the AoEs overlap at all. Bam. As you can see, all of the AoEs are very big. These are the ones coming from the portals. You can see they're very big. You can see the floor getting hit. Realistically, this was all the safe spot that me and my partner had up here, and we're splitting 2 giant line AoEs at the same time. I was standing here, they were standing up here. As you can see, very tight positioning. We had exact little spots, exactly where we wanted to stand. Can the north portal ever cleave the front half? Yes, it can.
Everyone center up.
And it will regularly. I'm pretty sure, I don't want to say it with confidence, but I'm pretty sure since it looked like this on our side, right? This side was getting hit. I'm pretty sure this side was also getting hit on the other side. I could have just been getting Final Fantasied for all of Prague, but like the safe spots here would have been, like, I was standing here in this case. My tether buddy was up here. On the south side, there was another group doing this. And on the far side, even though the boss is right here in the middle, they needed to go like this. And that's where everybody was standing when Fire Breath went off, is the idea. And then everybody just barely dodges each other. And you can see it with this diagram we made. Right here. These are some other ideas that we had, but this is the closest one that we had. It's like this. You can kind of see. General idea. It's very tight. So as long as everybody understands that that's kind of just how it resolves, and that's how big the AoEs are, you should be able to get a general idea for how to do any of the strats that come up. In the end, there's just a few steps difference between both sides. Yeah. Just square markers are placed exactly on the outer tower dots for the people counter. You can stand on it. According to a JP VOD I saw. You see, that's the kind of bad advice that you shouldn't be giving people. Floor markers are going to be different no matter where you go. And while they may be standardized, some random JP VOD you got is not going to be solid advice for everybody hopping into this. Especially not on JP. You guys should just understand how the mechanic works first and be able to identify the safe spot based on just the floor So don't follow that guy's advice. That's bad. There could be some static markers that go around later for an APF that could be standardized, but I wouldn't listen to just that. Next step. 4 new people are going to get tethers, and I'm fairly positive it's going to be the 4 people that didn't get a tether first.
Check your tethers.
For our strat, we were making sure they were crossing to the other side. If you got a tether, we can see that there's a white line here, so this side's all going to get hit.
Tethers, same side.
I'm staying on this side because my tether's on the opposite side, or my portal, rather. You can go across the arena if you need to. Everybody's getting close to the middle. Untethered's under. Everybody's stacking up. Moving closely. Going to the safe spot. And... very tight. I will say... there's probably going to be a strat going around for the next week, 2 weeks, or maybe forever. We'll see. People have found out that if you stretch this tether that I have long enough, it just won't hit you. And I know that sounds weird, but like... I found this out during Prague too, and I tried bringing it up to my team, and they all thought I was fucking crazy, even though I showed them a video. You can stretch this tether far enough. If I'm like here, it will just go to you. Like the rock will physically fly at you, go here, and then just despawn. And you'll take 0 damage. So what some people are doing is they're having all of the tether players, la-di-da-di, all the tether players, take the fire baits, stretch the tethers all the way the fuck out here, take the tether, air quotes, not get hit by it, but then also take the fire breath, get hit by that, job done. Which just completely trivializes this mechanic. So, just keep that in mind. People might be wanting to do it in PF. People might not want to. It might get patched. We'll see. I wouldn't get too used to it, but could definitely give it a try this week, maybe? I don't know. You have a track record of being ignored on things. It's insane. I think a lot of people do, but... yeah, you're right. Anyways, that's Flatliner. It's not difficult conceptually. It's difficult executionally. It's very tight positioning depending on what strategy you're doing, and you just need to get very used to how the floor looks on the arena and the exact sizes of all the different AoEs and the timing for everything. It's just going to take some practice. Does it only work if the far half of the arena is safe? I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much. I think Renon made a video on it though. The first Void Stardust as spread. Oh, yeah, I can go back and do that really quick. 7:30 is where we're at. Where is it? We didn't get spread on this pull, it was stack, but I can generally show you where everybody would stand in my group. I don't even need to show it actually. What we would do is we would have one melee here, ranged here, tank here. So tank, melee. True north is what we would do. We would make sure that we stacked all these up properly, and then if it was a range spread, you just go the fuck away. Just like hella go somewhere way outside. That's all. Yeah, we did true north. That fixed any weird problems. And if it was the one after the weapon was spread, we would have all of the melees convert from whatever position they were in. Like if they're over here, up here, they would all converge to the south of the boss. Or not the south, but the butt, rather, the rear. We would all converge right here, and then we would move clockwise. And then after that, we would just go to our true north positions. If you're ranged, it's really easy. You just go the fuck away. Somewhere. Just go away. That's what we did. Okay. Any questions on Flatliner? Obviously, that's not a full strategy. Kind of. But that's how it works.
Guys, that was so sexy and correct of us.
True. Next is Massive Meteor. This is a multi-hit 4-man stack, ideally. This hits very hard. Make sure you have Mitt. I think it hits 5 times.
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
4,
4.
5. And then we had people just, like, if me and somebody else were up here for the tethers earlier, we would both go into this tower from here. And same for every corner.
5. Think about the tower you came from. Go to Bravo.
And then at this point, yeah, this is important here. The boss does his
5.
pick up the arena
Tower
thing.
you came-
You can see he starts casting Arcadian Avalanche and he turns. You need to not be on that side. You need to go behind him. So make sure you go to the side behind him.
Bravo. Bravo.
And this some bullshit right here. Every single time we've gotten to this so far, I was able to do my elusive jump, enhanced piercing talon, and then a gap close back. But I don't know. I was just tired, I guess. I got hit by it. Still not happy. The main thing is, you can see his hitbox here. You can tell which direction he's turning too. You can look at the boss and see which way he like turns initially. You see how he picks it up like this and now he's facing this way? He's gonna turn this way, is what that means. If he tilts it the other way and this is like mirrored, then he's gonna turn the other way. And he stops as soon as he hits the platform, if that makes sense. Watch his... See this? He's shooting this way. If he turned this way and then he stopped, he'd always stop here, he'd shoot this way.
What? 3, I mean, 3.
So, like, I do my elusive jump. I do my enhanced... I don't do my enhanced piercing talon. That's what killed me. I should have hit my enhanced piercing talon. That's what killed me. I was wondering why it didn't work. Anyways, just stay the fuck out. Just go and stay the fuck out till you see it physically hit.
3.
To be fair, this is the first time I got hit by this. I must have been tired as shit.
Same thing. Oh, Mark.
Got whoops. Jeez.
And then Biff fucking raging in our clear pool.
That was too early.
Biff got so mad during prog this tier, man. He got so fucking mad. The unpleasable Demon King himself. You can play perfect for 20 hours, fuck up once, and he's like, dude, fuck. What the fuck, man? Fuck.
Rab's getting pounded again.
After this is just a double tank buster. Do you have enough time to move away from the middle just from the indicator alone? Yeah. You can wait for the indicator. But you should get ready to move ahead of time anyways. I don't think you can arm's length the knockback. I never tried. Double tank buster. We just home ganged this again. Warrior moment.
Intersection.
Orbit. Be ready in case it's fuck out.
Alright, this is Orbital Omen again. It's just like the first one earlier. I pray that PF just picks a not crazy strat. I just looked for the intersection here and I got ready to run into it. If you can't really brain it out that well, you know, just like stand in between the white lines a good distance away.
You can go middle.
As soon as you see the Fire and Fury cast go off, you can step into the first intersection, which is right up here. So I'd be moving from like technically here to here.
Go.
What's the safe spot? Damn it.
All right.
Crown of Arcadia is just a raid wide.
After the raid wide. Certified sprint moment for the range. Look at the...
All right. Next is the final mechanic. The final major mechanic, rather. That isn't just like stacking. Something Stampede.
around you.
Ecliptic Stampede. What's going to happen here is at the end of this cast bar, he's going to pick 2 players to have a prey marker over their head is what it's called. They call it prey marker because it was called prey in a different fight. I don't think it's called prey here. Actually, it might be, but like it's the little red dot over your head. And when you get the little red dot over your head, what that means is the boss is going to target you for 6 fire puddles that you're going to drop around the arena. wherever you're standing. I'm not going to explain exactly where to go because we're probably not doing this strat for PF, but just know that you're going to drop puddles and you need to put them in a way that is away from everyone else during this. We also figured out kind of that it's furthest players, parentheses, question mark, parentheses, but it picks 2 players of the furthest players. Don't ask me. Send all of your melees under the boss, send all of your ranged outside the boss. And then 2 of them will get it. Check who gets it. Then there's going to be proximity markers. There's one in the opposite corner too, all the way over here. Those prey markers need to start standing in the opposite corners that aren't going to get hit. And then they need to move into positions to drop those puddles in a fashion that'll be away from everybody else in the middle. What's going to happen in the middle is that after these go off, we're going to drop a bunch of AoEs under our feet. 6 of them. And then we're going to take some towers afterwards. There's going to be 2 tank towers, and then there's going to be 2 two-man towers.
1, 2,
I think it's fine though. I think it still
3,
plays.
4, 5, 6. Go middle, look free tower.
All right, and then we just had a little like a priority system for who was taking which tower, just splitting north and going this way. The tanks would go opposite directions, obviously, and then we had the 4 remaining players go their own ways.
Watch.
Next, what's going to happen is he's going to randomly tether 4 people. There's going to be portals that spawn on the north, south, east, and west walls, exactly in the middle, that are similar to the ones in Flatliner. You need to stretch them very far, and you need to drag them into places that obviously aren't going to hit other players. So, what we're going to do is stretch those tethers out. The 4 remaining players that aren't tethered are going to go underneath the boss, because this will all be safe if we stretch our tethers in the correct fashion.
Okay.
And then we were having people just like pick a spot underneath the boss, cardinal wise, because he's going to start casting this ability, Blank Way Fireball. It's either 4-way or 2-way. Does the same exploit happen? I don't think so, because the arena's not split, so there is an extra space. 2-way is a stack, 4-way is a spread, and he's going to pick the 4 closest players to do either. If it's 2-way, we're going to have 1 player who was planted south stand there, 1 player who was planted north stand there. And then there was this weird discussion on whether or not this was a block or not a block. I think we'd settled on that it was a block. You can survive this 2-way fireball without everybody in it, if that makes sense.
I'll go north. I'll go north. I'm north.
Everybody was like calling out positions that I called out already.
All anchors. I'm anchoring C.
Charlie.
Happy is anchoring.
Okay, I'll go Bravo.
West.
Okay, I'll go north.
West.
I'll go north.
Two-way.
I'm north.
And then what's happening here is the meteors are going out from the puddles. And then we're having a 2-way fireball. And we decided if it's 2-way, we're going to do a stack north and a stack south. And we were going to have everybody else who was doing other stuff converge or not converge, depending on what it was.
Clockwise. Converge. Clockwise. That's fine.
Ta-da!
Raid wide. Raid wide.
Everyone that I called, somebody was already
This will be tank invuln.
That's just a raid wide. And then from here, there's 3 multi-stack, multi-hit towers, very similar to the end of M9S. What we were doing was we were just having the tanks handle the first 2 with invulns and mitt. And then we were having the entire party in for the 3rd one.
clear ball, man.
I'm gonna see if we can.
I'm sure there's plenty of different methods for this, or mitts, or all tanks maybe, or whatever, but
Run out of gas.
just know what your party's doing. If you need to be in or out.
You may as well wait, right?
Of course I fucking die on the clear ball.
Me too.
That was actually 3 deaths. And a damage down.
Pot now. God
3
damn it,
deaths
it's-
and a damage down clear, by the way.
Tank mitt.
rep for this last one.
I'll faint the last one too.
They'll have Trube and Mini.
I think invulning either of the second ones is kind of sketch, and I wouldn't recommend it, but it is possible. Especially if you have a Dark Knight.
It's so fucking dead. Good job.
With just how long they last and stuff, it's a little just needlessly scary. Especially because this doesn't even hit that hard, so...
No, it's turbo fucking dead.
I'm fucking scared.
I personally think invuln, double tank, party is the best way to go. But obviously do whatever your group decides. You know, it'll all work. Alright, that's M11. Are there any questions about M11 for any role or mechanics, or you want to see something again? Let me know. Yeah, they did adjust the fights a little bit to adjust for the tome gear, but it was pretty easy. I thought it was undertuned, if anything. What about party, tank kitchen, offset tank invuln? I wouldn't do that. That's a little scary. And is essentially the same thing, but just in a scarier order. Hey, can you start from M9 again? Sure, bro. Just go back in the VOD. It's all there. Oh, I also haven't been looking at my Twitch chat or my YouTube chat at all. I'm so fucking sorry, guys. I forget you're here half the time. If you have questions, come to the Twitch chat. Jesus, fuck. For Scythe Protean, how do you spread again? Here, I'll show you. Can you go over the entire thing again? Yeah, bro. Question more for the overall tier, but for dealing with things outside the server like DDoSing affecting people's performance and executing. Oh, people tilting and stuff? I know what you mean. I think we were kind of fortunate this tier in the sense that we had gone into the tier with the idea that we weren't racing for like results and just wanted to clear fast and have a good time, so that definitely helped. But if I'm being real with you, in between every raid night, I was kind of playing emotional goalkeeper. Sorry if any of my static mates are listening right now, but like I would like kind of read the vibes from raid. I would kind of see what people are typing. I'd like DM people, hey, you're doing great, because they were. You're doing great, you know. Hope you're doing all right. If you need any help, blah blah blah. Do you need to talk about anything? You know, being a raid lead is I wouldn't say a babysitter, but you're like a half therapist at the same time. So even if you're not the raid lead, it's important to just check on everybody in your group and make sure everybody's having a good time. Make sure they have what they need. And then at the end of the day, this, you know, it's not the same for everybody, but for me at least, like, I cannot be mad when I am sitting in my room playing my favorite video game in a warm house with internet and food, you know, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, even if I wasn't streaming, you know, I'm just sitting on my fucking butt right now playing video games. Like, even if I'm getting DDoSed and disconnected and whatever, like, sure, that fucking sucks, but like, I'm sitting here playing a fucking game, man. I'm having a great time, and I hope everyone else can have a great time too. But I understand that some people take this shit way more seriously than I do, so, you know, you just gotta be open to all kinds of problems that people will have. Emotional goalkeeper. That kind of stuff. Do you feel like greeting the weapons is worth it for the fight clear or playing safe? It's never worth it. Greeting is never worth it. There has never been a fight where greeting is worth it. What about P8S? I cleared P8S week 1 on day 4. Actually, no, on day 2, world 4th. Sorry. So, I can tell you with confidence that greeting is never worth it. Always, always, always play safe. There's never a situation where your fucking Dragoon getting 1 extra GCD clears the fight. If that 1 GCD clears the fight, that means you have way more fucking problems than uptime. That means somebody in your group literally is fucking drooling on their keyboard. Have you done any optimization for Dragoon during prog that you can share wisdom on? For this tier in specific? Yeah, there's plenty of different little moments. Thank you for this clip. You're welcome. If there's particular moments you're struggling with, I can tell you, but there's many, many moments throughout a prog and a tier where I like find different like combinations of like going away from the boss or going towards the boss or positions I can stand. What if the problem is we have White Mage Sage? That means your other players are also very bad at doing their rotations. You can clear the fight on any viable party composition. That meaning 2 tanks that are different, 2 healers that are different, Fizz ranged, caster, melee, and then any other DPS. You can clear it all. All of it can be cleared. Machinist could be cleared, yeah. You could do Machinist, Black Mage, Samurai, and a fucking Bard with White Mage, Sage, and Warrior, Paladin, and you'd still clear. If you were all doing your rotations right. I say that with full confidence. If the first thing you're thinking when you fail a damage check is this person needs to switch their job, you need to get better at your job, or somebody else in their party needs to get better at their job. The last thing you should be doing is swapping somebody's job for damage. That is a wild misconception that has come across the community recently. Sure, it might be easier if you have a different composition, or you could just do your rotation right. General question, how do you decide LBs, who uses it / when they use it? So there's kind of like a checklist, right? So the first thing, bottom line, is always save healer LB3 or tank LB3 until you see enrage. Until you get to enrage, you're not even thinking about doing damage LB3s. I like as the melee DPS who was LB3ing this tier because I had less gear. Well, technically it's item level based, but you want the anyways. That's nitpicky. It doesn't really matter that much. Before I even think about LB3ing as a DPS, until I see that fucking enrage cast that insta kills us, I'm not even considering using it yet. Not even remotely. I'm thinking about good times for it. I'm checking to see when in the fight it comes up so that I can use it if I needed to. But I'm not actually doing it. The next thing that's happening is once we see enrage, I'm thinking about, okay, can we get to enrage cleanly first, and then I can LB3 after the last 1 minute or 2 minute. So once we've gotten to enrage, we'll just sort it as ER. Once we've gotten to enrage, I'm then going to, right before enrage or around enrage, use it near the end of the fight. That's 1 LB3. And then if that isn't enough, I'm going to LB3 earlier in the fight, take away the chance to healer LB3 or tank LB3 to save a sloppy pull. And then I'm going to try to do that LB3 early so that by the end of the fight, I can get an LB1 or an LB2. That's the checklist. Get to enrage first. Do you need LB? Okay. Use it towards the end of the fight after all the hard mechanics are over. And do it outside of burst, obviously. Is that still not enough? Wow, that's a really tight DPS check. Okay, let's start tightening it up. I'm going to use my LB3 earlier in the fight, as soon as it comes up, first opportunity, whenever it's safe. And then we're going to hopefully get cleanly through the end of the fight, which is usually where all the hard mechanics are. And then I'm going to hope that I have an LB1 or an LB2 to also add on. There's a prio for it based on what jobs lose the least from it, but that's assuming both are playing optimally and also doesn't really matter. Still fun to know though. Yeah, some jobs will want to LB over other jobs based on whether they need to build gauge or if they have like buff timers or if they have like dull moments in their rotation that don't deal much potency. That's like top 1% shit that you should not worry about, respectfully. That I shouldn't even worry about most of the time, respectfully. The idea that we had was once Jitter got his tome weapon, we wanted him to just keep hitting the boss, so I would just LB because he has a better weapon than me. And while it is LB damage is technically from item level, I mean, like, it's not a big fucking deal who does it. So, yeah. Oh, I use ShareX to draw stuff on screen. Yeah, world racers don't even think about that very often. Is LB3 better for ranged or caster? You mean for 10? Probably caster. But again, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter that much. Is LB1 worth it at all? Yep. LB1 is always worth it. LB is always worth it. There's some edge cases. I think actually the only edge case is if you're in a 2-minute burst. LB1 is not worth it. LB2 and LB3 are always worth it. M11S all/mostly physical damage. I think it's a lot of physical damage compared to the rest of the fights. I meant to answer this person's questions about Protean. Hold on.
Stack. Danger stack.
Is there a Protean coming up? I think it was the last one. Yeah, there it is.
Protean, far run for group 1.
We did weapon relative Protean. Like so. We had tank, ranged, healer, melee. That's what we did. It was weapon relative. Technically boss relative too. So I can see some merit for letting the healers take these bottom spots. I don't think there's too much problem in doing that. Sometimes the healers want to have a little bit of extra safety, but you know, everybody needs to make it under the boss anyways, so. Okay, any other questions about Prog or M11S or anything before we move on to 12? Yeah, if you do weapon relative, then people can pre-position before he jumps there.
Stack. Respect your neighbors.
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
Going back to the LB conversation though, just so you guys know, every fight in this tier could be cleared without even touching the limit break button. Like pretty easily too, if we just had clean pulls. I harp on stuff like this after every prog because I want you guys to go into these fights with an open mind and be a little more lax about the fact that, like, while you should be playing as close to perfect as you can, it's not going to happen. And you should focus on first just not dying, not getting damage downs, and getting through the fight without failing mechanics. And then, like, 7 times out of 10, the fight's just going to die. As long as everybody's doing their rotation right. Just something to think about. When you hear Twitter Andy complaining that this fight is hard to clear in PF, it's because they don't know how to do their rotation properly. Or somebody in their party doesn't know how to do their rotation properly. Which is the first step before you head into Savage, is knowing how to do your rotation properly.
Gotta look fresh as fuck for the next fight, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's 11. Yep, line up your burst properly, do your mechanics, do your rotation properly, and it all just falls into line. Now let's talk about 12. When I talk about not being able to do your rotation properly, I mostly mean aligning things with everyone else. Can I just go on a very small side tangent here about 2-minute meta and why people complain about it and why it's actually the reason why fights die at the same time? The reason, if you were wondering why the balance makes these opener images, I'm just going to pull up a couple of images here. You've seen these images going around, right? These are all strategically coordinated to have all of your 2-minute buffs come out at the same time. That might sound obvious to some of you guys. However, I need to harp on how important this is. With how many buffs are in your party at a given time with most compositions, it is vital, incredibly important, that everybody's 2 minutes go out at the same time or very close to the same time. If somebody presses their 2 minutes late or really early, there's going to be moments where not everybody's buffs are there. So let's just say this is an opener here from left to right. This is my Dragoon buffs. They last from here, right? Now let's just say, how do I draw like different colors? How do I draw different colors? Whatever. We'll just keep it all the same color. Let's just say these are Dragoon buffs. And then let's just say this is like my Scholars buffs on a timeline. Notice how they're the same length, but there's this moment here where there's only Dragoon buffs and not both. And then notice here where there's only Scholar buffs and not both. If your 2 minutes look like this across your party, here's one player's buffs. Here's another player's buffs. Here's another player's buffs. They're all the same length, but they're just not aligned. You see what I mean? This takes a baseball bat to your group's damage and just fucking smashes its kneecaps in. Even if all of you press all of your buttons that you're supposed to, if your buffs are misaligned like this, you're fucked. Bad. Like ridiculously bad. And this is why people don't like the 2-minute meta. While it is boring and technically easy, if you all align your buffs at the same time, this is going to, like, just illustratively, let's just say this is going to do 10,000 damage. Not even remotely close, right? If we take the same 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buffs and do it like this, easily, comparatively, 50,000 damage. This is very exaggerated, but like you need to understand how important it is to have everything lined up. Especially because that first one, that first buff, if this is the opener for everybody, guess what's going to happen at 2 minutes? It's going to go like this again. Because everybody's just pressing it the moment it comes up again. They'll all be perfectly aligned for the entire fight. This is damage on damage on damage. And then, like, for example, if your openers look like this, right? Everybody's just pressing their buffs at fucking random ass times. This is what your 2-minute window is going to look like. 2 minutes into the fight. It's going to look the same. And then shit, your 4 minutes going to look even worse. And then your 6 minutes going to look even worse. You know what I mean? So getting that first opener 2-minute buff lined up with your whole party is super important. And this isn't something that you can easily control in PF, unfortunately. But it's something that you, as a player, can be consistent on by making sure that your 2 minutes go out around the second or third GCD of your opener is generally a good rule of thumb. And then they're pressed on cooldown for the rest of the fight, unless there's downtime or unless your group wants to do something else. Is 2-minute meta important for speed clearing / first clears, etc.? It's important for everything in the game. If your goal is to kill the boss, it is important. There is never a time, ever, where it is better to stagger 2-minute buffs. One person presses it there, one person presses it at 30 seconds from now. Ever. It is never better. So when you press your buffs at the same time as everyone else, you want your next time to be at the same time as everyone else. And it goes so on and so on. The problem is when we get into fights that have downtime to where, let's say, your 2 minutes coming up and then the boss just goes pew and they leave. And then you're sitting here with all this time where you can't hit the boss. And some people press their 2 minutes right here. And then they only get half of them. And then they fall off like here. And then they're not up yet. But then the other half of your party presses them all right here when the bosses come back. And now you got 4 people bursting before the boss leaves and 4 people bursting when it comes back in this 30-second window here. You know what I mean? This is just something you need to think about. And especially if you're in a static group, it should be your number one priority to go 3, 2, 1 buffs or 2 minutes. Do you guys understand why I say that now in Prague all the time? Especially when people die or they get back up or there's downtime. You'll hear me say it almost every time. I go 2s, just like that. Just to make sure everybody presses them all at the same time. Pots and 2s. It's very, very important to be coordinated with stuff like that. Yeah. What about potting during clear / reclear ones? What do you mean? Yeah, do it. Pot your opener. Pot your next buff that you can. You just want your pots on 2-minute buffs. It doesn't really matter when. If you die right when 2 minutes hit, should the person who died hold their 2-minute? Oh, like they didn't press them yet? No, just send them. The real answer is don't die. When you stand up, just press them. Because unless you have the foresight to think ahead if you're going to lose a usage, then it's more important to just press them. And what I mean by that is, let's say a fight is... What would be a good example? Let's say a fight is 8 minutes and 30 seconds long, right? During that fight, you get 1 2-minute, and then you get another one at... What would it be? 2 minutes in. And then you get another one at 4 minutes in. And then you get another one at 6 minutes in. And then you should get a last one at like 8 minutes for the last 30 seconds, right? This is all very exaggerated, not exactly right. If you die, let's say there's a timeline where you die at like right before the 6 minutes go off, right? If you stand up and then press your 2 minutes, this is something you can think about. Maybe you won't get this last one here. Maybe you don't get your 2 minutes here because they don't come up in time. You know what I'm saying? This is the kind of foresight that you can be thinking of, but you shouldn't most of the time. If a smart player were to die here, what they would do is they would know that, oh, I died here. I only get one more usage of 2 minutes in this fight. So I'm just going to save them for the last one. Because I'm not going to be able to press them twice anyways. I just get one more usage. So I'm going to line them up with everyone else's. That's something that you could think about. But for the sake of just not having to think that far ahead, because most people can't / won't, if you die, just stand up and press your 2s. And then next poll, if you don't clear, just don't die. That's what I would recommend. Two-minute buffs are important, but there are uses for people that don't have 2-minute buffs. There's, like, why people call Machinist and Samurai and Black Mage greedy DPS, air quotes, is because they don't give damage by providing a buff. they take damage is why they're called greedy, is because they wait for all the other buffs to happen, and then their way of contributing is just having a fucking shitload of potency that they dump into those buffs. So let's just say that they have, like, Midare, for example. Midare does, like, I don't know, just for the sake of saying, 100 damage, right? Let's just say it does 100 damage. Let's say now there's a bunch of fucking 2 minutes active, and now instead of doing 100 damage, it does fucking 500 damage. Insanely useful, right? They trade the fact that they don't provide a buff to the party by dumping a fucking shit ton of damage into other people's buffs. So, realistically, for most groups, I mean like 99.9% of groups, it does not matter if you have 3 2-minute buffs, 0 2-minute buffs, 1 2-minute buff, 6 2-minute buffs. It really doesn't matter that much. Because by not having a buff, you're contributing to other buffs. And by not having big potency, you're contributing a buff. It all kind of evens out for most groups. For most groups, before somebody gets mad. Speedrun groups, or groups that like look to optimize or stuff like that, will use certain compositions that mathematically for that patch will do the most. But that's like entirely in a vacuum. Insane amounts of pulls, much optimization, like not something you or I ever have to really consider. As long as you pick a job and you do your rotation, thumbs up, you'll do fine. For me, high jump drifts like a mother. If at what point it is better to realign with other buffs? Other than the real answer of don't let it drift that bad. You need to think about usages for buttons like that. Let me just give you an example again. Let's say we have an 8.5-minute fight. Right? You get a high jump usage at the beginning, 30 seconds from now, at 1 minute, at 1:30, at 2, at 2:30, at 3, at 3:30, at 4, at 4:30, at 5, like so on, you know what I mean? If you let it drift too much, you're going to start to lose usages at the end of the fight. Obviously, an extreme example. It's usually only 1 or 2 that you'll miss, depending on how long the fight is. That's what you need to think about. I mean, isn't Bard, Dragoon, Scholar like always going to be meta since they're crit direct hit buffs? No. Absolutely not. Because a decent player playing any other job over a mid player who doesn't fucking press their buttons right is going to be better. And it doesn't matter what job they're on. Take the word meta and fucking erase it from your brain for this game. Literally doesn't matter. Pick a job that you like and play it. And as long as there isn't a second person playing that job in your party, you're probably fine. When is it good to use your pot on cooldown versus when it is good to save for a 2-minute window? Okay, summon all the way. Yeah, sure. I'd take a great summoner player over a shitty Picto any day. No, like, not a second thought in my head. Yeah, it's not even remotely close to WoW, where like you just like get a patch where your job like literally can't clear a fight. For the question of when to pot, you're talking about like 2-minute pots and stuff, and like getting 3 pots in a fight. So the weird thing about potions in this game is that they're a 4-minute 30-second recast timer. Right? So if I pot my opener in an 8.5-minute fight, if I pot right here, right at the start, it won't be up till 4:30, and then it won't be up again until 9 minutes. So the only time you ever pot 3 times is usually when there's like an 11-minute fight or something like that, or a 10-minute fight or something like that, right? Because then you could squeeze in a pot on your opener, on a 1 minute in the middle of the fight, and then on the last 2 minutes of the fight. That's very, very, like, not needed optimization, but good for Prague, right? If this isn't something that you're thinking about, that's fine. You don't need the 3-pot fights. Specifically talking about like savage length fights. I would highly recommend that you just at least pot your opener, because that's the easiest one, right at the start. And then you pot your 6-minute or your 8-minute later in the fight. In an 8-minute 30 fight, wouldn't it be better to pot 2 minutes for classes with gauges? It used to be the case sometimes, but not nowadays, no. If we're talking about like Reaper or like Viper reawakens for like triple reawakens and shit like that, really not that important. I would still just pop my opener and then your 6 or your 8 minutes. Red Mage, yeah, whatever the fuck it is, it doesn't matter. Just pop your opener and then your 6-minute or your 8-minute. If you can have the foresight, maybe, yeah, pop your 2-minute one and then do your 8-minute. But, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that much, is what I'm trying to say. That kind of thinking is what's going to draw you into really weird edge cases in this game where you think a, like, 0.05% damage increase is going to be the difference between you clearing a fight and not. You know what I mean? And then realistically, you're sitting in the same group or PF or static or whatever for like fucking 6 months not clearing the fight, blaming the fact that somebody's playing White Mage instead of Astro. You know what I mean? Build a very solid foundation for playing the game. Play at a consistent, good level, and then you'll just clear everything. It's quite simple. Do you find value in dropping your rotation while learning mechanics? Yeah, very much so. Very much so. It's a good idea most of the time. When you're at a really tough mechanic, just don't press buttons. Just do the movement. We're very lucky that in this game, you don't have to get the boss to certain like health thresholds before he just kills you before a new mechanic. All right. Ready to talk about 12.
Hello, Woops.
King, thanks for the Prime sub.
Woops.
Where's the 12 VOD? Here's the Picto opener. There it is, randomly opened. Where'd I put it? Oh, there it is. Okay. We are going to talk about 12. The door boss is pretty easy comparatively to the other door bosses that we've had in the past, and even other final floors, just in general, like the first halves of them or whatever. There's one mechanic in particular that's a little tricky to understand, but for the most part, pretty simple. I'm just going to explain what the mechanics are and how they work, not necessarily the strategies, and then we'll answer any questions along the way. Feel free to ask. Don't be terrified to start this game. You'll hear people getting mad at you for not potting your 2-minute instead of your opener on Red Mage, for example, and they'll just like fucking freak out and write a tweet longer on you and tweet pictures of you. But those are the kinds of people who sit in PF for 8 weeks not being able to clear the tier.
Good evening.
TLDR, don't be miserable. Learn how to play this game at a basic level and a consistent level and be respectful and you'll be fine. It's really not that difficult. So don't be afraid. Know that there are very nice people who play this game. And ask questions and have fun and you'll be great. What are the arrows? We'll get to those. I have a Dragoon question about M12S, specifically about the 2-minute window going into Cruel Coil thing where it binds you to delay burst, or do you rush it before? I just press... you'll see. You're talking about that Star Diver, right? That, like, grabs you. You can get it all in before it grabs you. Okay, let's go. Everything earns.
Okay.
The Fixer. It's just a big ass raid wide. If you're a damage player, you just fucking.
Guys, Yosho hit for open
You just be
board.
chilling.
We can win.
Oh, I guess I should touch on this. Somebody was talking about it earlier. Feint and Addle are important buttons, and you might be saying, "Oh yeah, Whoops is gonna tell everybody to press their Feint and Addle a lot more." Blah 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 blah. And yes, that is true. You should use your Feint and Addle a lot. They're very useful. They no longer work on just their own specific damage type. They work on all damage types. Not as effectively. Feint on magic and Addle on physical, but press your mitt is the best way I can put it. Learn your job's mitigation. Coordinate with your group to spread them out evenly is the idea. You don't want to overmit one thing and then have no mitt for the next thing. Learn your job's mitigation buttons. Use them. Ask people when they need them, specifically your healers and your tanks. And don't just let them rot on your hotbar and not press them. They're good. Comma, ... This is the next part of this rant that I'm going to have. This might come as a surprise to some of you, but I'm going to say this. You should be using your Feint and Addle and your Dismantle and stuff like that. If you die to a raid wide because Feint wasn't on it or Addle wasn't on it, your group has much larger problems that you need to worry about. Straight up. While they can be helpful for reducing the amount of heals that you need after the effect of some damage, if your mitt plan comes down to one person missing one button, that is not that person's fault. The same way to as when a football team is down to the last 10 seconds of the game and they're relying on their fucking kicker to make a field goal from 70 yards to win the game. That is not their fault. It is the team's fault for putting them in that situation. If you die to a raid wide because somebody missed one button, no matter who it is, that is not their fault. A lot of other shit had to have been missing. There is not a single raid wide in the game right now that comes down to a singular mitigation button. So, use your mitt, spread it out, talk with your team, but do not get after somebody because they didn't use Feint, Addle, Dismantle, Reprisal on something and you died to it. That's a team problem, not that person's problem. That's all I have to say about that. Not even Ultimate is that tight. Nope. So, coordinate, use your buttons, but don't get mad at people if you die because one button, air quotes, one button was missed. Okay.
Usually means
Yeah,
you
okay.
wipe.
Yeah, that means we fucking giga wipe. Like soon.
No.
Hey,
Nice
Jitter,
shot over here.
hold this
Balls.
spread.
Alright, Mortal Slayer is the first major mechanic after the raid wide. What the boss is going to do is he's going to, in sets of 2, summon orbs on his wings. For this mechanic, I'd like for you to think of his hitbox as 2 different areas. We've got area 1 and we've got area 2. These balls that are spawning here are going to fly down and hit the 2 closest players, but only on that side that they are on. So, for these first 2 green orbs that spawned, when it is time for them to drop on players as big AoEs, it's going to pick the 2 closest players on this side of the arena. So in this example, if we have player 1 standing here, player 2 standing here, player 3 and 4 all standing in these positions, and then let's just say player 2 moves right here, right up under the boss, but still on the left side. Even though player 2 is technically closest to the boss, the 2 targets that these orbs will pick are 3 and 4. because these orbs will only drop on players that are in front of that half of the boss. That's how it works. Keep that in mind as going forward. There is going to be 6 orbs that are green and 2 that are purple. The purple ones deal tank buster damage, so you have to give this to the tanks. Ideally, you could hypermid a DPS, but just give them to the tanks. The way that we did this was, well, I'm not going to go too much into strats because PF might do it differently, but just know when it's your turn to take an orb, you need to be counting all the orbs, figure out which purple or green orb you're in charge of, and then when it's your time, step in front of the boss on the correct side of the boss for that orb. They can spawn on opposite sides, like a green could spawn here and here at the same time. They could spawn here and here at the same time. They could spawn here and here at the same time. You just got to know which one you're in charge of. For me, in specific, just so you know, I was in charge of the 4th green orb to spawn. So whether it spawned by itself or with another one, I was always going to be the one on the right side of it, and I was always going to be the 4th orb, you know. There might be different PF strats for this, but I was just in charge of the 4th green orb.
Healers. Melee.
And so, because of what I just explained earlier, even though these healer orbs are going off first, right? I know that it's not going to target me because it's only going to target players on this side of the boss. So, when I saw that mine were second in line, I could step forward ahead of time and just get into position early. Because I know these aren't going to come hit me. They're only going to hit over here.
Those guys.
So the healer ones come down first.
Patterns here.
Yeah.
The melee ones come down next, and I step out. Notice how big those are. They're very big, so make sure you're not in when you don't need to be in, and you're out when you need to be out. Blah, blah, blah.
I want to do this fight as Black Mage. It looks so fun.
I want to do Picto so bad this tier.
Guncat has Picto leveled, and I got all the gear ready. So we're going to do some Picto PFing soon. I was going to do it tonight, but I don't think I'm ready. I need to go. I realized I didn't have Cruiserweight unlocked yet, so I need to offline go do Cruiserweight and catch up in MSQ and stuff. I know we're on the last fight, but for the first one, who do you recommend for the second ad phase? Is Fizz range, nails, or flails? What do you recommend for second ad phase as a Fizz range, nails, or flails? Like which one you hit? Like nails or flails? Probably nails first, but flails too. Hit them all. Yeah, everybody should be hitting all of them. But since at one point melees aren't going to be able to hit, you know, the nails because of the expanding AoE, you should prioritize those, but you should be hitting all of them. Yeah.
I'm gonna pull out Gun.
Okay, he did pull out Guncat. Actually, he wasn't lying. Yeah, you can hit the nails as a melee DPS for a little bit too, if you can afford to. I do that. If you have like things like high jump or like star cross, I usually send those at nails or things that still need to be killed, etc. Okay, second mechanic of phase 1.
Melee where?
Boss is going to grow a dragon arm, and he's going to cast Grotesquerie Act 1. Here's what's going to happen.
Consider playing Fizz ranged.
Everybody is going to get a little flubber virus buddy on their character model, as you can see. We all have these red things on our characters. We don't have a debuff. It's important to keep in mind. There is no debuff for these red guys. We do have other debuffs, but we'll get to those. So the way that this works is that when... Well, actually, this is technically the debuff. The purple one. That is technically the debuff. The directed Grotesquerie. But the other ones are what's important past that. So what's going to happen is you need to check, based on where your character is facing, which direction your little flubber is pointing. Which direction your little red guy is pointing.
Support staff.
So I recognized that mine was on the right side of my body. It was on my right side and it was pointing right. It could be on my front and pointing front, on my back and pointing back, on my left and pointing left, etc. Check that before you stack up with everybody, because then we're going to drop AoEs under our feet.
Make sure you know which way your thing is facing.
We did dick strat, so we made the balls. Then we built the shaft. And then by the time we get here, I don't think PF is going to do this movement for this, by the way, so just get used to it. I think they're going to go like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. We check to see where the head is going. He's either going to go on the west side or he's going to go on the east side, and he's always going to face across wherever side he goes to. I see that he's going this way, so I know he's going to end up by the west side, and he's going to be pointing a big cone this way on this whole half of the room. So we're going to step here, and then we're going to break off this way, and then we're going to split into our spreads and stacks. Spreads and stacks being, spread is this yellow debuff, and stack is this red debuff. It's based on rolls, so you can see all the DPS in this example all have spread, so the DPS know that they're spreading out once we get to our endpoint. All of the supports either have this, which is the stack, or nothing, which means they can go in the stack. So the call here is DPS spread, support stack. We're going to move to the safe side, which we just identified as the west. And we're going to spread and stack. The stack is happening right next to the dragon head, is what we're calling it. So right about here. And all the spreads, the melees we have up in the front, and then the range we have way in the back. And you need to satisfy this stack and spread while also facing your directional flubber buddy in a direction that won't hit anyone else. Everybody is going to shoot a cone out of their character model based on where this red thing is pointing out of. Mine is on my right side, and it's pointing to the right of my character model, so I'm going to face out so that my right side is pointing out of the arena and not hitting anybody. I would highly recommend that while you're getting comfortable with this, you completely drop melee uptime. I did get comfortable with this, though, and I timed it very well. For this specific example, though, I just stopped pressing buttons completely, which is perfect. I knew that I was going to shoot soon, so I just... no GCD, face it out, wait for it to resolve, and then keep hitting the boss. Boom. I almost got shot, too. All right. Next thing. As soon as that resolves, this is quick, the boss is going to drop down some puddles in the room. The way that we identified this is that one side, east or west, is going to have two puddles close to each other like this. And then one side, the side that we came from, is going to have two puddles that are far away from each other like this. Notice the distance difference between these two that I just drew. See that? This is going to create a safe spot on the wall in the middle of the room back here where we just were. And there's going to create a safe spot in the corner up here in the front corner of the room. Both tanks are going to get a tank buster, and one of the healers is going to get a stack. So you send the tanks away so they're not in the stack. They split that corner up there, and then everybody else just stacks with the healer that needs help.
Party D.
There's the tank busters. Here's the stack. The stacks and the busters resolve all at once. The floor AoEs also go off. And we step back to the middle. It's very quick, so let's watch it again. It's a very, very quick thing. Is the tank side always front safe? I think so, yeah. It might not be, though, so... I'm pretty sure it is.
That's perfect.
As long as you can identify this and this, so this is going to expand here, so the back's not going to be safe, you know.
Party D. Party D.
It's actually not a hard elusive jump to make. It's a good one, too. It's worth getting used to doing if you're a Dragoon.
Oh, Fixer.
Fixer is big or raid wide. Faint Edible Reprisal, always good.
No.
Fixer hurts really bad. Alright.
Grotesquerie Act 2.
Thank you, Naja.
Cruel Coil.
So here's what's going on here. This is going to be Cruel Coil. I think this is the hardest mechanic in the whole phase. The way that this works is that you're going to get a number, and you're going to get an alpha, or you're going to get a beta. When you have your alpha or beta number about to run down to 0, you and your partner being this person that shares the same number as you, so in this case, I had 4. Naja also had 4. At the end of this 40-second timer for both of us, even though he has beta, it's still 40 seconds. We are going to get tethered together. It's going to create a chain between the two of us. When we start the chain, we want to be close to each other because we need to stretch that chain a certain distance in order for it to break. Once it breaks, we're both going to do an AoE around us, a fairly small AoE, and then one of us is going to drop a tower where we just were. That would be the Bravo, or the Beta, is going to drop a tower, and the Alphas are just soaking all the towers in the mechanic. This is kind of like a looper priority if you're familiar with Top. So we're going to pop the tethers, and we're going to create the towers in the order of 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's pop tethers. And then for soaking the towers, we're going to do a 3, 4, 1, 2 order. Soak, or we can just say soak, and pop. Those are the different orders. 1, 2, 3, 4, pop. 3, 4, 1, 2, soak. Sounds simple. There's a lot of moving parts in this, though.
DPS Alpha.
So here's what happens.
3.
The boss is going to spawn 4 towers, which we need to soak. Those are going to be the Alphas. So the Alphas are going to soak the towers that the boss spawns. There's going to be more towers, but those are going to be handled by the Betas. You can hear Mr. Happy here is going to call out 3, 4, 1, 2 in order for the floor ones, the boss ones.
3.
3.
4.
4.
1.
1. And then 2 in the front. I didn't see 1, but it's behind me. So all the Alphas already know which towers they're going to soak. I'm 4 Alpha, so I know that I'm soaking this tower right here. 3 is going to soak this tower right here. 2 is going to soak this tower up there, and then 1 all the way in the corner over there is going to soak that one. Without getting too much into strategy, because I don't know if PF's going to do this strategy, just know that every time a tether is stretched and broken, it is going to create a tower, which the Bravos will then soak. The Betas will soak. And every time one of the boss arena, the ones that the boss summoned, these puddles on the floor, become active, it's going to make a tower, and the Alphas are going to soak those. So Alphas soak the boss tethers, or towers, and then the Betas soak the player towers. 3, 4, 1, 2 order for soaking, 1, 2, 3, 4 for making them. And for that person that was asking me about the 2-minute timing, just watch.
DPS
For
Alpha.
Dragoon. Nothing special.
3.
Just prioritize hitting all of your jumps in order. High jump.
1.
Dragonfire.
Ooh.
Star Diver. Got them all off in time. Nothing special. You can get them all. Okay. So the tough part about this mechanic is that the boss is going to start spinning and give you different exit points. And as you can see, I want you to notice these icons over players' heads. Those are the ones. So that's Shima and that's Mr. Happy. What's going to happen is everybody except for the 3 and 4 Alpha for this strategy are going to exit, just so you can follow along. Shima and Mr. Happy are going to stay close together. And as soon as that tether turns into this debuff instead, you can see it visually changes. That's when they're going to start splitting up. But we had it in a fashion to where the Alphas moved and the Betas just stayed on this first safe wall. The Betas are chilling here the whole time. The Alphas are doing all the work. So everybody's got their own role. It's kind of like Wormhole. Everybody's got their own job that they need to do. You don't need to really focus on what other players are doing. You just need to do the movements for your number and your letter.
Force. So comfy. I'm chilling.
So you can see these guys just got their tether spawned and they're going to break it. And whenever they break, you'll see on Rab, a tower will spawn because his tether broke. Somebody's going to soak that. I'm getting close to my buddy, getting ready for my number to count down. It creates the tether. I'm going to break my tether now.
You make it.
Whenever a tether breaks, it drops a small AoE.
I mean,
This mechanic is just simply learning what each number's movement is. So there's 8 towers. The ones dropped by players need to be soaked by betas. And there's 4 towers that... Well, there's 4 towers from players, 4 towers from the boss. The boss ones are alphas. The player ones are betas. Every time you break one of the tethers, you have to break them. It creates a tower. That's how the player ones are made. So you have to just handle that with also keeping in mind that there's 2 boss towers in the middle at the start. That's what 3 and 4 are handling. And then there's a couple on the outside. And then you need to somehow break the player tethers and then soak those 2. And this strategy that we copied from DN actually works just perfect. It's very nice.
I mean, that's
good.
actually you did what the plan exactly.
As long as all of the towers are soaked and everybody breaks their tether, that's mechanic complete successfully. Any questions? I know it's a complicated one. And there's probably going to be a lot of different strategies for it. But that's like what all the debuffs do.
Yeah. It's good to me.
You move your fat ass fucking wings out of my face.
Sorry. Can those boss towers spawn in any location or are they static spots? So 2 are always going to spawn on the inside diagonal, and then 2 are going to spawn on the outside diagonal. That's it. So you just need to keep an eye out because 2 will be in the middle, always opposite, and then 2 will be on the outside, always opposite. They could be like this, or they could be like this. You know what I mean? So they're not like randomly like in the middle or anything. There's always 2 in the outside corners and then 2 on the inside. The beta towers are soaked in the same 3-4-1-2 order, right? Yep. The betas actually have it really easy because they just chill on the wall like this. We had evens go right and then large numbers further out. So we had 2 and 4 chill here. Then we had 1 and 3 chill here. And then whenever the alphas broke the tether for that guy, the other odd number for 1 would go in and soak that tower. It's so easy when you're a beta. Like you literally chill on the wall here and you wait for a tower to spawn next to you and then you step into it. That's basically the TLDR. It's super fucking simple.
I apologize.
No, reasonable crash out.
If you have any questions about that, feel free to ask, but we are going to keep watching. How quickly do player towers spawn in once their tethers are broken? A couple seconds after. So like after you break a tether, let me find a good example of when my tether broke. So since I was on the inside, these inside players were getting close. This might not be the strat, but like I can see that's my 4 buddy right there. I need to get close to them so that I can break the tether easier. Let's just keep an eye on them. I'm watching. I don't think I panned my camera over to them, but it's like pop 1, 2, 3 tower. You can see it spawned right there. So like you pop it, it does an immediate AoE around you, which gives a magic vuln, which lasts a few seconds, so you don't want to hit anybody else with it. And then like 3, 2, 1 tower spawns.
That's actually you did what the plan exactly.
And then like the 1 and 3 here, just like whenever a tower spawns, they just like switch spots. It's really easy.
Exactly is. So.
Yeah. It's good to me.
You move your fat ass fucking wings out of my face. Sorry.
I actually do really hate when the boss's wings get in your fucking camera. It reminds me of you, Cobb. Alright, Splattershed.
Dude, sometimes he's
A moderately hard-hitting AoE, not nearly as hard as the Fixer.
can't fucking see.
Splattershed kind of just like clears the arena of any like junk that the boss has left over, is the idea.
Look at your heads.
Alright, this is where the arrows come into play. So, what's going to happen is everybody is going to get another one of those little red guys on their hitbox that's going to be facing a direction. It can be on your front, your side, or your back. The difference is this time, when you turn your character physically, when you turn in any direction, this one stays in the exact same static spot. So if I have one on my front and I turn left, it's not going to shoot to the west side. It's going to shoot to the front still. It's static. It doesn't move. This one doesn't move. It points in a direction when it spawns, and it's going to shoot in that direction when it goes off. And there's going to be 2 players of every single direction. So there's going to be 2 players that get right facing. There's going to be 2 that get down, left, up, etc. And then the boss is going to split the arena into cardinal safe or inner cardinal safe, and then it's up to everybody to get into the right positions to resolve what's going to happen next, which I'll explain when we get there. All right, so everybody gets their little flubber buddy now. I see that mine is shooting left, west, and then I look down to my handy dandy diagram that I made with my macros. All right, if I'm shooting left, I'm either going to be on the east cardinal or the southeast intercardinal. Those are my two available spots. Does that make sense? So now I'm watching the floor. The boss goes untargetable.
Intercard.
We hear the inner card call. I also noticed that when I was watching up here, this one spawned and then this one spawned, which means the snake is going to spawn here and get rid of this, which means that all the cardinals are going to get destroyed, including the middle. So the inner cards are safe. So if the inner cards are safe, that takes out this spot, so it has to be this one. So I know, oh, okay, I'm going to the bottom right now. We also had a strategy that was basically the DPS go to the same part of whatever safe square they had, unless we were north or south. So I just go to the bottom left of that inner card, and I wait. And the reason why we go to these positions is because these are going to shoot in the direction and create a tower at a landing point at a set distance from where we're at. Kinda like Nidstinian from DSR, but not really. Kinda. So like Happy has one that's shooting south, and the idea is he's gonna shoot. The tower's gonna spawn right here, and I'm gonna be in it. I think this is Rab up here is gonna shoot and land on Biff, and then he's gonna soak it. And then it just goes all the way around. You know, Biff's shooting one over there. They're shooting them up there. They're shooting these across. This puts everybody in a spot to throw and also catch a different player's tower all at once.
Catch! Haktua!
Nah, not the fucking Hawktua in the clear.
Hey, Jitter, catch! Haktua!
You can kind of see them move, though, through the air. Sorry for making you listen to this, but can you see how the flubbers are shooting and then landing?
Hey, Jitter, catch! Haktua!
What happens if you throw them into the void? I don't know. I think you kind of just like the tower. I think it floats and then it goes off by itself, and then everybody takes a dot damage. Unimportant though, because I know it's a wipe condition, so just don't do it wrong.
Hey, Jitter, catch!
So on the squares, it's always northeast, southwest for the players. It depends. I can show you this diagram we came up with for it. Here we go. These two right here. So if it was inner card safe, we had all the DPS in the bottom left corner and all the supports in the top right corner. That's kind of the easy one. But if it was cardinal safe, we needed to do something a little different. We had east and west did the same rule as the last time. Same rule. Bottom left for DPS, top right for supports. But if you were the north or south cardinal, you just shifted left or right. And you don't need to think about that too hard. Just know that it works. If you were ever in the north and south safe spots, you just shift over left or right, depending on where you're at, and then it just works out. Those are the two diagrams that we made. That's all. All right. Yeah, they would clip the others if you didn't swap over. Exactly. Oh, oops. Okay.
Haktua!
Haktua.
Yes, my lord. Right
I don't
away,
like that.
All right. After that happens, the boss fills in parts of the platform to make it walkable. And here's what's going to happen next. Depending on if it was inner cards or cardinal safe, the arena will look different. Depending on what he did before that. These are the two different variations. It'll either look like this, which is the one in the footage that we're watching, or it'll look like this, if it was the other one. They both work the same, more or less. There's not too much different, as long as you know the concept of what's happening in this next part. It all makes sense.
Don't like that.
2 dragon heads are going to spawn. Those dragon heads are first going to select the nearest player and do a tank buster.
Tanks.
So the tanks run out to the sides, they get closest and pointed away from everybody.
Fuck. Stop calling us.
And then immediately after that, each dragon head is going to shoot a spread marker to the furthest 3 players. Not the closest, the furthest. So we're going to have 1 player go here, 1 player here, and 1 player back here, and then the same on the other side. That way we'll catch the ones from the dragon all the way on the other side, and vice versa. Just like that. After the tank buster, just make sure the tanks run middle so they don't get hit by anything. Yeah, tank buster to 1 and then spread to the rest. Exactly, yep.
Sir.
The fixer.
And so everybody after that is just going to meet up middle. Everybody's taking a mechanic. We're going to take a raid wide, and then we're going to move to right here was what we planned.
Fixer.
The wings.
The get behind me.
Need an but in a mechanic outfit.
North of B.
Here's what's going to happen. We are going to get some debuffs now. We're also going to drop some puddles under our feet, similar to the second mechanic in the fight. This time, instead of having everybody stacked and spread behind the boss head, that's going to spawn east or west, like this. There's 4 people that are going to get a special debuff that makes it so they want to stand in front of the head and actually get hit by it in order to cleanse the debuff.
Walk off.
Oh, wait, that's so good.
So while we're moving here and dodging the floor AoEs, we're checking what we have. Grotesquerie Curtain Call. As you can see, you can already see Mr. Happy calling it out, but you can see this new purple debuff that are on some players. This purple debuff means Rotting Flesh, you want to stand in front of the dragon head and you want to get hit by it. The other people are going to spread. Since they have the spread marker from earlier, they're going to go behind the head. So 4 people in front of the head, 4 people behind the head. And it's role oriented. So all the DPS are going to stand in front of the head since they all have the purple debuff. And then all the supports are going to stand behind the head and not get hit by it and spread. And la-di-da-di, everybody in the mechanic is going to spread out and not be on top of somebody. Because these rotting fleshes also explode in an AoE. So DPS in front of the head, supports behind the head. And then after that is going to be the next part, which we'll get to when you see it.
DPS in front
1,
of the head.
2,
Supports behind the head.
3, 4,
Heads
5
at B.
floor puddles. All right, and now we can see the head is going out here. It's going to stop here, and then it's going to shoot like this. DPS want to be in front of it, supports behind it. Watch for the floor AoEs. Everybody spreads out. We had Jitter go up here. We had me go here. Niara behind me, and then Happy way in the back. You can see there's spread markers even for when you're in front because of the Rotting Flesh. Rotting Flesh gets cleansed. All the supports successfully spread. Mechanic almost done. Next part, you'll notice we're getting those same head markers from Cruel Coil. So we're going to get tethered together to an opposite role player. DPS get tethered to supports. Vice versa. We want to stand close to each other, and then we want to snap that chain and get to safe spots that are going to spawn on the floor. So we're going to split the DPS to one side of the arena and the supports to the other side of the arena. It's just kind of how the mechanic works. There's no real way to tell who's going to get tethered to who. We just found out that it's DPS to supports arbitrarily. We're going to get close to the middle of the arena after this happens so that it's easier to break the chain afterwards. We're going to wait for the chains to spawn. And then our strategy, we just had the DPS go to the front safe spot and the supports to the back safe spot, because there's 2 safe spots in this mechanic. One's in the front, one's in the back, and we would just send the DPS to the front one.
Northwest.
There were always opposite corners though, which makes it easy. So we stack up close in the middle, wait for our chain to spawn, which is this new debuff. And then we all kind of had like spots. We had like Jitter go here, I'd go here, Niara would go here, and then Happy would go over here. And then they did something similar on the backside for the supports. And then after all the tethers were snapped, because there's AoEs at the end of them, like this. We don't want to overlap them. We'd all just collapse in to the safe spot. Snap, snap, snap. Doesn't all have to be at the same time. Snap, converge. It was a little sloppy, but we still got through it enough.
It should be Splatter Shed.
All right, Splatter Shed into the Enrage sequence, I think.
Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, go.
Ball.
Oh no, he does balls one more time, I think.
Don't rep on this mortal thing, but you guys live it anyway.
This is exactly the same as the first mechanic in the fight. Just the balls. It's pretty easy.
Balls. Healers. Melee.
Any help with
Those guys.
Balls.
Range.
She's just the exact same pattern.
May die, because this hurts. Okay, good.
I liked Cruel Coil a lot, 2P. That's a fun one. Rip the LB.
Slaughter 1.
All right. And then this is kind of the Enrage sequence. It's kind of long. Slaughter Shed. He's going to cast this 3 times at different points with things in between.
It was decent goal.
All right. We're looking for... There's 2 front safe spots every time is the idea. One of the sides we're going to send the spreads to. And one of the sides we're going to send the stack to. We're always going to send the stack to the smaller safe spot. The front 2 corners are going to be safe every time. Northwest and northeast. One of them is going to be big, and one of them is going to be small. As you can see, this one's small because it's got this guy here and this guy here. It's going to be a tiny little safe spot like this. This way doesn't have anything there, so it's going to be a bigger safe spot like this. Safe. Safe. We're going to send the spreads so they can spread out to the bigger spot and the stack to the smaller spot because they can all, stack. So we're reading this, and then we're checking our heads to see which one we get. We're either going to get nothing, a stack, or a spread. If we're nothing or stack, we're going to the stack. If we're a spread, we're going to the spread. And it's always role-based. DPS will get one, supports will get the other.
It was decent goal.
Spread left.
Just had little assigned spots for this. I kind of realized that the markers were a good way to read the safe spot for me, so just went there.
Left safe.
And then before that, actually, I forgot to even start reading this during prog because Mr. Happy would just read it. The boss is doing something with his arms here. He's either going to spawn his left arm first or his right arm first, and they're either going to be big, bloody, like, dragon heads or whatever, or they're going to be his claws, which are knockbacks. So dragon head equals don't be on that side. Claws equal knockback from that side. So you can see he's spawning a big bloody dragon arm on this side. And then he spawned a big bloody dragon arm on this side. So we want to not be on the side that's going off first. So he's going to call left safe.
Pot's coming up.
And then we switch sides because he's going to do the other one.
I have rep and missionary for this one.
And then pots and twos.
I don't have faint yet.
Pots as well.
Slaughter Shed 2. Same thing. Except this time his arms might be different. This time the smaller safe spot's in the front left. And the stack safe spot is in the front right.
Spread right.
Again, I get to my spot. I did realize, though, later that this marker was not necessarily safe every time like it was on the other side. I did have to step like here instead. But if I'm close enough, I have enough time to readjust.
Right. Right.
Oh!
I did not hear
Lift,
that.
that's all that matters.
Happy didn't call it out, and I wasn't even reading it like an idiot, so... Are you going to make a VOD of this stream? Yeah! It's already on the VOD channel right now. See, look. Hi! What's up, guys?
I did not hear the call. Is my
Sorry, I should
Slaughter
have said
Shed
live.
3.
Play it out, play it out. Listen,
Slaughter
listen,
Shed
play it out.
3.
Slaughter Shed 3!
Sure hit
Everything.
that. Spread right.
We got the stack this time. We go to the smaller safe spot.
So be right
Right.
safe first.
Go right, go right, go right, go right.
I want to talk to whoever said this was a tight check.
He hasn't even started the final Enrage cast yet, and he's already at 4%. And we had a damage down. Is this game new player friendly? Yes. Very.
I gotta do 3% before
Yeah, you could get spreads every time.
this cast finishes.
2%.
It's gotta be a cast. There's an actual cast.
Oh,
Myth
shit, wait.
Dude, respectfully, that is not a fucking tight check at
all.
all.
Yeah.
It's super dead.
Oh yeah, that's
Dude,
great.
this is fucking free.
Also, shout out to my static, by the way, for man, shout out to every static I've ever had. Something about, tell me if I'm crazy. Level with me for a second. I feel like whenever I get a damage down, everybody makes a big fucking deal out of it. Whenever anybody else gets a damage down, everyone's like, whatever. Oh, they don't even say anything. Maybe it's just Biff. Maybe Biff gets really fucking mad at me every time I get a damage down. Listen to this reaction. Hold on. They were like, fine. Play it out, I guess. Whatever.
Right.
Whoa! I did not hear
Live,
that.
that's all that matters.
I did not hear the call. That was my
Sorry, I
bad.
should have said
Watershed
that.
Play it out, play it out. Listen,
Watershed
listen.
3.
Myths,
Sure hit
everything.
that. Gotta be a cast. There's an actual cast. Myth
Oh
that-
shit.
It does do damage.
And then it just dies there.
Respectfully, that is not a fucking tight
Easy
check.
peasy. And then cutscene. And then phase 2.
Say that.
Is that Vecna from Street?
Super
Oh no, it is.
Awesome.
Oh, hey, this is from the
Wait,
trailer.
listen.
Dude, it's Solution 9 but destroyed.
All right. And next we're going to go into phase 2. You guys ready? I need to use the restroom and get some water, actually. Think of any other questions you might have for phase 1. And then when I get back in just a minute or two, we'll answer those and then talk about phase 2. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's continue. Any more questions on phase 1, by the way, before we move on? Somebody asked, is refreshing overkill the enrage? Yes, it is. That's the final cast. And he only casts that when you got him under 10% at that point. Otherwise, he just goes away and then kills you. It's a little weird. All right, phase 2. This is a toughie. It is ultimate level. This is harder than most of the ultimate mechanics in the game, just in general. It requires a lot of remembering, a lot of personal responsibility or remembering, a lot of fast mechanics, and funny enough, doing 3 or 4 mechanics at the same time. He'll literally, the last 4 minutes of the fight is him doing like 3 different mechanics, but he switches every 5 seconds to the next mechanic and back and back and next and back and next and back. You'll be doing 2 different fights at once, basically. Is kind of cool. It's a fun fight. It's going to require some remembering, but it's when you break it down and you understand all the pieces, it'll all come together and it'll make a lot more sense. So feel free to ask lots of questions on this one. This is a tough fight. I'm going to do my best to explain each and every piece of how these mechanics work and not necessarily the strategies. So here we go. I also think this is the best fight in this raid series. It's very good. Speak Spanish?
We.
I was waiting for that joke the whole time. I started calling things in Spanish and it never came.
Who are you?
We don't understand Spanish, so we didn't know.
What are these guys yapping about? All right, Arcadia Aflame. Big raid wide. Big raid wide. Lots of mitt, lots of shields.
Hey, Rad. Who's we?
I don't think that was meant to be a French joke.
All right, first major mechanic. Replication.
Pairs.
Need some water. My throat is so dry from all this talking. What, kitty? What? Shush. Can you guys hear her? Hush, little one. All right, first mechanic, replication. This is a little bit tougher of a mechanic to explain because we're doing a strat that kind of cheeses it in a way. It's like static positions, not entirely intended, kind of intended. I'm going to explain how all the pieces work, what all the pieces do, and as long as you understand that the general idea of getting through this mechanic is, weirdly enough, just having everybody not die, you'll kind of understand. The way that the boss tries to kill you is by shooting out different damage types and then trying to hit you again with the same damage types in a few seconds from then. So he's going to give dark damage, and he's going to do fire damage, and he's going to give you a vulnerability to that damage that you just took so that you can't take it again, and then he's going to obfuscate, duplicate, and make a bunch more of those same types of damages he just did, and then hope that it hits the people that have those vulnerabilities again. So there's a specific way that you can stand to guarantee that you'll never get hit by the same type of damage twice, and conveniently it works out so everybody takes both types of damages at least once. I know that sounds confusing, but let's just watch what happens.
I crit absolutely fuck all.
So 4 dragons are going to drop down from the top, and they're going to spawn in the middle of these white diamonds on the arena. Funny enough, where we also have the markers. They're called Linshrats. They're untargetable ads. And they're all going to cast an ability, but you don't know which ones are casting what yet. There's 4 of them. One of them is going to cast an ability called Mighty Magic. Mighty Magic selects the 2 closest players and gives them an AoE dark damage spread. This can hit multiple people, but it's just going to select the 2 closest players and hit them with an AoE of dark damage. There's going to be another ad that does, I think it's called Top Tier Slam. He's going to pick the closest player, and he's going to slam down on top of them with enough damage to do a stack for 2 players. So it's a 2-player stack. You can technically live it by yourself, but you want to do it with 2 people. So let's just watch that first part. And then the other 2 ads are just going to do small cleaves, either north and south or east and west. So there's 2 ads that are targeting closest players for certain types of damage. And there's 2 ads just cleaving the arena either north or south, east or west. We stand in a fashion like so.
Get ready to move.
That makes it so that if there were a cleave going through us this way, because it can go this way, you'll notice that the east and west ads are doing cleaves, and the north and south ads aren't doing cleaves, so they're doing the Mighty Magic or top tier slams. There's the Mighty Magic. We saw that the Mighty Magic came from the north ad, and we saw that the top tier slam came from the south ad. He moved this way and slammed down on a player. This is important to keep in mind now.
Behind the boss.
In between this next part and here, you need to remember what you just got hit by or what you didn't just get hit by.
Behind the boss.
We're going behind the boss now because he's doing snaking kick. This is a repeating mechanic throughout this fight. Whenever he does snaking kick, he's going to kick the entire front half of his hitbox. He's going to split his hitbox in half and kick the front half. Next, what's going to happen is all of the adds that he summoned are going to split down the middle, duplicate, turn into adds of themselves, and now instead of 4 adds, there's 8. That add that just split, that did the top tier slam, the fire stack, there's now 2 of them. So 2 people, or 2 sets of people, need to take the fire slam. And now the Mighty Magic ad that selected the 2 closest players for Dark Magic are going to be 4 different Dark Magic stacks need to happen. Does that make sense so far? And then the cleave guys that duplicated are going to all cleave the same way, but now there's double of them. All of them doubled up, and they're all doing the same mechanic, but now there's just double of each type. So now there's 4 doing cleaves. These guys are cleaves. The one off the screen over here. These guys are slams, and these guys are dark magics. These guys are always going to pick the 2 closest players each. And then these guys are always going to click the closest player, and it's going to be a 2-player stack. If you stand in this fashion like we do here, right at the very start,
I'm the boss.
no matter what happens on this first hit, because we have people on inner cards like this, you'll be able to sidestep any cleaves that go through you, and every time it will guarantee 4 players get hit by dark magic. You can notice it targeted Rab and it targeted this DPS right here. And I just got hit because I was next to him. 2 players got hit by nothing because they were not closer to this guy who was doing the slam on south. By the way, dark magic guy and slam guy are always opposite. Not adjacent, always opposite. So if I got hit by dark magic from this guy, I'd know without even looking up that slam guy's on the opposite side. So in this configuration, and in every configuration, if you stand like this, you will have, at the end of it, 4 players will have dark vulnerabilities. They cannot get hit by dark. And 2 players will have fire vulnerabilities. They cannot be hit by fires. Whatever you got hit by, you cannot be hit by that again, or else you will die. So the idea here is we have, with this fashion that we've stood and the way that the boss can hit you, we have 6 people that can take the fire slam, and we have 2 people, technically 4 people, that can take the fire, or the dark. Naja, Shima, and then Jitter and Niaru can all take the dark magics because they don't have a dark vulnerability. And then left over from that, everybody else that has the dark can be hit by the fire next. You don't just trade positions because of one thing that's going to happen here. This is what makes it a little tricky. So the bosses duplicate. The slam guy already moved because he jumps to the closest player. But here's the tricky part. Now they all jump. So you need to watch where they go and get into positions that would successfully bait all of them without killing people. This is a little confusing, I won't lie. But just know, with that starting orientation, the players that got hit by dark cannot take dark again. Myself, Rab, Biffalo, and Mr. Happy cannot take dark, which means that the other 4 players, Naja, Shima, Jitter, and Niaru, have to take the dark this time. Myself, Rab, Biff, and Happy have to take the fire. There's going to be 2 2-player stacks of fire. So that's perfect. That's the 4 players that I just named. And there's going to be 4 different people who need to take the magic, the dark magic. It's 4 and 4 here. And it works out perfectly. It's a little bit of a cheesy strat. But here's the idea. Because of how we're standing and who we're standing with, myself and Rab are melee players. We can take whatever one of these slam guys jumps closer to the middle. Because there's always going to be one slam guy close to the middle and one that's far away. There's not any particular reason for that. It's just the way the mechanic works out. There's always going to be one close slam and one far slam. Biff and Happy are ranged, so they're going to take the far fire slam. We have Nausea and Jitter able to take the close dark. And then we have Shima and Nyaru able to take the far dark. Because of how we stood at the beginning and who we stood with, it always works out like that. Watch closely. Specifically, let's watch the slam guys, because that's who me and Rab need to take. We're watching the slam guys, and it's always going to make an X pattern whenever they jump. All of the ads are going to make an X pattern on the arena when they jump. And we're looking for whatever slam guy is closer to the middle. So watch this. Here they go. They jumped from here and here. One of them jumped here, and then one of them jumped all the way out here. See that? So we're going to get this guy because we're the melees that need to take the fire slam. So Rab and I have the assigned position, just because of our strategy, to stand right here. We're going to dodge everything else in the arena. We're not going to take any dark magics, and we're going to take the fire slam because that's what we can take, because we have dark vulnerabilities. Everybody else is doing something similar, but for their own ranged or melee and whatever buff they need. And by the time this resolves, you can see there's 2 slams going off. Those are 2 2-player stacks. There's 2 mighty magics going off. Can't see them because of the enemy list or whatever. But everybody's taking damage that they haven't already taken while also avoiding all the cleaves. You can look at the party list here and see that everybody has different types of vulnerabilities. Nobody's dead. Nobody took the same type of damage twice. Play it from the beginning.
I crit absolutely fuck all. We're winning.
Because of how we stand here, melees and ranged are together and inner cards. I know I'm taking Fire Slam. I'm watching the Fire Slam ad. I'm seeing him split right now while I'm dodging the boss. I'm watching to see which one jumps close. He jumped to 1-4. I'm standing on the line that we assigned. Everybody else who's taking fire or magic somewhere else is taking the correct one for our strategy. He jumps to me. Everybody else takes their damage that they need to. Mechanic done. The spots that we assigned for the second part of this mechanic are all safe from cleaves no matter what. The first part of the mechanic, when we take the first set of ads before they split, are in positions that we can kind of shift left or right to dodge cleaves if we need to. Will the cleaves ever change directions after the duplication? You don't really need to pay attention to that because, like I just said, I don't even know. It doesn't even matter. Yeah, exactly. When you're in the assigned spots that we have, you'll be fine no matter what. I can find the diagram for it just before I show you it. Just know it's a little fucking cooked. Where is it? I don't even know if we saved it. Oh, here it is. This is the one. It's a little complicated looking, as you can see. But just to try to simplify this a little more, you can see these yellow cleaves going off. Those are all of the possible cleaves that the bosses can do. That's step 1. If you lift all of those cleaves away and understand that all these spots where all the characters are safe, that's step 1. Step 2 is finding out how to bait all of these different ads properly. and realizing that the ranged players need to be closest to wherever they need to be on the outside, we have one ranged set taking the fire stack and one ranged set splitting the dark magic. We have one melee set taking the fire slam in the middle of the room, and then we have one melee set close to the middle of the room taking the dark magic from here. As you can see, this is one dark magic ad, just in this example. And then this is the slam ads here. With all this exact tight positioning, this makes everybody safe from the cleaves, and it puts them in positions that would make them closest to whatever ad they need to bait. As long as you understand those concepts, it'll be easier to learn how to actually do this mechanic in practice. You're going to take one type of damage at the beginning of the mechanic. The ads are going to split, and then you need to take the other type of damage to not die. And everybody needs to do that in order for somebody to not die. That's how you get through it. There's no cleansing. There's nothing fancy like that. It's simply seeing what type of damage you take first by standing in a set position, which makes it possible later. And then on the second part of the mechanic, taking the damage that wouldn't kill you. Because there's either dark or there's either fire, and you need to take the one that won't kill you. Sometimes at the beginning you'll take nothing. Sometimes you'll take dark. Sometimes you'll take fire. If you take fire or nothing, you have to get hit by dark, because 4 people at the second part need to take dark. If you took dark, which should be 4 people from the start, you'll be taking fire, which is perfect because 4 people need to get hit by fire at the second half. Make sense? I know that one's tough. So if you have any questions at all, let me know. We'll watch it again.
I crit absolutely fuck all. We're winning.
2 ads are casting Winged Scourge. That's the cleave. It can be either east-west or north-south, not both. 1 ad is casting Top Tier Slam. That's the fire stack. 1 ad is casting Mighty Magic. That's 2 closest players get a dark AoE.
Get ready to move.
We see exactly which ads are which now. We know that this guy is the dark magic guy, which means the opposite guy is the slam guy.
Behind the boss.
We're all getting behind the boss. The ads split. This is the moment where everybody can check what type of damage they're taking next. The dark players are taking the fire, and the fire and nothings are taking the dark. There's set positions for each one, exact to the arena and exact to the markers that we set up. You can see that the melees are on specific spots of the markers in order to take that. You can see Jitter and Nausea are lined up perfectly on the corners of these markers that we set up to perfectly avoid all damage, but also take the dark when they need to. Me and Rab are right behind this line here from the middle of the room, and that satisfies the fire. And then all the ranged have their different positions on the outside. I didn't pay too much attention to learning that because I would never need to do that. Mechanic done.
Okay.
Next. Again, if you have any questions about that, feel free to ask. Double Sabat is the tank buster. This is going to be another kick. He's going to kick the whole half front of his hitbox. Afterwards, he's going to spin. He can either stay where he was facing. He can spin left. He can spin right. He could spin around. You have to check and see where he looks. He didn't turn, so he's going to kick again in the front here. Everybody has to avoid this one, so the tanks have to leave now.
Didn't turn.
As soon as he kicks again, Double Sabat still going. The tanks have to run through and take a tank buster based on aggro. And it's a big fuck you AoE. And then they can come back. And that's Double Sabat done. Question more about progging in general. How do you keep yourself from getting discouraged after getting kicked out of a door boss instance? I don't know. I just do it. Nothing in this video game discourages me personally. I don't know how else to tell you. Just been doing this a long time, and I don't get mad at video games.
Tanks are going through.
All right, next major mechanic coming up. Oh boy, I can't wait to explain the rest of this fight. I'm gonna try to do this as briefly as I can, but it's tough. Just go again, exactly. Staging. Not gonna go over the exact strategy for this. I'm just gonna tell you what everything does. The boss is going to spawn clones. He's always going to spawn the first clones on north and south. You can't see it, but it's behind me. And then he's going to spawn one on the inner card, then the cardinal, then the inner card. And it's going to happen for each line. So there's going to be 8 total around the arena. 1 on each cardinal, 1 on each inner cardinal. And they're going to spawn from north clockwise on both sides. You can see them all popping up now. Then everybody's going to get tethered to a random clone.
Check your tether.
That clone is going to be keeping an eye on what you get and what you do during this mechanic, and then later it is going to copy that. That's the idea. We are going to resolve these tethers that we get here in a second in a way to where these mechanics, when they're repeated by our clones later, will not kill us. Okay? Replication. Here we go. He's dropping boss clones now. Linshrats, like from the beginning. They're going to do different mechanics this time, though. As you can see, there's 6 of them, but there's 8 players. Interesting. All right. These tethers pop out, and all of the ads have different mechanics on them, as you can notice. The boss also has a tether. Keep that in mind. The boss has one. 6 ad mechanics, 1 boss mechanic, and then 1 player is going to end up with nothing just because of how it all works out. These right here, players call defamations. That's a simpler way of saying very, very, very large AoE circle. Not kind of large, not max melee large, like fucking big, like go to the edge of the wall away from everyone else. They're huge. This, kind of self-explanatory, 4 dots inside of a stack. It's a 4-player stack. There's 2 of those. There's 2 of each, actually. 2 4-player stacks, 2 defamations, we'll call them. And then 2 cones. The cones are going to, when they go off, make you, wherever you're at, shoot a big cone in front of wherever your character is facing. Pretty standard. Pretty self-explanatory. The last mechanic remaining in this set of tethers is the one coming from the boss. And I believe it's called, like, Fire Scourge something or whatever. The boss is going to jump to whoever has his tether, do a big AoE around them, and then it's going to shoot out 4 lines to the closest players for that. So if I had the boss tether and it was time for the boss to jump on me, he would jump from here, land on top of me, do a big circle AoE, and then he would pick the 4 closest players. Let's just say there was a player here, player here, player here, and a player here. He would shoot a cone at each one of them. Pretty thin cone. At the same moment of impact. No matter where they're at, that's what he's going to do. We have a strategy that makes it so that we all have set standard positions and set standard orders for all the different mechanics that we pick up here during this phase. I can kind of just show you just so you can get a general idea. This is what we did. Based on where your clone spawned, this is the mechanic that you were going to pick up. So we had the northwest and the northeast guys pick up cones. We had the east and the west clones pick up the light party stacks. And then we had the southwest and southeast guys pick up the defamations. And then we had the guy with nothing run all the way south. Because the guy with nothing, we found out, just gets a defamation, just like these guys, but without a tether. And then we had the guy who was north, the north clone, pick up the boss tether. following that, we move on to the execution. So we had different like priority orders for who was going to pick up what, since there was 2 of each. I was this guy, so since I was in this priority going from south clockwise, I knew that I was going to pick up the first cone from this way counterclockwise. You might have different priority systems for whatever your group's doing. Just know that since I was one of the northwest or northeast guys, I need to pick up a cone. If I was in east or west, I need to pick up a light party stack. If I was southeast, southwest, I'd need to pick up a defamation, so on, so on. As long as everybody gets the correct one that they need. There's probably many ways to do this too, so it's not like this is going to be the set way to do it. This is just the strategy we're doing, as long as you understand all the moving pieces. All right, the tethers lock in. You can see the tethers go from being passable and pick upable to locking in. Right here, everything sets in stone. In a few seconds here, all of the ads are going to jump to their target and do the mechanic that they say they're going to do. The boss is going to jump to whoever had the boss tether and do what they were going to do. What's going to happen then is the moment that mechanic hits us, it's going to lock in and tell our clones later to do the exact same thing that just happened to us again in about 20 seconds from now. And the way that we picked all of these up is going to determine whose clone gets what. Is defamation the name of another boss mechanic? Yeah, it came from the Heaven's Ward raid tier. Specifically Brute Justice, actually.
Go.
All right, everybody moves to their position. We had a special little order for where everyone stands. Firefall Splash hits the player that took the boss tether, and all these small cones go out and hit the closest 4 players.
Watch the defamations.
The defamations go off as well.
Join
And
your
now the
group.
light party stacks are going off. And now the cones are going off. And now the boss is doing a snaking kick. We need to look at the direction he's facing, and we need to get behind him.
Safe side, east, east, east.
I greeted that start over there instead of moving first, and I got a damage down. It's okay, we still killed. Don't do that, though.
Fates are Jitter and Biff. Jitter and Biff.
Now what's going to happen is, now that we've taken all of those boss clones, all of our outside clones are going to copy what just happened to us.
This is near.
The boss is also going to cast a Nether Wrath near or far, and we're going to have certain players bait either near or far. Closest or furthest players from the boss are going to get a 2-player stack, is basically what this ends up being. Since this is near, we're going to have a couple of players designated to go in close and take that 2-player stack with another guy who's with them.
Watch.
That's done. And now this is the moment where first the Firefall Splash ad completed. He doubled up. That replication went off on that player clone there. And now all of the outside clones are going to, in order, do the mechanics that they were given earlier.
Defamation. Careful of the range defamation.
So you'll see that all the defamations and the clones are going off at different times depending on when they spawned. Some of the clones get 4-player stacks, just like earlier. Defamations are all going off. It's all in the order that the clones and the ads spawned in. That's mechanic done. As long as you understand all the moving pieces and learn the strategies, should be good to go.
Congrats on your clear, Woops. My team cleared a few days ago.
Thanks, Yo-Yo. Welcome back. My team did too.
DPS.
Next is mutating cells. What's going to happen here is that there's going to be some black holes that spawn on the east and west cardinals. And the idea is that it's going to suck in shapes, kind of like Super Chain. And you need to make one side safe first and then the other side safe. You can't make them both safe at the same time because then they're both going to be unsafe second. You can't make them both unsafe on the second time because then they're only going to be unsafe first. Why wouldn't you put the stacks at northwest and northeast for less movement? Because of the defamations. Just the order the defamations go off in. Does the 4-player stack clone target? Does the 4-player stack clone target the clone? If it's missed, does it kill you? Yeah, it targets the clone, and if it's completely missed, it does a raid-wide damage, like, over time to everybody. And then if it's just a few players, then it splits the damage between less players. Do they always shoot towards the middle? The clones? Yeah, because the clones are always facing inwards. Do the clones take 4-player stacks by themselves, or do people have to stand in those to avoid raid? Yeah, they have to stand on the clone that takes that 4-player stack.
Supports north.
And so what we do here is we do supports north, and then DPS south. These alpha and betas do different things. We need the betas to take damage and the alphas to not take damage. It's the TLDR. So here come these clones.
Are going to 4 and blocking.
Give me 1 sec. Be in my office yapping. All right, I'm back. Sorry. V brought friends over. I thought I'd go say hi real quick. Okay. So yeah, this is like Super Chain. You need to make one side safe first, and you need to make the other side safe second. Can't do both safe first, can't do both safe second. You have to do 1 and 1. The way that we're going to make one of these sides safe is by blocking certain shapes from entering first. This isn't a timing thing. It's simply an order thing. This is what kind of confused me the first time I saw this. So let's wait till the shapes come out. Whatever shapes go into this one first are the ones that are going to go off first. Whatever shapes go into this one first are the shapes that are going to go off first. We can see here, this is the order that we want. These are the 2 shapes that we want to go in at the same time. The wind donut and the fire cleave. That's what's going to give us safe spots. So we want to have one side be safe first and the other side be safe second. We can see that these wind and fire are going to go into this one first already. So we don't need to worry about this side. But this side, we can see that all 4 shapes are going to converge at the same time because they're equidistant. This is equidistant. This is equidistant. This is equidistant. This is equidistant. So we need to have some players block. We're going to have some players go over here and block the wind and the fire so that these can go off first.
To 4 and blocking wind and fire.
This is not a timing thing. It's an order thing. So the betas split up and they block those shapes.
Watch the other ones. Don't touch them.
We can see this side has an order of wind, fire, which is what we want. And then water, lightning. And then this side is going to be water, lightning, and then wind, fire. So we've offset them to be safe at different points, which is perfect. It's not exactly about timing, it's just about order, because they're all going to go off when the boss does this casts.
Beta south, alphas north.
We're splitting up the alphas and the betas just to make the next part easier.
Don't go early. Go.
Splitting to the other side now.
It is far.
And now this is when the new betas, because the debuff swapped in the middle of that. You can see they swapped right here.
To 4 and blocking wind and fire.
Notice how when these run out, the alphas and the betas from the first half run out.
The other ones. Don't
They
touch
mutate and then flip.
We'll be going.
So now the next guys, the original alphas, are now the new betas, and they're going to bait this next damage. If you're an alpha, you can't take damage, otherwise you kill everyone. If you're a beta, you have to take damage or else you kill everyone.
Go. Betas, watch the cast bar.
Yeah, the shapes go off centered on the black holes. The black holes spit out those shapes and then suck them back in, and then the order that they're sucked back in is the order that the mechanics go off in.
It is far. Betas are far.
So betas want to take this far bait here.
Whoa!
Scared me.
Sorry. That's the pull that I shared. I scared you.
Tank Buster. Tank Buster.
All right, double Sabat. This works just like the first one. So it's going to be kicking front half of hitbox.
Watch the boss turn.
Then he's going to turn, get behind him. And then tanks go through and take the giant AoEs.
Another fuck you.
All right, then he does a big raid wide, and then, believe it or not, he starts the final mechanic of the fight. But whoops, he's at 50% HP. Yeah, this next mechanic is 4.5 minutes long. Because it's actually 4 different mechanics all at the same time, but he flips which one he's doing every 5 seconds. Good luck. This is the hardest mechanic in the tier. It's crazy. I'm going to try to do my best to explain all the moving parts. I'm not going to explain the strategy at all. Idyllic Dream. Actually cinema. It's so fun. It's really, really cool.
This next thing will be way later.
Staging. All right. What he's going to do is he's going to pick either cardinals or inner cardinals, and he's going to spawn some ads, just like earlier, some clones of players. If he does cardinals first, he'll do inner cardinals second. You got to remember the order for this for 3 fucking minutes from now. This doesn't matter yet.
Cardinals way later. Reenact Cardinals later.
You're going to see which clone you get to. Just know, so you can follow along later if you're studying this, just know that my group in particular for this mechanic, what we were doing is we were having an order from north to southeast, and then we were having an order from south to northwest. We wanted all 4 of these players to be stack, 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 stack for later. For later. This is what we're telling our clones for later by picking up clones. And we wanted all 4 of these players from south to northwest to be defamation, 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 defamation. That's the idea. You want it to be like this for way later. Not for now, but pretty soon here we're going to pick up tethers, which will satisfy this. So what I'm thinking in my head right now is I'm the north clone. That means I'm stack 1 for later. I'm stack 1. This is stack 2. This is stack 3. This is stack 4 over here. This is defamation 1. Defamation 2. 3 and 4. For way later. Pretty soon we're going to have to pick up boss tethers which coordinate with this. We have a prio for this too, similar to Snake Prio for how we're going to pick tethers up, how we know who picks up what. But later, we're going to have this order. So I'm thinking in my head, I'm not worried about what everyone else is doing. I see that I'm the north one, and I know that this is stack 1. So right now in my head, while this is pulling, I'm thinking stack 1, stack 1, stack 1.
Check where your tether is. Think about your assignment.
Twisted Vision. He takes those away, and he does a different mechanic now, but he's going to bring them back later. Replication. I've been seeing a lot of Snake Prio. What that if it's important? Snake Prio is a priority system that came out of the Abyssos raid tier. There was a mechanic that involved snakes, where people came up with a priority system for picking positions to go based on where the snakes spawned. It's basically like... Here, let me pull it up in M9S Paint. It'll be easier to explain. Snake Prio is if you have an arena, and let's just say you have 8 different positions. Right? They're all the same color. They all do the same thing, but we don't know who's going where. And you have 8 players, okay? You have 8 players and you have 8 spots you need to go in, but who goes where, right? Rather than going through a list of all 8 players having specific spots, depending on where it starts, let's say like it needs to go here first or whatever it is, right? We're going to have a snake prio. And what that means is we're essentially going to split groups at a certain point. We could just call it like north, for example. One group is going to look this way, and one group is going to look this way for where to go. So let's say snake prio, group 1 north. Snake prio, group 1 north clockwise, and then group 2 northwest counterclockwise would be the rule. So if you were group 1, you would look north first, and then you would go clockwise instead of splitting counterclockwise. If you were group 2, you would look northwest, and then you would go counterclockwise, for example. Let's just say, for example, each specific role needed to go to a specific spot, and it randomized, right? Let's just say, for whatever reason, a tank needed to take a tower right here, and a tank needed to take a tower right here. Let's say a healer needed to take a tower up here, and a healer needed to take a tower up here. And then let's also say maybe DPS needed to take a tower here, 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 and here. Obviously, if you didn't have the snake prio set up, it'd be a little bit of a clusterfuck and you wouldn't really know where to go, right? But since it's in a circular fashion, this doesn't have anything to do with snakes, but more of the mechanic where it was kind of coined and like regular, like it was standardized, I guess is the word I was looking for. Here's what they would do. So the tanks would both immediately, when snake prio started and they needed to figure out where to go, they wouldn't physically go there, but they would mentally look up and they would see, okay, I'm the group 1 tank, so I'm going to look up this way and I'm going to go this way around the boss until I find my spot. Oh, it's right here. All right, I'm taking this spot. Group 2 tank would look up this way and they would go all the way around and say, oh, it's finally over here. This is where I'm going to take my spot. Bam. Same thing for the healers. Group 1 healer would look here. Oh, my spot's right here. Nice and easy. Group 2 healer would go this way and stop here because that's where the next healer one is. This basically creates a way for 2 similar people of similar roles to pick different locations without bumping into each other or crossing over each other. Does that make sense? Asking Mito because you asked? Snakes, fuses, yeah, there's plenty of ways to call it. That's the general idea. When people say snake prio, it's this general concept. Okay. Let's go back a little bit. So the clones go away. We remember that I'm the north clone, so I'm stack 1. I'm remembering that for later. Replication, here we go. Boss is going to summon 3 clones. 1 kind of close to him, and then 2 north and south. They're all going to telegraph some attacks here, and we need to remember which one is doing which. We also remember that northwest and northeast are safe. Thinking about that for later, and we're remembering which each ad from north to south is attacking and doing what. The north one's hitting north-south. The middle one's doing a chariot, and the south one's doing an east-west. We can type that in chat, we can say it out loud, we can just remember it in our head, whatever works for us. We need to remember what each one of these is doing. All right?
Northwest.
He's not doing this yet. The boss is evil, and he's fucking taking it away, and we'll bring it back later when he feels like it. The clones are back. Congrats. Now he's going to do replication. Again, I remember my clone is north, and because of my group strategy, I'm remembering I'm stack 1. I know for a fact that all of the ads are going to spawn here, 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 just in front of all the clones. Here, 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 here. I know that since we're doing snake prio, I'm going to be the first stack. We're actually doing a clockwise prio for this part. But snake prio for a different thing in between this. It's really confusing, I know. But I know that I'm stack 1. So I'm going to take the first stack from north clockwise. All 8 of these ads that spawn are either going to be a 4-player stack or a defamation and never be anything else. They will also always be staggered. Stack, defamation, stack, defamation, stack, defamation, or defamation, stack, defamation, stack, defamation, stack, going around clockwise. They'll always be staggered. I'm the north clone, so for my group's strategy, I know that I'm stack 1. Because we want all 4 of these players, they're clones, we want those 4 players to pick up stacks. We need to know who's going to pick up which stack and where. So we can see that I'm going to pick up the first stack here. Jitter's going to pick up the second stack. Happy's going to pick up the third stack. And then, is that Rab? It might be Rab. He's going to pick up the 4th stack. But like I mentioned earlier, these are all staggered. So this is going to spawn something like this. Stack, defamation, stack, defamation, stack, defamation, stack, defamation. So who picks up what, right? Since I'm first stack, mine's easy. I'm just going to grab this one. The second stack is actually here. This is stack 2. Jitter is the second stack, so he's going to grab this one. You follow? Happy needs to pick up the third stack because he's 1, 2, 3. So he's actually going to grab this one because that's the third stack from north clockwise. This is the 4th stack from north clockwise. This is defamation 1. This is defamation 2, 3, 4 from north clockwise. Picking up these stacks and defamations like this will guarantee that each player here, 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 and here gets a stack, and each player here, 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 and south will get a defamation. There's no reason as to why they couldn't switch or trade. Like I could grab this one and Happy could grab this one, for example, and it would still work out the same. The reason we're doing it like that is because there's 8 players and 8 stacks, and we want everybody to go to a spot quickly and pick up a tether that they need. Which one you pick up doesn't actually really matter. We just need to make sure that myself, Jitter, Happy, and this guy, I think it's Rab, pick up a stack, and this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy pick up a defamation. And we just have this prio system so that we make sure everybody gets one without there being a clusterfuck. Exactly. No yoinking each other's tethers or scrambling around with their heads cut off. We're just picking those up in order so that we guarantee that later our clones remember what we were, stack or defamation. And each one has one of each, all in order, good to go. Okay? So here come the tethers. We see that defamation is actually north, right? And then stack, and then defamation, then stack, then defamation, then stack. It always staggers. We're now shifting over one because I'm the first stack, and the first stack from north clockwise this way is this guy right here. So this is me. This is stack 2. Stack 3 is over there, and then this is stack 4. Make sense? This is defamation 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way around. North clockwise, okay?
Defamations first later.
Once everybody picks up their stack,
Northeast, northwest.
they're going to lock in here. And then weirdly enough, we are going to forget this stack 1 through 4 nonsense.
At the end, go.
This stack 4 through, or stack 1 through stack 4, defamation through defamation 4 stuff is done. Out of our brains. Over it. It doesn't matter anymore. Now what matters is the order that these boss ads actually spawned in, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the way that they dropped down. Now that we've completed the first part and we got our clones copying the correct types of stacker defamation, now we're just going to do this later. 1, 2, 3, 4, stack defamation, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, stack defamation. Like so. And the way that we're going to handle this is because we actually have to do these mechanics first before the clones copy them, right? Like the first one. These 4 players are going to group together and handle their stacks and defamations on the A marker. And then these 4 players are going to handle theirs on the C marker south. Got it? But that doesn't happen yet because the boss is evil. So he's wiping all this away and we're going to do what we were doing earlier. So pretty much this will stagger the stacks and defamations to where the stack and defamation will always be across from each other and give enough room. Exactly, Caleb. Now he's brought back these 3 adds that are doing the 3 different attacks. We need to remember what they were charging up, right? And we remember that northwest and northeast are safe first.
Light parties.
And now we're going to split into light parties on these 2 big circles on the sides of the room for yet another mechanic within this mechanic. He's going to cast Downfall. Notice the adds are still there. We will need to remember this for later. Now the boss is going to spawn 4 towers on each platform. Stay with me here. I know this is confusing as shit. What's going to happen here first is that these towers aren't going to go off for a while because he's going to take them away and give them to us later. We need to remember where they're at. What we're going to do is we're going to spread out on our platform, 4 players on each platform. Doesn't really matter how you do it. Obviously, you probably want ranged in the back.
All right, spread out.
He's going to cast Arcadian Arcanum, which is going to target 1 roll DPS or supports to get hit by a light debuff. Boom. DPS get hit by these big light AoEs, and you can see they all have a light debuff now, which means later, when these towers drop, notice how some of them have this big ol' white lump on them? That means the DPS cannot be in those. This one also has one. There's 2 on each platform. Works out. Because I got hit by light, I can't take this one, so Naja's going to stay there, and I'm going to stay here. In the back, though, we have Niaru in this tower. He's a caster. He needs to swap with the healer on this platform over here, on this tower. So they're going to swap right now. The towers are not going to go off yet, but we're swapping so we can visually remember where we're going to stand. Niaru cannot take this meteor here. When this drops down, this tower drops down, we're going to get all the mechanics from this meteor that's dropping on top of our head, and we need to solve them. We're remembering this for later. We're remembering where we're standing. My ranged guys are going to swap behind me. If they need to swap over here, they're going to swap. I can't see what their meteors are. But you're basically looking at your buddy, and you're saying, hey, can I take this tower or not? Okay, we're going to swap. Or, hey, we're going to not swap. And Mitch, in this case, I don't need to swap because I'm in a tower without a light, and Naja has the light tower in the front. We're good to go. All right. Here comes Twisted Vision. He's actually going to remove these towers now, and he's going to go back to the stacks and defamation tethers that we were talking about earlier. Like I mentioned, it's not going to do the clone parts of this yet. The clones have not copied the stacks or defamations. We're just going to simply handle the stacks and defamations in the order that the boss spawned them in. So here's north, and it's going clockwise. And like I said earlier, we have a priority going from north to southeast, and we have a priority going from south to northwest. Just because of how the bosses spawn and how we picked them up, it's going to work out pretty well to where it's either going to be defamation, stack, and like I said, this prio from north to southeast is all going to regroup on A, and this prio from south to northwest is all going to regroup on C. There will be 2 of each mechanic on each cardinal. So north is going to have 2 stacks, north is going to have 2 defamations, south is going to have the same thing, 2 stacks, 2 defamations. And all we need to do is just handle these in order from how the boss dished them out. So this guy spawned first, and this guy spawned first. And then 2, and then 2, and then 3, and then 3, and then 4, and then 4. We've already picked up the tethers in the way that would satisfy the clones way later in the mechanic. Now we just need to actually solve the stacks and defamations. So all of us are going to collapse here. And the first defamation players are going to go out, and they're going to handle their defamations. And then the stacks are going to happen. And then the second players with the defamations, this guy and this guy, are going to go out. And then the last stacks are going to go off. So first defamation players go out. Defamations go off.
stack.
And now the first stacks on each side go off. And now the second defamations go off. While these are hitting us, the clones are remembering what we got hit by. I just got hit by a stack, so my clones saw that and said, okay, I'm going to be a stack later. That's true for everybody. Stack, defamation, stack, defamation, stack, defamation.
On your side.
Now that we've completed that, we've completed the boss clone stack and defamations. Our clones, our player clones now remember who got hit by what. And now they're going to copy that later. But we're going back to the towers first.
Aim your dark towers out.
We're positioning in a fashion that would put us right where our towers are about to go off, because we're going to get put into the tower phase, and then they're going to go off in just a couple seconds. So we got to be quick.
I'll call the move for Earth.
Now the towers go off. As you can see, really quick from when we get there. We just got to remember which one we're in. So what's going to happen here is that there's 4 major elements in these towers. There's fire. Oops. There's fire. There's wind. There's earth. And then fucking, what's the other one? Lightning. Or the doom, rather. So fire, wind, earth, and then doom. I'll just go through what each one of these does. Light is largely ignorable. You don't have to worry about the light. As long as you aren't a light debuff guy and you're in that tower, it's fine. It just canceled out. Later on, these lightning things are going to deal something, but we'll talk about that in just a second. Fire is a pyretic, movement only, not dealing damage or pressing your abilities. All you have to do when you're in the fire tower is not move for a few seconds afterwards, otherwise you'll just take a bunch of damage. Wind launches you from the center of the tower to away, and you want to land on the other platform. There's one wind on each platform. They're basically swapping places. It launches you physically to the other side. Not automatically. You have to aim yourself. Doom shoots a big laser from the center of the tower to the nearest player, obviously the player inside the tower, and then it gives them a essenable Doom debuff, which needs to be taken off by the healers, or Bard if you got one. You also need to point that Doom laser out. You can't hit other people with it, otherwise you'll give them the Doom as well. It's recoverable, but you just want to not hit people with it. It originates from the center of the tower and it shoots out in whatever direction you're standing in. Earth is essentially a twister. So you take the Earth tower and then everybody needs to get away from it, because a few seconds later a big tumult is going to spawn in the same spot where it just went off, and it'll give people damage and a damage down. So you want to just avoid it. All you need to do is just your own tower, and then afterwards there's going to be static positions to handle the lightning, which will go off later. So let's just see what happens. I have hot-headed, or hot-blooded, so this is my pyretic, so I just can't move. You can see the people in the Doom towers handle their Doom. We've got Dooms on these players, which need to be Essened.
Move for Earth. If you are on
Everybody's dodging the Earth. The Wind players have now successfully swapped sides because of their towers.
watch the Earth.
The Earths go off, and now you can see the Lightning actually applied some debuffs to these players right here. You don't really need to understand exactly what all of these do. Just know that the 2 blue debuff players are going to shoot a beam at the furthest player, and the 2 orange debuff guys are going to shoot a beam at the closest player. And then it's up to the people that don't have those to be in the correct positions to bait those without killing other people, which there is a handy dandy diagram for. You're going to have the Wind player stand here every time. You're going to have the Earth player stand here. Dwayne The Rock Johnson. You're going to have the Doom player stand in the middle, slightly above the Cardinal, just outside the hitbox. And then you're going to have the Pyretic players kind of just stay towards the south, outside the hitbox, max melee. If you do this, if everybody does this, it will resolve without killing anybody. It will perfectly bait everything. The Wind players are always going to shoot their beam, the far beam, to the Pyretics, and then the Doom players are going to shoot their close beam to the Earth guys. This resolves perfectly, doesn't hit anybody with the vulnerabilities, and then you get through the mechanic. You can see we take these positions here in a sec. And you'll see all the beams go off and not hit anybody that needs to not get hit by one. Here we go. It's a little close, but it worked.
Job.
Very nice.
Yep, watch the suck. This was
All right, next mechanic, temporal curtain. He's going to make a portal. This is confusing as shit to explain. He's going to make a portal in a spot over one of the platforms, and then one of his ads is going to jump into it, a random one. Either the north or the south ad is going to jump into it. You need to remember what that ad was doing, cleave-wise, and dodge it later. He's sending that ad from one dimension to the other, so when he flips dimensions, you're going to have to dodge the ad there instead. The other two ads are going to split to the left and right platforms, and you're going to need to remember which platform has the chariot on it and which platform has the cleave on it. You need to go to the cleave platform.
It was northeast, northwest safe. So the A1
There's the portal.
South.
That ad just jumped into the portal, and you can hear Mr. Happy call out what it was doing and where it's going.
Swallowed north-south.
So north-south cleave is being swallowed and going to the other dimension. This leaves behind the chariot and the east-west.
East-west will be safe later.
If he's doing a chariot here, this whole platform is unsafe, and just the east and west is getting cleaved here. Which means we're going to go to the 4 platform later, and we're going to stand north and south of the ad.
East-west, it'll be north and south later. This is cardinal reenactment. Cardinal reenactment.
All right, and now we're back here with our clones because me, Jitter, Mr. Happy, and Rab all picked up stacks, and then Naja, Biff, Niaru, and Shima all picked up defamations. We can handle our stacks and our defamations all at the same time without being hit by anything we don't need to. So because the boss brought down Cardinals fucking 3 minutes ago, we know that this one and this one are going off first, as well as this one and this one. So it's basically going to look like this. There's going to be a huge defamation on Niaru's clone. There's going to be a huge defamation on Naja's clone. Mr. Happy's stack and my stack are going to go off at the same time. 4 players need to be here. 4 players need to be here. We just have group 1 handle these 2 towers. And we have group 2 handle these 2 towers. The defamations are very big. The stacks are also kind of big, so you have space to squeeze between them. Because we remembered earlier, and because we set up the clones properly earlier,
Cardinal reenactment. Go.
we are now going to reenact what happened earlier. We're going to get on our correct ads. You can see the stacks and the defamations all go off at once.
4.
And then he's going to do the other ones.
This will be north-south.
After he brings us back here. Cardinals go off. Inner Cardinals are going to go off next, but we have to remember that for later.
4.
Now we have to remember that this side's getting hit by the chariot, and this side is going to have a north-south safe. It'd actually be like this, north-south safe.
This will be north-south. North and south on 4. North and south of the ad.
For my melees, you can stand right here. You can keep hitting the boss. Plenty of space. Yeah, the chariot jumped over here, so this whole platform got hit. This one has the north-south safe.
This is inter-cardinal reenactment.
All right, now reenacting the last clones.
Inter-cardinal reenactment.
Inner cards.
Slightly offset. Slightly away.
East-west.
East-west.
And now, hello, this ad is back. That's the ad that jumped through the dimension portal and is now here instead of the other dimension. You remember what this one was hitting? That's right, east-west.
East-west.
So you go north-south under the boss.
Big mid. Make sure we
Oh, that was the other pull. Yeah, this one was hitting north-south, so we needed to be east-west.
survive.
It's Giga Dad.
But yeah, if he's at like 16% here, he's dead as fuck.
Tank buster.
Away from
Do
tanks.
the last mechanic. Away
So this
from
is
the tank.
just a tank buster into a bunch of raid
Watch the
wides.
turn. It did not turn. Do not get hit by the Buster. Buster.
Pots twos.
I got a damage down in the clear. Let's fucking
Pots
go.
twos. Hot stews. Kill the
Make
boss.
sure we survive. Make sure we survive.
So then the boss just does replication here.
I gotta open Mr. Happy's adventure plate.
No. Make sure we live. Do not miss any mitt.
Big Mitt. The boss and all of his clones do Arcadian Hell, which is a giant tank, not tank, raid wide.
There's one more. This
Big raid wide, 5 of them.
harder. Anything that's
And then the crazy part is all of these split. Will you be uploading thus to YouTube? It's already on YouTube, my friend. Check it out. It'll be over there right now. Every stream I ever do will be on YouTube, actually. Any good spots for tank invulns in this fight? Not particularly. You could use them for one of the busters, I suppose, but for right now, not really. No, like cheesy like spots that save people, you know.
extended.
All the ads duplicate.
I have Trubin 4. Trub is up for this.
You can survive this one.
Making sure our melees don't die
The
here.
next one is the one that kills you.
All right. Now
This is the last raid wide.
It's so It's free.
And then boss die.
Oh, do not open the chest.
With the explanation you are doing right now, buddy, I'm live right now on YouTube. Everything I'm saying right now is going on YouTube because I'm saying it right now while I'm on YouTube. Do you understand? And that's the end of the raid tier.
Do not open the
Yeah,
chest.
no chest. I got my
I can't
redemption.
believe the amount's gonna be fucking intended for us.
It's crazy. The first time
I liked the other tier and I like this tier. I like all the tiers.
we did the tethers right, we just fucking win.
All right, let's watch Idyllic Dream from when it starts, though. Were you guys paying attention? You remember how to do it?
another fuck you.
If you guys have any questions whatsoever about anything in the entire raid tier, including this last mechanic, which is tricky, feel free to ask now.
This next thing will be.
Otherwise, I'm going to go eat dinner soon. And of course, if you think of any questions as the tier goes on, you can always pop in here and ask. I'm always around.
Way later. Reenact Cardinals later. Check where your tether is. Think about your assignment.
Turgo, welcome back.
This is another dimension. I must confess, I'm utterly bewildered.
Northeast, northwest later.
This mechanic's so fun, actually. Probably one of my favorite Savage mechanics ever, if not my favorite.
Defamations first later. Northeast, northwest at the end. Go. Light parties. Big damage.
Recently hit M12S P2 for clones. 1, is it as simple as look for clone with opposite debuff and get hit by them? Not quite. Kind of. If you get hit by nothing, you need to take dark. That's the other thing you need to throw in there. And then obviously you need to know all the different safe spots and then be in the right safe spot with the right priority for your other teammates. I'm not exactly sure which strategy PF's going to land on. So nothing is acting fire. Yeah, you could think of it like that. Like I said, I don't know what strat PF is going to land on. The one we did was if you got hit by nothing, you took dark. Because there's going to be 4 darks and then 2 fires in the next phase, which is 4 and 4.
Make sure you get heals and then spread.
As long as you understand all the different moving pieces, you should be able to, you know, adapt to whatever the strategy is. All right.
DPS holies. This was
Last chance for questions for tonight. I'll be back, obviously, tomorrow.
Start cheating outward.
I'll probably be doing some PF stuff. If you guys have any questions regarding the tier, just let me know. I will, well, this is already on YouTube. It's on the VOD channel if anybody wants to go over it. It'll be here for you, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask, as always. I'm probably going to head out of here and go eat some dinner. I'm hungry.
Aim your dark towers out.
And then I need to go catch up on the raid tier with Guncat. She's almost ready. And of course, if you want to go over any of these clear VODs too, they're all on my main YouTube channel. 9, 10, 11, 12 part 1, 12 part 2. And then if you go over to the VODs channel and see right here, you can actually see Savage Review live right now. You can go watch this whole VOD over there later. It's 5.5 hours of goodness. In regards to 2 minutes, how early are they using the opener? It depends on what job you're playing, but general rule of thumb is 2nd or 3rd GCD. No problem, Omega. I'm glad you got some help out of this. Again, if you guys have any more questions throughout the next coming weeks or whatever when you're progging, feel free to come ask. Review footage as well if you got any. Just let me know. Is it optimal to use 1 GCD 2 minute in P2 P12S? Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Technically, yeah, but you don't need to. I think it causes more problems than it solves. Annoying people are gonna tell you that you have to do it. You don't. You just do whatever your party's doing, and you'll be fine. The 0 GCD 2 minutes are technically better because you get more usages out of most jobs, and you get longer usage out of your final 2 minutes. But like, the realistic answer is if you need that extra usage, you are bad. Is the easiest way to put it. The proof being that a bazillion teams cleared without doing that the first week the fight was available. So like, how about you just work on doing your rotation right, and then you can worry about fucking around your stupid buff timings later. You know what I mean? Have fun, guys, with the raid tier. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm always down to help. Just let me know. Go check out that VOD if you need it later. And I'm going to go get some dinner. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm probably going to be PFing some stuff. Sounds like a good time before first week is over. And I'll be playing Picto on Guncat. So if you missed Guncat, make sure you pop by tomorrow. Might just do some EX. Might do some raids. We'll see. And I hope you all have a great night. Thanks so much for watching. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.